Wow, the stream didn't even start. I already got a sub. A Space Lion 89. Thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. No, not November joke. Insert. If you guys have Prime sub, don't forget to use them on my channel. It's actually my affiliate anniversary today. Thank you for everybody who's wishing me happy affiliate anniversary. Hopefully one day we can get partner. If I can convince people to open up my Twitch streams. Hi Ice Daddy, how's it going? Hi Nico. A lot of you are starting to get the pink badge now. We're evolving, we're evolving. The highest tier of the badge is the rainbow one. Does YouTube also have the evolving badges? I think it does. My favorite one is the purple one though. Not too sure how many months is that? Maybe 9 months? I opened it, thank you. Thank you guys. Yeah, sorry about being late today. Dude, something happened and I don't know why. It's not like a huge deal, but it really upset me and I couldn't shake it off. I was pissed off like for the rest of the day. Devlin! Yeah, you got the blue badge! Welcome back to the cute squad. Welcome, welcome. I just had such a weird day. Okay, so to start off... Oh, Kenny! Kenny, thank you so much! Thank you! Thank you so much for the membership. Welcome back to the cute squad. And Washu! Oh, Washu's got the yellow badge. 13 months. Yeah, it's crazy, guys. Washu said that when he found my channel, I had like 10k subs. And now we have 72k subs. I made a post on my community tab asking people to vote for me in the VTuber Awards. Now, I don't think we're gonna win, or I'm not expecting to win, but it'd be cool to be in the nomination. And I feel like these categories won't compete too much with like the popular VTubers. Like, I feel like Doki Bird should be VTuber of the Year, for example. But Rising Star, maybe we have a shot, or League of Their Own, because I make videos. I asked my community which like category they thought would fit the best, so that's cool. Free super chat! Thank you! Welcome back to the cute squad, professional gentlemen! Thank you so much. Arrived when I was 50k subs. Wow. Dude, 20k is still pretty good. Yes, it is all just tailored towards streaming. I mean, it is the most popular form of VTubing still. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wearing the twin tails today. I didn't realize they were that long. Look how long they are. So, okay, so just a little TLDR. I'm a little behind on content and I haven't been able to stream a lot because my neighbor did some water damage to my ceiling because, I don't know, they didn't bathe their kids in the bathtub for some reason. They put water everywhere and it leaked onto my place, and now... So, there's this guy that's going to repair the ceiling, but it's been 3 days now that he comes every single day, and he leaves his stools there. There's like paint on the floor everywhere, like I can't even walk barefoot. And today, and every time he's late, like every time he's like, I'm coming at 11, so I get everything ready for 11, and he doesn't arrive till 1. But during this whole time, I'm not starting anything because I'm waiting for him to come. Like, I have a dog, I have things there, so I don't want to leave my house under no surveillance while he's doing it. Also, my dog is like pretty nervous, so yeah. Anyway. So there's that. I can't record because I'm just embarrassed. He would wonder who I'm talking to. So I feel like all my activities are suspended while he's doing these renovations. And that's annoying me because I hate being disturbed. I'm so used to living alone now. I've been living alone for years, so I'm not used to having somebody in my space. That's for one. And today he was supposed to come. It was supposed to be the last day, and he never showed up. And now he said, sorry, I had a dinner, so he had to cancel. And he says he can't come over until Wednesday, but he left all of his shit there. So anyway. Whoops, sorry. They gave me a rise at my job. I can pay for this now. Lucifer, thank you so much for the membership. Welcome to this cute squad. And Ice Daddy gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to build back my memberships again, because we fell off a little bit, but also I haven't been streaming a lot, so it's probably my fault. Free tools, sell it? No, but he's gonna come back and he's gotta finish the work. Tell him to bring his shit with him. The problem is that he's really nice. Like, he even brought me these chocolate croissant. So he's really nice. And then he was like, I'll bring you a croissant next time. So I feel it's worse. Like, I wish he was an asshole so I could yell at him, but because he's nice, I can't. I feel too guilty. So anyway, that's one thing. And then on the other thing that happened today is that I was like, okay, well, he's late, so I can finally jog. Okay, it's been 3 days that I can't go do my exercise and my workout. And if I'm going to be sitting on the computer for 6 hours, I feel like I need to wake up with exercise before. And then I go outside and I pressed on the wrong elevator button. And it just opens up, like, I went to the wrong floor and it opens up to the, like, building janitor just yelling and ranting about people not organizing their garbage or their trash properly. And this guy, I'm the only person that talks to him, because I feel bad for him and he's like lonely probably, so like I am nice to him and I talk to him, but he loves talking. He talks so much, and he saw me there, he like locked me on into a conversation and he just vented and started yelling about like how no one's like doing the trash properly, and he was opening everybody's trash can and sorting them out. Time burglar. Is that an expression? That's exactly that. And I was so annoyed. I don't know why. And I was like, dude, it's so freaking weird that he's opening everybody's trash cans and going through them. And he was like, if I find somebody's name on a receipt, I'm gonna like send them a bill or something. And then I started freaking out. I was like, fuck, did I throw everything properly? He was like, and then he took out like a box, and it was like with a bunch of like, it was like a soiled box with like food residue on it. And he was like, this should go into recycling. And I was like, I don't think they should go into recycling. I don't think these boxes can be recycled. It's soiled. And he was like, no. And I was like, I was like, you know what? I don't have, like, if you want to make new rules, talk to the building manager. I don't know why you're talking to me. I was like, I don't have time for that. And I was like, I don't think it works like that. And then he got like really mad because I said, I don't think it works like that. And he tried to talk to me more, and I just ran away. I just ran away, legit. Anyway, I think it's so creepy and weird that he's like rummaging through everybody's garbage. What if I have like, I don't know. I'm just gonna buy like, I'm gonna find the biggest like sex toy I can find ever. Like, I'm gonna buy a huge dick or something and throw it in the trash can. Oh, that's gonna turn him off real quick, okay? He's gonna be rummaging through the trash can and find that and be like, and then never do it again. Yeah, a dragon dildo. What is bad dragon time? What is bad dragon again? Was it that yab drug? I feel bad for him. Dude, I'm the only one who usually talks to him. And I always am nice and respectful, but I don't know why I gotta be like I don't want to say verbally assaulted, but it felt like, and I just want to be able to, I don't ask anything from anyone around me. Never. I never complain. They always say that I'm the only one that never complains, and that I'm the quietest tenant. Surprisingly, because I've been playing League lately. And they're always like, they're like, oh, we're so happy that you're our neighbor and all of that. I just don't want people to bother me. Like, I want to be in my head when I'm jogging. It's like the time to escape, the time to, you know, be in my head, think and all of that. And I just have somebody locking me in a corner for a conversation about trash cans. It's like, Jesus, I don't deserve that. I really don't. I just want my peace of mind, my privacy. That's all I ask for. Bad Dragon Font? I had my headphones on. He'll talk to you through your headphones until you remove them. I'm just gonna start running away. Anyway, now I really don't feel like talking to him anymore. I'm just gonna avoid him like the plague. It's Sun Explosion, old sponsor? Anyway, that's why I was late, because I was just so upset of all of the things that was happening today. I was annoyed and I was like, I'm in such a foul mood. Who is not being talked to? My janitor, the building janitor. It was not the trash talk we were looking for, true. How many do you need for sponsor? For the Bad Dragon sponsor? I don't know. We're not gonna get a Bad Dragon sponsor, guys.
Thank you for the super chat this one.
Let that idea go. Thank you for the super chat this one. Guys, I love the voice lines. Like, I love the trigger sounds for donations. Thank you for the super chat this one. Maybe we should have like more of, you know, like how Shibidoki has the AI voices or the TTS stuff. I think they're funny and they create funny moments. Maybe we should have that. Let me check at the dono I received. John with the $25 tip. Oh my god, John, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat this one. Just saw your vid about Pip. Think you could collab with her? I don't know. I don't like asking people for collabs. If they want to collab with me, they can hit me up. You know, we've interacted a little bit on Twitter and through her stream like a while ago. But lately, I'm a bit burnt out on collabs. Not gonna lie. I'm burnt out on everything. Maybe I need a vacation. I feel like I'm not even working that much. I just feel like it's becoming harder to do one thing now. I didn't think I was burnt out, but Mujin thinks I'm burnt out. He says everything that I'm describing sounds like burnout, so maybe I am, I don't know. Vacation to where? I'd probably go back to Mexico again. It's like the most headache-less vacation. I'm just gonna do a one week all-inclusive. And get drunk on tequila every day. Thank you, Magori. To Brazil, but then I have to plan out a real trip if I go to Brazil. But it would be a nice country for sure. Those are classic burnout syndrome? I don't know, I feel... I was supposed to go on vacation after my debut in August. But then I never took it because I was like, oh, because I had a few things planned content-wise. And then after that I was like, oh, well, now I don't feel like taking it anymore. I think I can just keep on going, actually. I don't feel the need to take a break anymore. But now, I also don't feel the need to take a break, but I feel way lazier than before. And I don't know why. I hate feeling like I'm not doing enough every day, but I've been finding it hard to do stuff. More than usual. I usually, like, I am very proactive. Every single free time that I have in my day, I'll do a task. Once I'm done with something, I'm like, okay, what next? What else can I do? And now it's like just... yeah. You have the same feeling? Yeah, I'm not the same. Alright. But let's start the stream content. Let me just fix the tracking because I recorded a song the other day and I was standing up to record. Okay. Yeah, I've been playing League, Kenny, but I don't know if it's helping. I feel like I'm wasting time. Like I don't know. I make myself feel guilty when I play too much games. Because I could be doing stuff instead. Playing League might be the problem? It might be. You mean League of Legends? Yes, unfortunately. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit about this Camila stalker incident before we start with the anime stuff. So there's been a clip of her, I haven't seen it yet, it's 10 minutes long. Camila explains the stalker story in full. And that's always been something that, it's always been like one of the biggest drawbacks of being a content creator. It's the swatting, the doxing, and the stalking. And that's always been a big fear of mine. So I'm like obsessively fascinated with this, not in a good way, but just because I'm like, oh my god, this is so terrifying. This is nightmare fuel, guys. So let's see what Camila has to say about this incident.
I can tell you guys everything that happened. I mean, I could just start from the beginning, I suppose. It just all started when, I was collabing with Evil. I wasn't live at the time, but I was on Evil's channel. And there's a part when Evil is talking to me, and you can see my model kind of go limp for a little bit. Because I heard a knock on my window, so I jumped out of my seat. And I was like, what the heck was that? You can't hear me say anything, but I just jumped out of my seat and I muted. And I heard it and I just didn't know what happened. But then when I looked through the, like the security system.
Hey guys, that just came in. Yeah, no, it's legitimately crazy, Aether. Hey, Lastenza. No, I don't know what propels you to do something like this. And oh my god, a knock on my window would freak me out. It would freak me out so much. There's this knock knock sound that, you know, when we were reacting to clips, some clips had this knock knock sound and it always jump scares me as well.
System that we have, there was no one. So this was like a knock on the window and then a runaway. Like, they knocked and then they walked away so that there was no one there. So I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so then I just assumed, guys, that it was like a kid being stupid. You know, like a ding-dong ditch situation. So I kind of just ignored it, and then I went back to doing my thing, and nothing happened for the rest of the day. Literally nothing happened. And I went to sleep just fine, and there was nothing. There was no, like, detection on the, like, motion detectors that we have. And then the next day when I went live, that's when it happened. He came back, and then when I was live again, he only wanted to interact with me when I was live or on someone else's channel, I guess. But, yeah, I heard a big bang on some door. I didn't know what he was banging on at first. But that first initial one was the first one that we heard. And then I'm dumb. I'm really stupid. I muted my microphone. Because if there was something going on, I didn't want you guys to hear anything. Because I feel like that would have been horrible to listen to. You know what I mean? Let's say something did happen and then you heard absolute catastrophe in the mic. I did not want that. For people to listen to that. So I muted it, in case anything happened. Because I didn't want you guys to be scared. It was scary. I ran to my mom to see if she was okay the first thing, and she was fine at the moment, and she was just looking on the cameras that we have. She was looking on the cameras, and she said she saw him, and he had a fucking sledgehammer. He had a sledge. He didn't look like he had any weapons, but he was trying to come in with a sledgehammer. It didn't look like anything crazy. It was just like a stupid fucking sledgehammer that you can just get from anywhere. You know what I mean? Like Home Depot or something. But he was banging on our garage with it, and that's what that loud noise was.
I'm muted. Fuck. I said that I was saying that a sledgehammer sounds like a gruesome weapon. Like, there is a level of detachment when you shoot somebody with a gun, I feel. Because it's like you press a button. But a sledgehammer? That's a psycho weapon. I mean, they're both psycho weapons, but that... It's crazy. It's crazy. Wait, you guys also had break-ins in your houses? A handheld weapon seems more personal. Yeah. Yeah, like what the fuck? Someone once tried to break into my apartment while I was sleeping. Well, there's several layers of security. I don't know, but I don't know. Well, I used to have like some swords and stuff, but I don't have them with me right now. I left them at my parents' house. Maybe I'll have to bring them back. I need a katana. Sharpened and created by the greatest samurai in Japan. The sharpest katana you guys can find. The wave weapon. I don't know, are we allowed to have guns in Canada? Maybe if I have a hunting permit. And my dad does have a hunting permit because he hunts a lot. Oh, you're allowed. Oh yeah, nice. I want a pink one. Long guns are easy to get. Yeah, once I barricaded myself inside my parents' house because I was paranoid. I don't know why. I was working like night shifts and I went through like an episode where I became paranoid, and I remember I taped, like I used the swords to barricade my windows and stuff at another place I lived in. Anyway, let's finish watching the clip.
Because our garage is connected to our house, so he was trying to come in from there, I guess. I don't know. But as soon as we heard that initial bang, I pressed it just because.
Yeah, how do you get those buttons, by the way? And like, what does it do? What is this emergency button she's talking about? It's something you have installed on your desk, and it's like a hotline to the cops, is what I've been told. But like, does it buzz the cops and they just show up? Or do you have to talk to them and tell them what's going on? Oh, it's just a security system? Same thing old folks have? Oh, like if they fall off their chair and they can't get up or something, they like press the button? Or if something happens to them? I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, but can't you get fined by the cops if you call them and like nothing happens? What if I get scared because somebody's like knocking on my door and then they show up and it's like nothing and they get mad at me? You can text the police? No shot. I wonder why he didn't try the front door with a sledgehammer. You break down the door a lot easier. Have you broken down a lot of doors? How do you know this? Well, you still need considerable strength. Maybe he, you know, it depends how strong he is, right? Okay. You probably get warned first. Okay, so I wouldn't get a fine. Dude, I want that. I'm gonna look into that. If I'm ever rich, the first thing I'm getting is a panic room. And there's going to be a lot of champagne in it in case I gotta be locked in there for several months. Some DVDs, a TV, hopefully access to internet, or I don't know what I'll do.
Sorry, I pressed
Yeah, plenty
the
of
panic
chips.
button.
Oh, plenty of snacks. We need lots of snacks in the panic room. Beef jerky, yes, I love beef jerky. Do you guys also love beef jerky?
And so my mom and I were hiding. I'm not gonna say where, but we were hiding. And yes, guys, we have a weapon.
Oh my god, wait.
People...
That's so scared. I think that it's one thing to be scared for your life. It's another thing completely to have that thought where, oh my god, that thought that flashes through your head, oh my god, what if he hurt my parents? What if he hurt my mom? And they were hiding from him in the house. That's how terrifying it is. And even after that, even after the event is done, thinking about it, imagining if something happened, you know, to a parent or a loved one, just thinking about that thought you have or that image that you have, it's terrifying. It's horrible. It's horrible. No one should have to go through that ever.
On Twitter we're saying, oh, well, that's why you're supposed to get a firearm. Yes, we have a firearm. We do. I know how to use it too. Literally for moments like these is why I even learned how to use it. I've went to shooting lessons with my dad very often in the past, so I know how, just in case we need to protect ourselves. I'm telling you, we have like the most insane security imaginable, and I'm so glad that we did, because I really don't know what would have happened if we didn't. So I encourage any other streamer and VTuber to please invest in that kind of stuff. If you have the money, it's very worth it.
Jeez.
Why did my iPhone just try to read out my location? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My iPhone also did something like that the other day while I was streaming.
What the fuck? What
So
the
dumb.
fuck? Why did you do that phone? What the fuck? Oh my god.
I think I muted.
I'm not even fucking kidding. What the fuck was that? What? Did you hear her say, "you're at"? And then I started screaming.
It's Siri. I fucking hate that. I hate Siri.
God, get away from me!
That's yesterday's. This is just a tangent, but yesterday I was. Okay, my dog, he does this new thing where he goes to another room and starts barking at me. So I was like yelling at him to stop barking from like the other room. And instead of yelling his name, I yelled Alexa. I was like, Alexa, stop! And I was watching a show and she just stopped my TV and shut it down. I was like, no, that's not what I was trying to do. I'm sorry, Alexa, I wasn't talking to you. I'm just so used to saying Alexa out loud.
Anyways, let me continue the story, I guess. Sorry, I'm freaking shaking again in my bootsies. Yeah, so, you know, I was hiding with my mom with the weapon, and the cops, it was so perfect. Thankfully, there was cops in the area. Black pink in your area. They were cruising around. I mean, okay, in my area, people are cuckoo crazy drivers. I swear there are alcoholics left and right with how crazy people drive around me. So there's always police patrolling the area anyways, which is good. It's good. So as soon as I pressed the panic button, they were there in like 10 minutes, which was really good. Really, really good. We were hiding and it was kind of quiet. There was no sound happening besides him, you know, party rocking outside my house. And then we heard the sirens. And then he stopped. And then, you know, they caught him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So...
10 minutes is not very good, you guys are saying? Well, what if the police station is like more than 10 minutes away? What if you live in a rural area and there's like just one police station kind of far? But that's shorter than I get my McDonald's order.
It's crazy because I don't believe he tried to run or anything when they pulled up. I don't.
Your house got shot at? What the it took them 30 minutes and your house got shot at? What the fuck? That's crazy. Why did your house get shot at, if you don't mind me asking?
Think that he did. Cops never mentioned anything of that sort to me. But yeah, he was trying to break in my house with a sledgehammer. What his motives were, I don't know. I do not know. But yeah. There's that. I told my family to pack their bags. And I packed my bags and we skedaddled immediately.
Oh my god. Yeah.
We heckin' skedaddled. We are not in the home. We didn't really talk much with the cops. After the whole situation happened. It was just like, are you guys okay? Blah blah blah. And we were just really freaking shaken up, so we didn't really...
Somebody tried to abduct your sister and brother? What the fuck is happening to you guys? Be safe. Oh my god.
Want to talk much anyways? But the cops said that they would keep us updated with, you know, everything that went on and stuff afterwards. Because we were leaving. So, yeah. Gave him my number, and the cops informed me yesterday that he actually put a tracker in one of my gifts. I'm surprised the guy even... I'm surprised he even admitted to it. I feel like some person...
Was he from the same state? Dude, he admitted to it. I wonder if he traveled to her, if he came from there. I thought it was an opportunity crime, but this seems premeditated. Whatever that word is. Like, he admitted to it, so he doesn't even realize he's doing something wrong, maybe.
Who is doing something no bueno as this was. I would have never expected him to admit what he did, but he did. He said to the cop that I saw her at a convention and I gave her something and there is a tracker on it. And so, yeah. I've told family to get rid of the box full of gifts, and I think they're gonna check them all for tracking devices. Even then, I don't believe I'm gonna keep it. Unfortunately, holy freaking shit, what the... Guys, no.
What is this dog?
Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy.
No P. Diddy. Yeah, him admitting to this shows how disconnected he's become, how far gone he is. That's crazy. I hope she can say more about this. We'll see what's going on anyway. I feel my heart goes out to Camila. This is a really tough and traumatic situation, and I hope she can bounce back from this.
Yes, I keep my IP regardless.
Also, there's been Sayu's made an important announcement, and today... Wait, let me just pull it out. I saw that Noah Talent had also announced that Sayu was joining. Do you guys Twitter also get buggy lately and the sidebar doesn't show up anymore? Or is it just me? So I saw this today. So yeah, Noah Talent, Sayu's officially joining. This is the... Wait, this was they teased it 4 days ago, and today they announced their new roster called Raven Project debut announcement with Sayu, Rita Kamishiro, and Saki Sawaria. There's 3 VTubers. Yeah. 3 VTubers part of this. Sayu spoke about it on stream. She just returned from Japan. And I have a few notes to add to that. Let's see what she says.
Yes, I keep my IP regardless. I'm always in control of my IP. I have never signed it away, and I never will. Yay! Oh my god, smart! Oh my god, smart VTubers! Oh my god, smart business people! Wow, that's crazy. The merch sites, the merch websites, my website, everything, nothing changes. Nothing changes. Don't worry about nothing. Nothing changes. So that's pretty much why I didn't say anything. Nothing's gonna change. Yeah, the model is gonna be the same. I get a new outfit. Okay, so be excited for that.
Yeah,
it is a very cool new outfit.
Sayu learned the hard way. It's cool that they're funding a new outfit for her. I want the new outfit too.
That I really wanted to do. It's one of the aesthetics that I've loved for a long time, but I never did because I didn't think it matched me. But think kind of like Nier meets No Game No Life.
Oh, Nier?
It's kind of the
Automata?
idea I had behind it. Is it donkey outfit? No, we have one of those already. Not another fucking donkey outfit. Imagine if I debuted a donkey outfit. My god. My website's not changing. Ray is not changing. My team is not changing. We're just getting extra support on top of it. I am properly going to be part of, a company, and we are going to do company stuff. They are going to support us with sponsorships, connecting us to Asia audiences, Asia events, and things like that. Yeah, so I hope you guys look forward to it. Don't worry, nothing's changing. We're just gonna get extra support on top of it. Kind of like Mythic, similar, yes, very similar. But they're gonna be doing, the expectation is they're involved more than Mythic. Because I don't really like the model where you ask and then something happens. I kind of want a company that is proactive in pushing stuff or proactive in doing stuff without me having to fucking ask for everything because I don't have the time to ask for is it a company we know about?
Yeah.
No, it is not actually. So this
the donkey, I do want like a more cozy outfit or like an outfit that's like more covered and stuff. And I also want just a new outfit concept. And I asked my model Mama when she'd be available to work on a new thing, and she said in February. But now I don't know if I'll have the funds ready for February, so we'll see. Maybe that's too much, because they are kind of expensive. But for when she's talking about, you know, the model about Mythic and Noah Talent, I think she's looking more for a management side of, you know, just a company that has more encadrement, how do you say that? Like, that's more, that has a more tight entourage around you. Mythic is really just for sponsors. They're not there to push out your talent. They're not there to make your content better. And I think she's looking for more than that. She's looking for more guidance and, you know, just more of everything. Yeah, more involved. Exactly, more involved.
This company is, so the Noah Talent Company is a subsection of a very big company that is in China. They run the biggest VTubers in China, and they also run several big VTubers in Japan. So they are already a very big company. Biggest thing again is that they're not broke. I always told myself, I'm sorry, but I can't join a broke company.
Yeah, they have almost no presence in the West, but they're very big in Bilibili. It's all properly defined in a contract for sure. This is Sayu we're talking about. Like, she doesn't get fucked over by contracts anymore. Like, she learned the hard way. Once you make that mistake once, you never fall through it again. I think there's other clips where she talks about it. And she's like, trust me, guys. And I also asked her about it, because at first I was also doubtful. But she really reassured me and she convinced me. And I think she is in good hands. And I trust like all of her decisions, honestly. Like, she's a grown-ass woman. She's a businesswoman. She has experience. She knows what she's doing. And, you know, she's keeping her IP, she's curing her current team of managers, YouTube editors, and etc. And also because she wanted to really make sure that this was a good fit and that she was, you know, going to get everything that she wanted out of this, and she was properly like supported before she signed in. They flew her to Shanghai to meet their CEO and speak more about their plans for the group. So they are really serious about it. And they really want her on board, you know. It's not like another VTuber company where they feel like you're just a cog in a wheel. It seems like they are really interested in her. And I'm telling you guys right now, not a lot of companies would just fly you out like that to meet a prospect VTuber. And they've been very kind and understanding and really cared about her situation. So, yeah, I think she's really happy. And like I said, like, I think they make her feel valued, which is like kind of rare for a VTuber agency. They also flew Nuzaki to China? Really? I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. Oh, did he say that? That's interesting. Oh, cool, cool. Thank you, Bash. Thank you, thank you.
We're too, guys, our community, and we are too cool to join a pro company, okay? You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna do that, okay? We're a little bit past that, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I need not broke, no doom stonks, you know? No loss of stonks. No. None of that. Yeah. I do not need to step on eggshells at this place. No, I do not. I met the CEO.
Yeah, I
and
think
yes, the company.
I think she can do whatever she wants.
The actual big company is called Medishan, and I did meet the CEO. Very nice guy. Very nice guy. Again, he's chill. He's younger. He understands. He understands a lot of trends, a lot of comedic things. Yeah, it was chill. It was very chill. It was nice.
So they're not gonna freak out at a D's nuts joke.
So yeah, I do think that they've been very good to me. They've treated me well. Yeah, strongs go up. Yeah. Yeah, and I did test their 3D studio. So that's one of the things that we'll be using where they want.
Wait, they have a 3D studio. Oh wait, that's interesting. Holy shit. Wait, hold up. Should I hit up Mythic for a Matishan collab? No, I'm joking. Chinese sponsors are also avoiding me like the plague, so I don't think it would be a good fit with my content. But if I wasn't doing that kind of content, I'd probably be down.
Want us to use their 3D studio, and there's a lot of good stuff going on. They are also partnered with Mythic, that you guys have probably seen. They're also partnered with several other companies, and several other, they have a lot of connections in Asia. But they also have another.
No, Mythic Talent is not based in China. They're based in Texas, but they are affiliated with that company. Meaning, basically, I think they're affiliated in the sense that if some like larger VTubers, I did a stream on Noah Talents, some of the larger VTubers in Mythic are doing conventions and doing some stuff in Bilibili, and it's via Mitishan. So like if the VTuber wants to spread out their wings in the Asian territory, then they'll handle that site for Mythic, because Mythic probably doesn't have the tools already, expanded for this. They don't have the structure for it. Oh yeah, Chinese sponsors they've already asked me if I was willing to take down the Curio Coco video that I did. If I wanted to do the sponsors, and I was like, no, I'm not willing to take it down. So Chinese sponsors are off the table for now, unfortunately. But it sucks because for VTubers, that's the majority of sponsors you can get. It's like the gacha sponsors. But we still have Korean and Japanese gacha games available to us. So there's that. Yeah, the Coco video stays on. The Coco video stays on during sex.
Connection with a company that you guys probably know. I don't know if they announced that though yet. So yeah, they are the ones managing HoloLive's Chinese accounts on Bilibili. So again, this company is very big. They are the ones that are partnered with HoloLive, like very directly. Yes. So the reason that HoloLive was able to re-enter the scene on Bilibili and stuff is because they are managing their official accounts. Yes, and they are partnered with that.
We sponsor our horse, China can hoops its forehead. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, not having sponsors makes it so I'm a little bit more reliant on, audiences and my viewers, but Mythic is working really hard still to make up for that and find me other sponsors, actually, so I'm happy about that. That's why I need them. And of course, thank you guys for supporting me always. This is how we get freedom of speech, right? Um, yeah, and I mean, I talked about Taiwan and the Chinese controversy again in my Akaya Hato video, so it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like, fuck it. There was no way I would ever take down the Curio Coco video. Like, there was just no way. I put too much of myself into that video. It's like one of my favorites channel video that I ever made. There's too much of an emotional attachment for me with this video. Nah, there was just no way I would ever do it. And I don't think I would even do it for any video, really. Oh well, you still have us for support. Thank you, Starwind. Yeah, and it's also insulting because it's like, this isn't China. I'm on freaking American soil, you know, North American soil, okay? I'm in Canada, so it felt frustrating for me to see that another country wanted to meddle in another country's content and what they're saying and try to censor me there. And it made me very angry. I was really, really annoyed. And I was like kind of upset for the rest of the day. I asked a few other content creators if this happened to them, you know. So I already did my pouting. I went through the whole roller coaster of emotion, going through anger, that, you know, the 4 stage of grief, anger, frustration, and then resolution at the end. I was like, fuck it, I don't need them. But it's just, to me, no, you don't understand, guys. They didn't just look at my YouTube videos, like my YouTube page, like a normal sponsor does. They looked in the videos as well. They looked in the video as well. They opened it up because they saw Curio Coco's name. And I was just like, how did they found the one frame that it was like a hand of China squeezing Taiwan. It was like an echographic frame. And they screenshotted that and they sent it to my agent. They were like, oh, well, sorry, I don't think we can work with this content creator because they're being political. And I was like, how did they even find that? Because sponsors rarely look inside the video. They'll just look at your channel, see if it's brand safe, and then they'll go ahead. But I think it's because Curio Coco was like, that situation garnered a lot of attention that they might have looked inside. Oh, anyway. But Mythic my agent was really, really nice about it. He was really supportive of me, so, man, I fucking love my agent. He's so fucking cool. Shout out to MV. Really happy with them, really happy. Aligraza! Thank you. Thank you for the Akasupa! Thank you for the 100 USD, not even Monopoly dollars. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Aether, Clop Clop. Thank you, Cloppers. You guys are the best. For real. Thank you so much. Yeah. No, I can't abandon my girl Kason, even though she doesn't know I exist. I just think she's brave. She's like that anime protagonist that's like courageous and brave. So I think she's an inspiration. Ain't no way I'm gonna throw her under the bus.
I know a lot of people were like, okay, what is this tiny small company that is like, you know...
Zach, welcome to the cute squad. Last stanza, feed stream when? You know I'll invest hella dough to make sure you can get him detailed. What do you mean detailed? Thank you for the 50 last stanza. Wait, is last stanza Canadian too? Thank you. Dude, I have the feet. I do have the feet. Wait, why don't they work anymore? Oh, my hotkey is broken. I had to feed us it. Ors VT, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Thank you, thank you.
Has nothing posted yet and stuff like that. It's because Noah is their global, like, branch side, you know what I'm saying? It's like their global name. And so it looks like they're absolutely nobody. They are not a nobody. But yeah, so that's why it's
okay. That's good.
You know, I thought about it
because we usually judge like VTuber agencies by their Twitter audience size, and they had like very little presence on Twitter. Like, let me check right now. I think it's, yeah, they have 1,000 followers. Like, you look at that and you're like, you know, what could they give Sayu that she doesn't already have? But I guess they do have a lot of budget since they have a 3D studio. So Sayu 3D concert? Hog?
a lot about it before this. So yes, again, we are hoping, you know, yeah. But at the end of the day, a lot of things change, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things change. It was really nice to see that a lot of the Hololive fans understand this as well. That like times change, people change, communities change, you know, and people become more understanding. People become, you know, I mean, ultimately, what's better in life is just for people to get along. I know a lot of people don't care to do that. A lot of people think it's a waste of time. A lot of people don't want to spend time doing it.
I mean, she's right that people change. Generations change. I think the youngest generation don't care as much. There's a whole Hong Kong movement too that happened. And like, one of my I work with Chinese translators. One of them was like, I'm from Hong Kong, I ate the CCP, let me know what you need. He doesn't want to make he was just like, if you ever need any translation, hit me up. If they don't mention it, it's just only fun stuff. Yeah, no, exactly, Blade. Both JP and Ian Phantom worried of another incident like Coco. Everybody's a bit traumatized by that. Hololive does have that antecedent right now, so it might not happen again. I know some of the Hololive VTubers expressed wanting to go back to Bilibili. So it seems that they're going back there of their own volition. They're choosing to go back. They're not being forced to go there. They must think that nothing will happen, and I just hope that nothing will happen as well. They're not very political, you know. They kind of just play games and stuff, so I'm just thinking, what's the worst that could happen? But then again, the last time a huge controversy happened with Kiryu Coco, we also thought it was a tiny innocuous thing, and it blew up into something unprecedented.
That, but you know, it's nice to see the world healing. That is ultimately where it's going. It is a mutual understanding from both sides. Literally, seeing Hololive partner together with, you know, Medishan is them shaking hands and saying, hey, you know, we want to get along. All of us want to get along. You know, the world wants to get along, and it was really nice to see. So, yes, that is why.
When are we getting a concert or karaoke from Rima? I need to record my song for Niana's Bananas concert and prepare the dance for it very soon. I don't know when the concert will happen. And the karaoke, I don't think I'm ready for the karaoke. I need to take more singing classes.
I support that. Yeah. Yeah, enough times passed. It's water under the bridge. Yeah, people get hurt and stuff like that. Like, I get hurt and I got hurt, and it's just whatever. You know? It's all learning experiences, and as long as people can get along, that's what matters. That's what matters. Guys, I'm gonna be
The human mind is incredibly resilient, even through traumatic experience. It's kind of crazy.
fucking honest. I'm gonna be fucking honest. I'm so tired of debuts. I'm so tired of debuts. I've done more than enough debuts in my lifetime. I'm so tired of them, guys. I don't want to do anymore if I have to do one.
Dude, she's had like a lot of new outfits lately. She got the bikini one for summer and then the Halloween one. Now she's getting a new one with Noah. I wonder if she still gets stressed about debuts. Or if she knows exactly what to do, who to commission, who to hit up. Anyway, this was Sayu's Noah announcement, everybody. Go check her out. I wish her the best in her new endeavors. I think everybody just wants the best for Sayu, and they want her to have peace of mind. I think everybody is on the same page there, so, you know, we'll support her wherever she goes. Yeah. Now, I think that's it for VTuber news. Oh no, there's one last one. There's one last VTuber news, a clip that I want to react to. So the other day... Haruka. So the other day I saw this pop up on my page from Haruka Caribou from V Shoujo, and Haruka has been on hiatus and not showing up a lot, not doing tons of content in recently. She's been pretty quiet on social media, and she posted, "I just want to talk about stuff," with a Twitch stream. And here, somebody clipped... Oh, shit.
I've heard a lot.
We're starting over. Somebody clipped the relevant part of that stream, so let's watch it.
God, I'm so nervous, man. I'm very nervous today. It has been 3,000 years. I miss you guys a lot. I guess I can start off by saying I'm sorry for dipping off of the planet again. Without even talking or communicating with y'all. That's a really bad habit of mine. So what do I want to talk about? I guess the reason why I kind of left the planet out of nowhere. This is gonna sound very dramatic. There are a lot of times where you guys ask me, how are you doing? Are you okay? And I'll be honest that no, I'm not doing okay. I am not doing okay. I didn't mean to cry. That's kind of, I think I started crying because I feel like I'm just admitting to myself, everybody, that no, I'm not doing okay, even though I say I'm always okay to everybody. And I feel so bad for lying. I try to really hide that I was okay. I think the first sign is the fact that I wasn't streaming for 3 to 4 months. But even when people asked if I was fine, I was like, oh, I'm doing okay, I'm just vibing. And I feel so sorry for lying. So it's just sort of, I guess it's just me finally admitting that I'm not okay. I was not expecting to do random bursts of crying, and I'm really sorry if that seemed disingenuous or anything, but I'm so sorry if it does come across that way. And I hope, you know, I don't want to make you guys pity me or anything. This is just literally me, because I just feel like I owe you guys all an explanation as to why I haven't been here in 3 to 4 months, because there are a lot. I know I felt so bad. Everyone was always asking when I was gonna stream next, why I'm not streaming, etc. And I just felt worse and worse. So I was like, I owe you guys an explanation as to why. One of the many reasons why I have been inconsistently streaming is I am very severely, extremely burnt out. I don't know what else. There's really not that much self-explanatory with that one. It's just been hard to do things. My brain's not wanting to brain, yeah. And I have this very bad habit of when I feel really shit, like I have been, I think, almost this entire year, I self-isolate quite a lot, hence why I didn't stream this much.
Yeah, there are people with avoidant personalities like this, and when they get anxious, they kind of isolate themselves instead of talking about it with others, and then it kind of builds up, and it grows, and it grows, and it grows, until then you start feeling, and then it turns into something where you end up avoiding your friends more and more because you've been MIA for so long, and it's just a vicious cycle.
That's a really bad habit of mine. I self-isolate very heavily. That's why I've also just kind of not been in collabs less and less, because I just been isolating, and it's really bad. Don't do what I do. It's just been hard to talk to people because of that, because I self-isolate quite a lot. That's kind of one of the main reasons.
Yeah, it's kind of like, let's say I haven't seen my grandmother in a while, then I'll start feeling guilty that I haven't visited my grandmother in a while, so then I'm not gonna do it even more. It's kind of like that cycle. Blade, only downside is no rebranding on the CN branch, aka Hololive China, so yeah. Maybe it's better that way though, Blade. Maybe it's better that way.
Why I wasn't streaming. And again, how do I sound this? How do I say this without like patting myself on the back? I have no way of saying this, but without sounding like I'm patting myself on the back for, wow, you're so good at this. Self-pat? No, because this is something you shouldn't really be self-patting yourself, because I want to think that I'm really good at hiding my feelings. Because there are times where I'll be really upset, and then I'll be doing something and I pretend that everything is fine, because I just really don't want people to worry about my well-being. I don't know, I think I'm the biggest asshole for doing something like that. So I would rather focus on other people than have people focusing on—
Who's that in the video? It's Haruka Karibu from VShoujo. She's one of the oldest members. Well, not the oldest member, but she's been in there for a while. She's just been less active lately.
me, because I really don't want to say that super bad negative thought that entered my brain. But I think you guys know what I'm trying to imply. That's just how I've been feeling, which actually kind of helps with whatchamacallit, segueing into the next point is just how my brain has been doing. My self-confidence is probably very fucking low, extremely low. It was low before, but it's even lower now.
Oh man, I made a Patreon video on talking a little bit about self-confidence yesterday, and talking about that feeling. I guess it is a symptom of depression. That doesn't mean that you're a depressed person, but you might be going through a depression if you're feeling that way. It's like that feeling where nothing interests you anymore and you're passionless about a lot of things. And I was talking about how I got through this bit in my Patreon video. And I even started crying while recording it. I had to cut those bits out. I think I've been very sensitive lately. And I swear it's not the time of the month. I don't know why it's been like that.
Really low. And then you—
But anyway, if you do want to check out the video, check it out on my Patreon.
would get into this vicious cycle
Shameless
in your
self-promo.
brain to where the longer I don't stream, the more I feel guilty about not streaming. However, I cannot get out of bed, so I'm just sad all day. And that's been happening for several months.
Wow.
Yeah, I just been feeling my confidence is very, very shit. And I feel just guilty for not doing any cool shit.
Yeah, I get that
I compare
feeling.
myself a lot, especially to my past self. And it's a bad habit of mine, but I compare myself to others as well. And I'm like, I'm so happy all my friends are doing cool shit. And then I look at myself going, oh, Haruka, you haven't done fucking shit in 2 years ever since you joined VShoujo. Really nice brains, having those kind of feelings. So it's been hard to, stream and stuff because of that. And I've also just been getting increasingly more anxious each time because, to be honest, I'm still recovering from the shittiest year of my life, which is 2023.
Oh.
2023 was probably arguably one of the worst years of my life. It's one of those years where you think bad shit after bad shit after bad shit keeps happening and happening and happening, and you feel like life is really testing you, right? And
I
so
do, Violante.
I've gotten increasingly more sad and very anxious. And I'm still recovering for all the shit of 2023. It was a lot of shit that happened behind the scenes, and I didn't
Many people need a hug right now.
even tell any of my friends that happened. Yeah, lots of shit. I think that's kind of what started happening, I guess. I'm being vague because it's a lot of personal stuff and I don't want to like talk about it because it's all personal stuff. But basically 2023 really fucking sucked and I'm still recovering from all the shit that happened to me. I'm okay now. Mentally I'm not, but my feet are on the ground and that's good enough, you know? But yeah, it was just hard getting back into streaming, especially around 2023 when a lot of personal stuff was happening to me. And then I just, over time, I started streaming less and less. And then the brain goblins got worse and worse and worse. The terrible, vicious cycle of not doing cool stuff. I haven't streamed. I'm letting people down, etc, etc, etc. Like first getting sick at the beginning of the year. That was a nice way to start at the beginning of the year, wasn't it? Bronchitis really fucked me up, bro. Holy. I'm sorry if this is TMI, but there were times, I swear, I'm sorry, this will be TMI. There were times during stream I would mute myself because I was coughing so goddamn much. And I will have to throw up in the toilet because I was coughing so much. But because I threw up so much, I felt fine and I continued streaming. So bronchitis really fucked me up, dude. I don't know how the fuck I still have my lungs to this day. Really fucking sucked. I think that was the sickness.
Wow.
Having that and COVID too was probably the worst sickness I've ever felt. I really don't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, my sister also had something like that and it was awful.
Holy. Recovering bronchitis and getting COVID and then healing from it, but then bronchitis stays around. Holy, that
it
sucked.
fucks your lungs and throat
and
up.
I'm still, I guess, recovering from that. Still, it was really such a really fucking awful year, and that's kind of the reason why I haven't been streaming much as well. Now I have another bullet point. I'm a little, I might cry from this bullet point because, this is vulnerable stuff, and this is where I want to preface or disclaimer, that these are my own feelings. Everyone is wonderful. I love my friends a lot. I just want to let you guys know that they're all wonderful people, right? It's just my feelings and stuff. And that's why I was letting people, that's why I was like, hey Ken, can you let everybody in Bishoujo know about the stuff I'm gonna talk about? Because I'm really worried that it might look bad on them, and I really don't want this to look bad on them because I love them with all my heart. Because this is literally a me problem and it's my own feelings kind of problem. So I'm really nailing it in y'all's head that they're all very wonderful people. But the thing I talked about earlier about comparing myself, yeah, I was doing that quite a lot, comparing myself a lot. And unfortunately I've been comparing myself a lot with everybody else in Bishoujo, with all my friends in Bishoujo. I'm very—
That's tough competition because everybody's like a mighty content creator in that agency.
very proud of everybody in Bishoujo. I really am. I like watching all their cool stuff. I get so proud, honestly. And because of that, shit, like, sorry. I wrote this down because this is one of the main bullet points I want to talk about. Because it affected me a lot mentally. And that's why I'm trying to say that I'm scared of saying this out loud. Because I keep comparing myself a lot, especially to all my friends in Bishoujo. I felt I was very inadequate as a VTuber and a content creator as a whole, and I felt like I didn't really deserve to be in Bishoujo. I felt
so imposter syndrome.
I was holding them back in a way. I really did, because I wasn't doing cool projects or hanging out with the community or doing extravagant things or even just existing. I felt like I didn't really deserve to be shoujo or even to be in this position. That really ate me a lot. I'm not very talented at singing or not very entertaining or anything like that. I'm just a little guy. And I'm just going, I don't know how the fuck they accepted me to be shoujo.
Oh man.
Oh, the bad feelings are really coming out now.
I think she's an amazing content creator. Of course she got accepted with VShoujo. I think she deserves everything as well. And I think Maybe she doesn't have, the loud personality or the, super energetic kind, but she's maybe more so like cozy or quiet demeanor like Ina is. Yeah, she has a down-to-earth personality and people can relate to that. She says, I'm just a little guy, and I think people like that. People can relate to that. Bamboozler raid? I got bamboozled in here. What's up? What's up, raiders? Hello, welcome everybody. Yuria, happy affiliate stream. Oh my god, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. What were you guys doing? I hope you enjoy your stay here. We're going to be learning about how animes are made in a bit. We're going to watch a bunch of videos about animes and mangas and also the ongoing problems in that industry. Right now, we're just catching up on some VTuber announcement. Mainly, we're watching a clip of the VTuber from VShoujo, Haruka, who's talking about why she's been struggling with content creation lately and why she hasn't been streaming a lot lately.
And so, because of this year, with me not streaming much, I just felt like, God, I don't think I even should be even collabs because I'm not even doing anything.
What do you mean? No.
I felt guilty. I felt bad. I felt like I didn't deserve to be in VShoujo because I'm.
Thank you so much, Yuria, and I hope you. Thank you so much, everybody. Go check out our stream. Honestly, thank you for the raid, guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay here. You guys were killing unicorns. What the hell? Is that a game?
Not consistent. And the reason why I put that down because that really fucking ate me a lot on the inside. I want to say more, but it's really negative things, and I'm trying to not be super negative. And that's why I'm saying that I love all the girls and Kudo. All the girls. I love them all so much and I'm so happy that they're thriving. But I feel like that I was a dead weight.
No.
That makes sense. Because I'm not doing anything. And I felt like I didn't really deserve to be in VShoujo because I promised myself I would do all these great things. And then 2023 happened. And then 2024. That thought alone really hated my guilt feeling and my self-confidence. That's why I wrote that down as a bullet point because that thought really fucks me over. But that's why I was saying that this is not anyone's fault. This is literally just because I'm my own stupid brain golems that really fucked me over. So yeah, I compare myself too much and I'm an idiot for doing that. Don't be like me. I still view myself as just a guy. And I don't know, I still think I'm very inadequate for this. I'm hoping it'll pass at some point. I don't know. I'm just a very negative person and I try and keep that hidden. That's just basically the gist of it. And then my last bullet point, I still feel extremely guilty about it, but I just wanted to apologize once again for not tuning the subathon. I'm still trying to think of ways to make up for the hours. I was thinking, this is not set in stone, this is me just thinking out of the top of my head. I was thinking maybe once I'm back up to speed, I don't know when, I could stream like 12 hours every day to make up the hours at least. Because I still feel pretty bad about the guilty feeling. That adds to the guilty feeling of, that kind of thing. But I want to at least, make it up to you guys with that, so.
Yeah, imposter syndrome is a bitch.
But I want to figure that out. I hope I was able to explain everything clearly. Just again, another apology to all my friends who are watching that I'm sorry I didn't open up. I am very terrible at that. Because I would rather focus on you than you focus on me. So I don't like making people worry about a little on me. So yeah, I don't know what else to really say. Just once again, I love VShoujo with all my heart. I really do. I love all my friends. It's just me being a dumb idiot thinking these stupid things, and I just got worried that my being open about my feelings, I don't want to cause any trouble. That's why I was really heavily on Disclaimer.
Because
I was really fucking nervous for this.
yeah, because people like take these news and run with it. They're like, there's trouble in V Shoujo and blah blah blah.
So I'm really bad at being vulnerable and opening up. I really am. I was shitting myself. I was on Kamamon earlier because I needed a distraction. Because I was so fucking nervous about this whole thing. I really am hoping that maybe even talking to you guys about this will help me move on, maybe, from all this stuff. I'm not sure if it would be a big impact for myself or not. I'm hoping at least there will be some impact where I could go back to how I was 4 years ago. If that makes sense. This is also going to be really incredibly cheesy. There's a song that even in my youth that I heavily related to. I won't play it obviously because I want to just vibe to this kind of song, but there's a song that I really heavily relate to, and it's it's a vocalized song. Holy shit, what gives? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. I guess I could pin the link of the music video if you guys want to watch, but yeah, the song is Period, and it's basically just a clown that likes to make jokes and silly things to make people laugh and not having people kind of worrying about them. And I always cry listening to this song because it fucking hurts my heart, because it's literally, I relate to that song so much. It's literally most of my life. Which sucks. Don't do what I do. Don't do what I do. It's awful. It's so shit. Don't do what I do. I can see you chat now. Hello. I'm so sorry if I missed any messages. I really wanted to focus on my feelings and stuff. I'm sorry for ignoring you guys to talk about myself. Man, why do I still do jokes even now? Man, god damn
I don't
it.
know that song.
I really don't want to say that I want to try and be consistent again. I don't know. I don't want to promise you guys anything, especially with my mental state. Because I've always been like, I'm gonna try and be consistent with streaming. Now I do it for a week and then shit hits the fan. And I'm sad. So, I'm sorry for being very inconsistent. And if I do stream, I'm not quitting. God forbid, I'm not quitting. I love this shit way too much. I love hanging out with you guys too much, despite me
I
hating
keep pressing
myself.
on a
I
key
love
that's
you guys
making
a lot.
my computer make a sound. Sorry, I'm trying to fix it.
Very platonically and not parasocially. Huzzah! I just want to let you guys know, to anyone who's wearing, I'm not quitting. I'm just a fucking idiot. Huzzah!
Yeah, she is Canadian. Like me.
I just want to reassure you guys. I saw there were people going, oh, I was getting worried about the death flags you're giving us. Death flags as in the forbidden word graduation, but guys, if I graduate,
Yes, I also got the graduation jump scared when I saw her tweet and I saw people replying to it, and they were like, I'll always be there for you if you need anything and all of that. You've accomplished so much. I was like, wait, is she graduating? What's this about?
I'm fucked. I don't have a college degree. I'm fucked, guys. I gotta stay. I have nothing left. I'm gonna be 30 next year. I'm actually fucked. I can't graduate now. I'm fucked, guys. Bruh. You expect me to work at a 9-to-5 job? I'd be like, hello, chat. And it's some old lady going, oh, hello. I'd be like, oh shit, right. An old lady. That'll be $50, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I know I'm crying, and now here I'm doing humor. Humor's my coping mechanism. It really is. I'm sorry if this is disingenuous. Jesus Christ. I can't be. I hate myself sometimes, man. Just marry R.
Once you work freelance, you don't see yourself working in a 9 to 5 job anymore. Even though it would be maybe more consistent money or more security, I just don't think I'm made out for it. Also, I think making people wake up and be at work at 8 is criminal. It should be a criminal offense. No one should be awake at this time. No one, okay? No. No! No!
Ari, honestly, yeah. That's how I'll solve my problems. I just gotta marry Ari, you're right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, just once again, I'm sorry to all my friends that I lied saying that I was okay. I'm not okay. But, yeah. I don't know if this is a huge relief or not. I feel like I'm running on adrenaline right now. I think I actually will probably...
No, in school, I had to be in class at 8, and I was always late. I was always late. We were the worst. My family, we were the worst to sticking to schedule. And I was always like...
Thank you for the super chat, this one.
Oh, thank you for the super chat. I'll read it in a sec. I was always like the little... I'm like that anime that's like running late to school. And when you get there, the teacher would close the door so you couldn't come in if you were late. If you were more than 10 minutes late, they wouldn't let you in. And I was like, no! And I had to wait outside of the class till it was over in shame. Thank you for the resub, Damien. Oh, you'd rather start early work and then be back home at 3 p.m.? Oh, I've been to work at 4 a.m. sometimes. My job can have very irregular schedule. Sometimes they call you in at 3 a.m. Sometimes they call you in at 5 a.m. Sometimes at 4:30 a.m. And you don't get out till way later. Way later. And I hate it. I hate it every time. For some reason you have more energy when you wake up early, but I still hate it. Rima will save us with sweeping labor reforms when she takes control. Yes, I will, Flora Nova. That's going to be my first act as the, president of the world. Yes, absolutely. When you wake up early to go to work, you're like really awake in the first few hours. Then after lunch, it hits you so hard. Everybody starts dozing off. And then around like, if it drags on to very late at night, like it does when I have contracts sometimes, I'll get like kind of tired, and then when it's time to go back home, suddenly I am the most energetic person ever on my way, like on my drive back home. I am singing, I'm dancing in the car, you know, I'm vibing, and then I get home and I can't sleep anymore. It's like, what the fuck? It's so annoying.
I cry when I end stream. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, before I got sidetracked, when I let you guys know when I stream, I'm probably just gonna be a PNG little guy, if that's alright.
Does she feel more comfort being a PNG? Because you don't... TBH, you do have to stand a certain way when you're doing the face tracking VTuber. Like, especially with how precise the trackings are now, so she might feel more comfortable being a PNG. Like, I can't totally slump in my chair and stuff, or it's gonna show on my model.
I don't know how to really explain this. I don't know how to really explain this other than going, I feel like I don't really deserve to be in my model, or I feel like the current me doesn't fit my model, if that makes sense. Because I feel like a really small little guy. You know, the Fugi. Everyone's so used to the Fugi. I feel like I'm just a really little guy. It sucks because, for example, you know, I'm the kind of person that listens to music based on my mood. Like, if I'm really sad, I can't tolerate really happy music. It just, I don't know. Yeah. So that's kind of why the whole setup is like, I can't really be in the happy-go-lucky forest background, very happy, energetic self. I'm just a little guy. PNG guy.
I work from 7 to 7. I wake up at 4:40 a.m. See, that should be illegal. If you vote for me, I will make sure no one will have to wake up before 10 forever. It should be like Europe. Everybody works from like 10 to 2 p.m. and then take the rest of the day off. Fuck it.
You know how it is, right? I think that's kind of the cool thing with being creative, is expressing yourself. Wow, wow, Haru. You fucking figured out what being creative is like, man. It's like you so stupid. Wow. No shit, Haru. That's what being creative is all about, you dumb fuck. It's expressing your feelings, you stupid bitch. No way. Wow. I figured it out, guys. You understand what I mean, right, guys? Be nice to her. We love her. I'll try and be nice, I suppose. I'll try. But yeah, yeah. So that's also kind of why, thanks to Useless and Short Advance, I wanted a PNG that kind of fit the mood that I'm in, and he drew up this little guy. I didn't want her to be too sad, so I asked for a little smile, because, I don't know, I guess even when I'm sad, I still like to make people laugh. I don't know, man. I'm just a little guy. I think that's all I really want to talk about. I think. I guess by talking this all out, I can hope that maybe I can move on from my brain goblins. Even if it isn't an instant impact, I'm hoping it'll be like a slow, over time, step-by-step kind of thing, you know? I don't know, because this shit has really been eating at me for...
Jeez.
I think it's been eating at me for almost a year and a half now. Time to go see a therapist. That's what I'm actually doing right now. I just started, so we're gonna see how that goes. I was like, fuck, man, I need help. So,
yeah.
I'm starting to see one.
Damn, it
I'm
seems
learning
that
more about myself.
It seems that it's really bad. And it's been going on for more than a year. But when you're depressed, you don't realize how bad you are. Until sometimes you're out of it, even.
So, even though I just started, I went to a therapist that also helps with, like, neurodivergency, too. So it's really been kind of like an enlightening experience, even though I just started. I think it'll definitely be a long journey for sure, but I'm pretty sure I think it will help in the long run for sure. There's a lot of shit that I'm learning that the shit that I do is because I'm autistic, and it's really fucking weird to realize that. You know what I mean? Because, like, I say this all the time.
Oh, she tried to do a subathon and then got sick. She probably feels a lot of guilt about that still. Yeah, dude, it does feel guilty when you don't complete your subathon rewards. I still gotta finish a couple of mine. I've done most of it. I still need to do the mod apology. I will do all of them, I swear. I will do all of them.
I mean, I even said this to my
Shut
therapist.
up, mods. Shut up.
Being thrown that I'm autistic all the time in my youth. But I think it's now that I'm finally acknowledging that I'm autistic. Does that make sense? Like, I was talking to her about my low motivation and all that stuff, and she's saying it's because of the autism, and I'm like, holy fuck, there's an answer to that as to why I'm like this? Even though I'm diagnosed as a baby? There's an answer for this, right? It's crazy. So was I in denial? I think internally I was.
I think what's her therapist gonna tell her? Well, one of the advice that they're gonna give her is probably that for people that judge themselves really harshly or compare themselves to other people or make themselves feel guilty all the time, it's going to be something along the lines of, when you are harsh with yourself, you're kind of talking to your inner child. And think of it, how would you talk to a child? You wouldn't tell them, you wouldn't reason with a child with logic, right? Because they don't understand things that way. You'd be nice to them, you'd be soft to them. And that's kind of how, if you're doing the guilt tripping thing, or if you're being very harsh on yourself, you have to ask yourself, like, would I say that to myself if I was like a kid, or would you say that to another kid that you don't know? You probably wouldn't. You'd be like, it's okay, sweetie, you're trying your best. And I don't do the whole I'm not a very motherly person. Like, if somebody has a problem, they come to me, I'm just like, oh, you know, shake it off and you'll be fine. You know, I do the tough love thing usually. But in that case, I do think it's a very good advice. And I do think that sometimes we speak to ourselves in ways that are very harsh, and you're talking to that side of you that's very sensitive, so you can't talk to it the same way you would just reason with somebody. I would talk shit to a child. I don't talk shit to a child. If they do something, like the other day I was boating with some children, they were throwing like cereals everywhere on the floor. And I tricked them. I tricked them. I told them we were playing a game where we had to collect the most cereals from the floor, and they all started picking it up. They thought it was part of a game. We had a lot of fun, actually. Yeah, no coddling from Rima, I'm sorry. I don't know how to do it. It's just not my style. It's just not my style. There's tons of channel that do the coddling thing. With both, you know, with all kinds of leaning and different values. So, it's just not gonna be that kind of channel here, unfortunately.
I think I still am. I don't know how to really explain this, but it's something that I'm used to and something I still don't understand about myself. That I'm somewhat low-key. I don't want to say low-key because I still want to think I'm normal, and I try to act like I'm normal, and I get very upset.
Thank you, guy.
That I'm not normal. That I'm not getting the right thing correctly the first try, or you know, how a lot of neurotypical people can do this thing easy and I'm having troubles with it. Yeah. So in a way, I want to think that I am. That's because it's just something that I'm used to, having that term thrown around most of my life. It's my norm. I really don't know how to explain this, honestly. But do you understand what I mean? I feel like deep down I was in denial and trying to fight this side of myself for so long and trying to see if I can improve. But what I really should be doing is working with it, not against it. And that's what I've been doing all my life, is working against it. Hard to explain, but I hope you understand. Bye, guys. Once again, I just thank you. Honestly, that's all I have to say. Just thank you. Thank you for listening and being understanding. I guess you guys don't stink today. I love you guys. I really do. I
hope it helps to talk about it like that.
Well, this is...
What is this? Oh no, it's a Bleach thing, but I'm afraid of spoilers right now, so I'm probably not gonna watch this. But yeah, this was the clip of Haruka Karibu. This is why she hasn't been streaming lately. She offered a lot of insight on her life, a lot of things I didn't know about. I hope she feels better. Okay, let's get into the anime content now.
So anime is a genre of Japanese animation. It's an absolutely huge industry and it's growing larger to this day. Obviously most anime, if not all anime, is beautiful, with some shining above some others.
So pretty. Ooh.
But how does anime even get created? Like, who draws it and how do they color it? It seems like a really tough job. Don't worry.
Yeah, I really always wondered how they were done. I have this dream of making an anime. I've been thinking about the story for a while. So, yeah, I wanted to learn more about it. As someone with low-functioning autistic family members, it kind of bothers me that it become common for people to claim they're autistic on the spectrum. If they're not diagnosed, it's annoying, but it seems like she is diagnosed and she is actually autistic or on the spectrum. And she's not doing the thing where... For me, what I hate is when they... it's an excuse for everything and to not get better. It's like, oh, well, I can't be that way. I can't do this because I am XYZ. But then they never take any measures to get better. I don't like that. But she is taking measures to try to get better. And she hasn't really... She's not using it as a trump card, MO. It felt really genuine. Alright, back to the anime. Editor, remove that part out of this reaction video and paste it in the Hakura part.
I'll explain everything in this video. And don't forget to subscribe if you enjoy. Anyways, let's get into it. The process of animating anime is definitely a process. It's one of the harder, if not hardest.
Yeah, because before, I guess they weren't digital. Now they're digital. I wonder if that made it faster. How many people are working in anime? How many people are working in a manga too? That's also one thing I'm wondering about.
Forms of animation in the world. Simply put, Japanese animators have a lot of talent. Comparing American cartoons to anime lets you know what I'm getting at. The very beginning of the animation process starts with everything but the actual animating part. The anime production company like Viz Media or Toho Animation will put up money for the initial animating process. They'll also take care of the costs that come from airing the show and distributing it to other countries. The actual animation studio will...
No, absolutely snow and surf. I was gonna say snow and turf. Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree with you. Digital makes anime and manga a lot faster because there's no manual painting. It's like what, paint bucket tool? I will use this shade of gray. I don't know if I'll talk about this now. Maybe later, because we will talk about Mappa Studio.
Will do the animating, obviously, along with paying staff and some other requirements beforehand. The studio and producers will assemble their team and get to work. Teams in anime typically consist of full-time employees or freelance animators and a...
I gotta say, working on my lore animation video, I didn't know it would entail so much work, and it was, what, a 2-minute animation that we did? And it almost didn't even arrive on time. So it was a lot of decisions that I had to take. I kind of like didn't expect the amount of work it would require, not gonna lie. But I've learned a lot from it.
A few full-timers. You've probably heard of storyboarding. This is usually the first step in creating an anime. The director and some other people who specialize in storyboarding will put it all...
It's crazy because storyboarders in animes, it seems like they don't earn that much. But I've talked to a video director, and he said that storyboarders for like advertising or like movies or TV shows, they are extremely well paid. So if some of you draw well here, I think you know what to do. Try to get one of those jobs.
Together, and scriptwriters will create the script. More times than not, the studio will start animating way before the entire storyboard is done for a set episode. Just because
crazy.
Animation's hard and it's time consuming. There will be many...
Yeah, they made us do that too. And I didn't really like that for my lore animation video. They started animating even though the whole storyboard wasn't ready. And I was like... Because they were like, we're short on time, so we need to do this. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not the professional here, so you do you. But I was like, that makes it so you can't see the full story together. So you don't know if it's going to be fluid, if it's going to be seamless. So it can lead to some errors. But it seems like animes, they're always under such short deadlines.
Rough sketches and other drawings before the animation's finalized that directors and other specialists will look over. They'll decide how the camera moves through a given scene and where the characters need to be positioned. Once that's all said and done, key animators will start drawing the characters with other younger animators filling in the gaps between keys by drawing the movement. Basically, a key animation is the drawing that sits on the screen, which is an important one because we take a lot of time looking at this. The newer animators draw the movement because we see these frames for a lot less time, so the quality doesn't really mean as much. There are some scenes...
Bro, there is legit... I was rewatching Naruto a few months ago, and there's legit like this scene where Naruto and Sasuke are dueling, I think for the first time. And that scene is like drawn like it's 2 bits quality. It was the most flat colors, simplest shapes ever. Like you could tell the quality really went down for these scenes because it was so resource intensive because of all the movement it required.
Scenes in anime that probably use key animators drawing all the sequences just because every frame is important. The whole animating process is definitely the longest out of everything that goes into creating an anime. For some smaller studios, or for studios with newer animators, they could see many nights where employees sleep over at the building.
That's
Even
crazy.
with larger companies that animate, this concept is not foreign. Animating is ridiculously hard.
I'm totally against that. Like, I'm totally against corporations. I hate that about 9-to-5 job. I have a lot of friends that work 9 to 5. They work overtime and they don't get paid overtime. Like, I get that it's a thing with freelancing. That's something we've always had to deal with. But why is it a thing with corporate office jobs? It's so annoying that it's the norm. It's the norm. You can't even complain about it. It's just expected from you. You get your annual salary, and it doesn't matter if you've worked 30% more than that, double the amount, doesn't matter.
If you watch a beautiful anime, just remember how hard the animators worked on it. Back in the day, special background artists would watercolor paint the backgrounds for anime on an actual sheet of paper, but newer shows will usually digitally create their background with maybe a few exceptions. All drawing in anime gets revised before production and color, just to ensure quality and frame consistency. After the drawings are finalized and revised, color artists from a studio's coloring team digitalize, color, and clean up the animation. The process of coloring frames in anime proves to be a difficult task, much like animating the actual anime. They'll fill in the black, then skin, clothes, hair, eyes, then shade the whole character, and this process is repeated a lot. I'm sure they have ways to digitally color in an easier way that helps make it less monotonous. Once everything's animated and colored, an effects team will take hold of the anime and add little things that make a lot of difference in the end, like the shining of a sword or smoke on a cigar. The voice actors will then do their work, which can take a long time, but is probably—
Wait, I thought the voice acting was done first. I heard the voice acting was done first.
the most fun part in producing anime. And after everything is revised and revised again and finalized, they'll set up a date for broadcast if said anime is airing on TV, or they'll just say a release date wherever it's being shown. Some animes and anime movies can take years to make, just depending on what the anime is and the requirements for animation quality. Animators have a really tough job, but they're creating some of the best works in history, so I hope all the work is worth what they get.
It's never done first for 2D stuff? VA is mostly done first, they're using motion capture. For my lore animation video, they made me do the VA first. Yeah, but dubbing is... They said it was easier for them to sync the drawings to me instead of making it and then adjusting it to the voice.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. That's a basic understanding of the animation process. Leave a comment, and as always, thanks for watching.
Thank you, Kuro. Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that.
Crunchyroll is receiving record-breaking...
But yeah, this is how anime is animated. Thank you for the video, Sayoran. Alright, so I think I've told a couple people about me. I've been getting into anime again and mangas. I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I finished the 2 seasons. I watched a movie. But I gotta say that there is one thing that sours my experience a little bit. And it's been seeing Mappa Studio on the credit scene whenever I watch this anime, knowing the controversies they've been in. And I want to pull up some stuff. So there is this one scene, there's one episode in JJK that was really applauded. And there is going to be a little bit of spoilers here, so you have time to pause the video or the stream if you don't want to hear it. but it's basically a fight scene between Sukuna and Mahogara or something. I can't really remember. And there's one of the animators that worked on this. It's a French, like, freelance dude. He was in charge of this episode. And that episode was applauded everywhere because the fight scene was crazy. It was very fluid. It was very fast-paced. His name is Chanzar Vincent. And like, this is how they did some watercolor scenes, like, real quick to see how the fight would play out and stuff like that. Was he on Trash Taste? Mahoraga? Yeah. And I think after doing this episode, he said he was never gonna work with Mappa Studio again. He worked with them because I think his senpai was working there, or the guy that's making JJK asked him to join the team because they needed his help. Oh, there we go. I found one of his tweets. That's the Jenga he did for it. Look how crazy the animation is. You know, and everybody, when that episode aired, everybody on Twitter was celebrating it. They were like, they're so fucking good. This is amazing and stuff. And then some animators came out that worked on the episode, and they said this was only 30% of what it was supposed to look like. 30%. Like, no matter how people loved it so much, but it could have been 70% better. Because they were on such tight deadlines. They asked the executive officers, the suits, for a time extension, and they refused to give it to them. And then I also have my qualms with the movie. I felt like something was up with the movie. I've watched enough TV shows and movies in my life. Like, I really like telling stories. That's my thing. I love telling good story, and I felt like story-wise, the movie, it didn't hit all the marks for me. I still enjoyed it and stuff, but I thought it could have been so much better, and I was like wondering if they ran out of time or they ran out of resources. And I have a video coming on it soon on my second channel, and then I found out that actually they did run out of resources because there is they had to do this JJK movie in a record time. They only had 4 months to make the entire movie, and it just explains everything. And it's the same problem that's happening with House of Dragon right now. And I really get upset when the studio is not giving the resources or the tools to create something up to the expectations. And now, I'm not saying it's bad or something like that. People still will love it, but it could have been even better. Yeah, 4 months to animate an entire movie. I'm pretty sure, like, Marine's latest music video, that's only a few minutes in length, took 7 months. I sourced more things here. This is all Mappa animators. This came out last year. I didn't think so much of the previous work I did, but I'm deeply offended that the good parts of the current ones are being praised in the name of the company. He's talking about Mappa. The people who should be praised are the outside contractors, the director who moved around to gather people, and the production, filming, and other departments within the company that are holding their ground. So the first few episodes of the season, they had a normal like credit list with not a lot of people working on it. Then they realized that they weren't going to make it like that, and the director scrambled to get a team together. He hired so many other freelancers just to make the deadlines happen. There's a lot of animators that were brought on for the last few episodes of the series. They were also really animation intensive because there was a lot of battles that went on. This animator also tweeted, "Oh, Arita, like it's over." This one said, "Bad news came in and the situation rapidly deteriorated. The most boring ending I couldn't take of. Oh well, the festival is over. The festival is over." This animator revealed that there is one scene where somebody's being thrown into a building as part of a fight and the office gets destroyed, and they based the blueprint on the Mappa, the Mappa studio. It's some kind of projection, like as you wish a supernatural fight would happen and destroy your workplace. This I've showed you guys. And this guy, Vincent Chazard, he works on like very iconic scenes. He's worked on, I haven't gotten to that part in One Piece yet, but he's apparently edited or animated. I have so many bookmarks. He's animated some of the greatest fight scenes in One Piece, like some of the most iconic ones. So anyway, that was my little tidbit on Mappa Studio, but we're gonna see some video on it now. I've added so many videos to my list.
Excruciating workdays, nearly zero free time, and for most manga authors, not enough to live off of. It's no secret that the anime industry is a harsh work environment, and even that doesn't get the coverage it deserves, but there is a portion of that process that gets even less coverage than the others. The people who oftentimes create the source material. Weekly Shonen Jump, Weekly Shonen Magazine, Weekly Young Jump, Weekly Young Magazine, and so many more. The most popular magazines in the industry operate on a weekly release schedule, with Weekly Shonen Jump being the biggest of them all. It is no coincidence, of course, that some of the most popular stories of horrible mangaka health come from this.
I would recommend stick figure animation. Some of them are better than most anime, but I love the anime style. That's like one of the big appeals of it for me.
Magazine either. You see, making a chapter of a manga every single week is not easy in the slightest. Let's take this author's schedule for example. This is the schedule of mangaka Shibashi Hiroshi for an unspecified week. On Monday, the day the magazine goes on sale, Hiroshi storyboarded from 12 AM to 5 AM. 5 hours of continuous work, and after that, he would sleep from 6 to 7, and then eat breakfast at 8. He would then continue storyboarding from 9 AM to 6 PM, and he would only stop because he has an editor meeting from 7 to 8 PM. After that, he would immediately jump back onto storyboarding from 9 PM to 11 PM. You may notice on Monday, he didn't eat lunch or dinner. He sacrificed his sleep and starved himself to make sure he could meet deadlines. Also, I said he storyboards until 11 PM, but that isn't because he goes to bed. That's because it carries over into Tuesday, where he continues to work on the storyboard until 5 in the morning, before attending another editor meeting until 7. Hiroshi has now been up for 24 hours purely storyboarding, eating only a single time. He is more or less presented with no choice, as the day after the magazine goes on sale, the storyboard is due for the following chapter. After his editor meeting,
Dude, it's crazy because it's weekly. It's a weekly chapter. You have to draw so much, and if you're the guy running the show, how can you explain to somebody what's in your head? You're probably the only person that can lay down the ground foundation of it. I don't know how they segment it in other places. Maybe this guy likes to be more in control. I don't know.
He gets some much needed sleep from 8 AM to 2 PM, where he then goes to lunch and gets back home, only to have to continue to work into the night, this time on a color illustration. Don't forget, mangaka don't only work on the chapter itself. They need to make volume covers, color pages, magazine covers, sometimes popularity polls, or any other art requested from the publisher, like for anime adaptations. He continues working until around 2 in the morning, and then he sleeps till 9. And this is when the schedule becomes a consistent 5 hours of sleep. skipping lunch and working purely on the manuscript until Friday, the manuscript being the final chapter. Doing absolutely, literally, nothing else for 3 entire days. He works on the manuscript into Saturday morning, the day it is due. Sleeping until 2 p.m. again, and then skipping breakfast and dinner so we can enjoy the only 3 hours of free time he gets over the entire week. After those 3 hours are up, he has to submit the manuscript, attend more storyboard meetings, and immediately come up with a scenario to start storyboarding. Finally, on Sunday, he gets up at 9 a.m., skips lunch and dinner to solely work on the storyboard, repeat for probably years. Now, the average amount of sleep for someone this age is around 7 to 9 hours per night, and the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute has found links between sleep deficiency and many chronic health problems.
Yes. I remember reading a quote from a business mogul. The ones from New York, fuck, what is it? I can't remember his name. Owns big company. I'm blanking on the name right now. But he said that he used to have like this grind set mentality where he felt like if he stayed up longer, if he worked more than others, even if it's like 1 hour or 2 hours, that he would have an edge on people, a competitive edge. So he didn't sleep much every night. He slept like just maybe 2 hours per night. But he says in hindsight, now that we know more and there's more research about what the lack of sleep can do, and his father's dealing with Alzheimer, the problem is it can lead to a lot of brain problems later on in your life. And he says, like, in hindsight, it wasn't worth it at all, because you pay for this with interest later on in your life. You should check Bakuman Rima. It's a look behind the curtains of the manga industry without holding any punch. That's the anime. Watch KJ's Final Ride and you may understand. What is KJ Final's Ride? Is that the stick figure anime you were talking about? Nice, got you live. When you next on Artcast? Hi, Sero. I was supposed to go next week, but I have a sponsored stream unfortunately scheduled there, so I had to cancel, but I'll be there next week. They're thinking of having me monthly there because they like me, yay! And I like talking to them too, funny guys. So I'll probably just be there the Saturday after that.
Including heart disease, kidney disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, obesity, and depression. And this doesn't even cover the amount of skipped meals the author had throughout the week. And going off of research done by the University of Louisville,
somebody needs to bring him a sandwich.
Causes the body to lower its metabolism, which can lead to weight gain, leaves you with little energy, and can cause headaches or make you feel weak and shaky. This also doesn't even cover the massive amounts of overwork present in the schedule, which is linked to an increased risk of cardiovascular disease and has a higher risk of stroke. Death from overwork is common enough in Japan that they have a specific term for it, karoshi. In 2013, a young worker in Japan clocked 159 hours of overtime in a month. And then she died. Japan has a huge problem with unpaid overtime, and that harsh work culture can be felt by examining the state of many of your favorite manga authors. Tite Kubo, the author of the wildly popular Bleach, is one example.
Yeah.
Quote, the one thing Kubo noticed after the serialization ended was how sick he felt. He said, I thought I could finally take a break, but something was wrong. I went to the hospital, where it turned out I had a torn shoulder tendon and such.
No way!
Kubo isn't even close to the only big-name author that struggled with health issues, but Yoshihiro Togashi, the author of Hunter x Hunter, is a very notable case that some of you...
is that... Dude, there's one thing I heard about Hunter x Hunter, and I know this because of the video I made on Roa, you know, that girl from Niji Sanji, is that series goes on hiatus frequently, but then Taiga told me on Twitter that it's finished and I should really watch it.
You are likely already familiar with, as the series has been on hiatus for quite some time due to the author's poor health, releasing chapters intermittently. He would often leave author comments in the magazine about being bedridden, or having to crawl on all fours to move around, going to the hospital for severe back pains, or not being able to move his body. In 2022, he said he has been unable to sit in a chair for 2 years, talking about how he couldn't get into a position to wipe his own ass and had to take a shower every time he went to the bathroom. It would take 3 to 5 times longer for him to do everyday movements.
Eliza! Thank you so much for the resub! Eliza! How are you doing? Oh, you got the pink Sailor Moon badge now! This is one of my favorite versions of the badge. That really scares me because I've been sleeping on a bad mattress for a while. And I am very afraid. I always sleep diagonally in my mattress because it is like sinking in the middle. And because it's a very old mattress and it's like it has springs and the springs are just like getting weaker with time. That freaks me out, bro. I need to buy that mattress ASAP. What am I doing buying other things? I need to just save up and buy a new mattress. This is going to this freaks me out. This makes me paranoid. I'm messaging my dad right now. I got recommended a mattress at Costco. I gotta look into it.
Eiichiro Oda, author of One Piece, who was often touted as, a beast because he could always
No more
release
marine
chapters
merch.
weekly. He really doesn't take breaks. Also has his own horror story to tell. On a TV show in January 2019, a comedian visited his studio to speak with him, and in it, we learned that Oda goes to bed at 9 AM and wakes up at 12 PM, with his assistants following a marginally better sleep schedule. Oda often skips meals for a few days to concentrate on his work, suffering from moderate diabetes and gout from spending too much time in a chair. There are countless examples of mangaka talking about their horrid work schedules, leaving them with nearly no time of their own, skipping meals and depriving themselves of sleep. You're being overworked to meet deadlines, and sometimes your editors can be straight up abusive. There are two stories that I can find on this, one from 2014 and one from 2022.
Yeah.
In 2014...
I think there's some videos about Mappa Studio later, so maybe we can talk about them separately later on. But a lot of the stuff, because I did do some research before the stream, I looked at some articles, and a lot of them cite like coercive work environment. Is it, when we do research about like black companies and like bad VTuber companies environment, that's what it sounds like when I read stories about these anime studios.
Mangaka Yu Watase talked about having headaches or feeling overwhelmed after staying up all night to hand in pages early in the morning, only to have the editor berate her and throw them back in her face to do a complete redraw of the chapter. She described the editor as bulldozing her ideas to make room for his own, telling her to draw it exactly the way he tells her. It was reported this editor treated everyone in a similar manner.
But I don't understand how this can even happen. Like, aren't the sketches approved and stuff before you color them and all of that? Like, every stage there should be an approval. And if it's approved, then fuck you. You want me to remake it? Sure, I'll do it. But you gotta pay me. That wasn't part of the original agreement. No.
Manner, and some authors were forced to give in because if they did not give in to his demands, their layouts would not be approved, and their deadlines would be missed. In 2022, a Twitter user claimed to be a manga artist drew a small comic talking about the abuse they had received from the editorial department of a magazine. The editor called their art shit, saying it would lower the standard of
Mangas don't work like that. Shit, when I did the lore animation video, I approved everything, every single thing before they continued. I think it's better that way because I don't like when people are wasting their time, they feel like they have to redo it. It's better to just ask if you are doing it properly before continuing.
Magazine were published. They would be called a low-level artist and drew this Twitter comic to highlight the abusiveness of the workplace. They also went on to state that they were not paid a manuscript fee. Pay in the manga industry.
Having a tough work environment is one thing. I don't see any reason why berating somebody or being, verbally abusive. And I don't use the word verbally abusive easily. I think you can apply it to work environment mostly. I don't think it has any place at all. It impedes on productivity. It's not useful. It should be completely separate from a professional environment.
Industry is sort of a hot topic because people like to compare and contrast the pay of authors like Oda, who is writing one of the most popular series in the world, so of course they're going to get paid well. What this ignores is that many people out there making manga are not Oda. The standard page rate for manga is around 5,500 yen per page, and with around 20 pages per week for a weekly manga, that comes out to about 5.2 million yen. Now, you hear the word million, you think that's a lot, but that's 38,000 US dollars per year. Looking at a lot of different websites that calculate cost of living for Tokyo, which of course not everyone's going to live in, but a lot of creators do, annual costs could range between 20,000 and 30,000 USD. And apparently this doesn't include rent. Now, I don't have hard data on this though, so take this with a grain of salt. What you don't need to take with a grain of salt, however, are the assistants. Now, you might think that assistants are provided by the production company or something like that,
Yeah.
but no. Assistants are
What?
paid entirely out of pocket.
What?
And according to Jason Mule, go for around 180,000 yen per month.
Hold
or
up.
1,000
They don't pay for the assistant, so you gotta take it out of your meager salary to pay for it?
1,350 US dollars for just one. This would lower that $38,000 a year figure down to about $22,000 a year. They don't only pay for assistants, but all equipment required for not just them, but also the authors themselves. Absolutely none of that is provided by the company, so if you're prepared to try and claw back a couple hours of free time a week, be prepared to shell out at least half your annual page rate earnings. A lot of the money mangaka get comes from volume sales. In 2009, it was estimated that the average mangaka makes $35,000 a year from volume sales. Please note the word average here, meaning that there are plenty of people making less than that. A certain number of authors do make a decent amount from royalties, at least from sources I've seen, but I've had a very hard time pinning down a number on that exactly, so that could fluctuate earnings dramatically. An example we could use is a series called Say Hello to Blackjack's author, who was making 16 million yen annually from manuscripts, but had to shell out over 18 million yen on assistance, meaning the serialization itself did not even come close to covering his expenses, so he was entirely reliant on floating by on volume sales. Now, what happens if a volume sells poorly? What about the author? What about the assistants? Are they just out of jobs? Something that is insane to think about are adaptations. You might think huge successes like Demon Slayer or Jujutsu Kaisen
Yeah.
may see huge returns for the mangaka.
Yeah, that's what
but
you think.
In reality, they don't see much at all. Gintama's author stated that not a single yen from gross earnings for his films go to him, and they are only paid an upfront license fee. Quote, "The reason why I slog to fulfill these film adaptations to the extent that I am peeing blood is because there is a place in the world that is more wonderful than a mansion in the Roppongi Hills, and that place is in your heart," end quote. It is thinking exactly like that people in the industry love. It's been referred to as the passion tax. People grow up seeing the beauty of art, things
Yeah.
that move or inspire them to create, and people at the top are ready and willing to exploit people's passion, because
Yeah.
you've always dreamed of this, right? If you say no, what if you offend the people that decide your future and your dream career?
When I was young, that was my dream job. I wanted to be a mangaka. I loved the anime art style.
What if you say no and it means you stand alone in your principles? What if you say no and people think that you're weak? According to a study in 2019, people found it more acceptable to make passionate employees do extra, unpaid, and more demeaning work than employees without that same passion. Entertainment industries all around the world will do anything they possibly can to
Yeah.
make money off of your passion. They know that this is what you want.
Yeah,
and
it's
they know that you will do anything to make your dream.
yeah, and it's very competitive. So people, there's always, even if you say no, there's going to be somebody else that's willing to say yes. So they will do the work practically for free. I've done it too. I was that person willing to say yes because I was willing to do anything to do what I wanted to do. So there was 2-3 years where I worked for free basically to learn the job and to learn the industry. But then I don't think it's a good practice. I don't know. I met a lot of people that way, and I like kind of made my teeth on things, and I learned a lot. But at the same time, I don't think I'd want like a kuhai to go through the really like harsh training that I went through. At least I would want them to be in an environment where they're not constantly being berated while they're working for free like I went through. Like at least if you're doing the work for free, you should at least be treated well and have your expenses paid, because I was legit spending more than I was earning.
From a reality. And so far, magazines like Weekly Shonen Jump do not seem to be changing all that much. Kohei Horikoshi, author of My Hero Academia, has been taking repeated breaks for his health. Some even so suddenly that they couldn't take
And there is some experiences that happened during that time that I still haven't been able to like totally let go of. It's really soured my passion to the point where I don't even work in this industry anymore.
MHA out of the magazine for that week. The series is moving at a snail's pace due to Horikoshi's poor health, and Jujutsu Kaisen's author Gege Akutami was forced to take a month-long break due to rapidly declining health. Jump Plus, a new online service that publishes manga monthly instead of weekly, is a promising new venture, but it doesn't mean the people currently in Weekly Shonen Jump are any better off.
Really?
And it does introduce new concerns about the pay rate per page for monthly manga.
Yeah.
The industry is filled with people who are underpaid and overworked, and some of your favorite authors are heavily affected by this.
This is kind of unrelated, but have you guys ever read like an old novel, like the 18th century novel? These guys had like a structure similar to Shonen Jump, where I think it was daily chapters or weekly chapters, but they were paid by the word. That's why these volumes and these books are so wordy, because they would do like this really long description of like the breeze and the tree branch and all of that. They did all of that because they would get paid more per word. Or like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna shove in so many words and adjectives in there.
No amount of pay really justifies the health issues that people like Kubo, Oda, Gege, or Horikoshi are experiencing, and they absolutely deserve better working conditions. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe for the funny YouTube algorithm. You can check the description down below to follow me on Twitter, where I'm objectively correct all the time. You can also join my Discord, where we talk about My Hero Academia, ReZero, Jujutsu Kaisen, and stuff like that. And you can also now become a YouTube member, which basically just gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, a little badge on comments, and live stream chats, and access to some emotes. Only do so if you want to support the channel, though. But that's about it, though. Thank you for watching. See you.
Oh, there weren't visual novels. I'm just talking about, you know, word novels. That makes too much sense. Yup, War and Peace, baby. This video is Mappa and the dire state of the anime industry. Oh, this is the tweets we were going through earlier. It's crazy because it's such a big industry especially in the West now, and we see it, you know, we see that it's huge, it's a new hype thing, there's TikTok trends about it, there's cups, there's merch, there's derivative products, and you're like, wow, you know, the author, he must be a millionaire, you know, the studio doing that, they must racking in bank, you know, they struck gold. No, dude, no, they're making peanuts. They're making peanuts. For so many JJK channels spoil some. Oh my god, yes, I was watching I'm not gonna watch any video essays on animes I'm not finished with yet. I watched a video essay the other day, and it was also like, it was on a fight that had already passed, so I thought I was safe to watch it, and I was doing the dishes while listening to it, and I got spoiled, and he didn't even give a warning, and I was trying to react so fast to stop the video, but my hands were wet because I was doing the dishes, so there was a few 10 seconds of spoilage until I stopped it. But yeah, chat, no spoilers about any animes. Like, just keep in mind that some people, you know, they might not have started yet. They might be watching in the future, etc. And also almost got spoiled about Arcane. I also don't want any spoilers of Arcane in the chat. I know the series just came out. Not everybody's had time to watch it. I haven't finished it yet either.
Do you watch Jujutsu Kaisen?
He said it's super
It's
French.
absolutely one of the best.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. Yeah, as a consumer, it's very easy for us to just enjoy the products we're being given without asking too much where it comes from or how it's been made, especially when they are cheaper, especially in this economy where it's very difficult to care for another when we can barely care for ourselves. We can barely like hold ourselves up. So, you know, when you ask me to care about, you know, how this employee is treated, it's like, well, fuck, I can barely afford groceries. So yeah, if I can shave $2 on my gas or my groceries or, you know, my animes, I will take that route. But there's also a part of me, well, you know, right now I'm not struggling too much. I'm coasting a little bit. I feel strong, you know, I feel strong. So I feel like it's kind of like being Gojo in an anime. I'm strong, so I feel like other people's are relying on me. So I feel like I have more responsibilities. I feel like I can spare that energy now, and I can spare that to give it to somebody else that may need it a little more. To a certain degree, I'm not like fully, you know, I'm not a millionaire, I'm not like rich, but I guess I am not struggling like I used to be. So I feel like I can give a little bit more of myself.
Anime out there right now, it's like watching it, every episode feels like a movie. You got crazy incredible fights,
Yeah.
you got killer dialogue, you've got people making like 1 hour long Gojo heavy breathing compilations.
What?
What more could you
I gotta watch that.
ask for? Well, there's surprisingly a lot, but it's not related to the show itself. It's not related to the end result. More so, it's about how that end result came to be. The issue lies in the production of the show. So, what is happening and why am I highlighting Jujutsu Kaisen? Is that how you say Jujutsu Kaisen? I feel like I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah, I feel like you are.
I don't know.
And I'm the one that usually says things wrong.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Kaizen.
Mappa's scheduling plans for Jujutsu Kaisen are crazy inefficient, and it's not like I have their schedules and like their friggin' leaked plans right in front of me. Liar! But I do know that anime production in Japan can be very stressful, very brutal. People can be overworked all the time. And what makes it very obvious that this is a thing that is happening is because of social media reaction from people that worked on the show once an episode drops. Mappa has made animators work days before episode release, and animation is drawing, you know, it's like every frame is a drawing, or like if it's like 8 frames per second, every frame of that 8 frames per second shot is a drawing. And so you still have to take into account coloring, editing, compositing, like there's so much that they still have to do even when a shot gets fully animated. And Mappa has outsourced to so many new and foreign animators, and these are accounts that you can find just on social.
At this point, I'm wondering if it's harder to make a movie than making an animation. Or the other thing I'm wondering is it easier to make a 3D animation like Arcane is? Like with motion capture? And then like, because you have the skeleton and then you just need to skin it. Scary Coitus! Thank you so much for the Twitch sub! 3D is cheaper. See, one thing I like about Arcane, even though it did take them 4 fucking years to make their new season. It's going to be their last season, by the way. There's not going to be another Arcane season after that, which I am down with. I'm down for things to end and to have a short shelf life. You know, a flower, what makes it valuable is that it only lives for a certain amount of time until it dies. And that's the beauty of it. You know, beauty is not eternal. That's what makes it valuable. What I liked about Arcane, they did take 4 years and that tilted me. But on the plus side, they really took their time to get, it's a polished product. It's a full-on polished product. It's finished. You can tell that they went over every little detail. The songs are customized for the show, the lyrics, everything makes sense. It's a beautiful show, and I'm really happy with the end product. Blue Eye Samurai was good too. Oh, it's not 100% 3D, it's a mix. I see.
Media. It's just been a news fest on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter. That's all I'll ever call it. And we start to see terms that I've personally never seen before. Like there's emergency Genga and emergency Sakan. Sakan is short for Sakuga Kantoku, which translates to animation director, which is also known as a chief animation director or CAD. So yes, that's how cuts are described. Emergency directors. It's crazy. You got. That's like if you. Imagine if that happened to a Marvel movie, they would not hear the fucking end of it. If they had an emergency director drop in, oh my god. People were doing cuts the day before release, animation cuts. The day before release, again, you still have to think about everything past the animation. That's wild. And I remember the day all this news came out. It was building. And it finally tipped over, and then it's just the floodgates opened. Everyone on social media was like, hey guys, so literally we were like dying making this episode. This was brutal. I'm so tired. And some people were like, I'm not even proud of what I animated. And you see the reactions from fans, and they go like, oh, this Jujutsu Kaisen episode was flipping amazing. Mm-hmm. And then they read everything that happened that day, and they're like, oh, yeah, this episode of Jujutsu Kaisen is amazing, but also frick Mappa. And that's a genuinely valid response to have. As we know, as we all should know at least,
Riot has crazy money. Yeah, true. It's probably also a Western company governed by, well, like the movie industry, the TV industry is like highly unionized and regulated. There's still some abuse and exploitation because, you know, it's show business. But there's a lot of things they're not allowed to do, and they have to play by the book. And I know this because I talked to some directors, especially during the writer's strike thing, and they are crazy disciplined. They are crazy. Like, it doesn't matter if millions of dollars are on the line. If they tell you you're not allowed to do this, your production is not moving forward. Everything's got to go through them.
Animation is, hard. Animation is an already democratized process where every single step in the...
And you know what? These Hollywood studios, they got a ton of money. So, you know what? Fuck yeah. They gotta pay more money to create these movies that's gonna gross them millions of dollars. They gotta pay like their staff well. Then fucking do it, man. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about them.
The process of creating a shot is done by multiple people. Animation directors do storyboards and layouts. Key animators, also known as Genga animators, do the rough animation. And then the main keyframed animation. In-betweeners, who are the lowest in the hierarchy of animators, do all of the in-between frames, unless the Genga artist decides to animate the whole shot by themselves.
Oh wow, that's a crazy...
Hello everybody, this is the editor, just quickly jumping in to interrupt Mauricio and add a little part about animation directors that he forgot to mention. Also, if you already don't like me, I am so sorry, because I'm going to be popping up throughout the rest of the video, so sorry. Episode directors and storyboarders do the storyboards, and layout artists, alongside the animation and episode director's supervision, create...
It was insane in the 20s. I mean, even like, I think it was last year, there was a... somebody on a movie set, they had like one of these very heavy studio lights fall on them, and they died. They died making a fucking movie. That's insane. It's sad.
The layouts. Animation directors are mainly responsible for correcting the Genga, otherwise known as the keyframed animation. This is to make sure that all of the cuts in the anime look consistently on model and that the motion is up to par. You can 100% find other sources, sites, blogs that have far more detailed information than I'm currently giving you. I'll have some recommendations for you throughout the video, but we'll get there when we get there. At least other shows have concrete animation directors for their episodes, unlike Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. If you don't like me, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be popping up more, so if you're ready to die, just do it. It's not gonna stop.
Then that moves on to
Me too. I always thought it was multiple animators working on a scene. Like I pictured them sort of in like a line, you know, like a factory line, and then one person, you know, they do the sketch, then the next person outlines it, then the next person would fill it, and the next person would color it. And I thought it was all segmented that way, but I imagined like a ton of people working on it.
colorers, we got background artists working on that too, and then it has to be composited together. Every single step in the process is hard and arduous, and a bunch of people have to collaborate, corroborate, work together to make sure that everything is looking as good as possible. Like I'm creating my own indie animated series, Interstellar Ranger Commence. I've had to dip my toes into the animation process and pipeline, and I apply my minimal 2D pipeline knowledge, but extensive 3D pipeline knowledge to allow the show to run smoothly. But it's a small indie thing, you know, it doesn't scrape the bar of like massive anime productions. And as it is, it's still pretty damn difficult despite it being a unique, relaxed process of what industry animators do. Animators look for that banger, sexy, perfect quality in every shot and intricate detail in every movement and shadow. Trust me, certain anime fans.
Talking about Jujutsu Kaisen, I just got a call from the courier, the delivery person, and my mangas arrived. Let's go! I bought more mangas because I finished already reading the 3 Jujutsu Kaisen manga that I bought. And now I need more, but the problem is volume 21 isn't available on Amazon. I'm sad. I bought 3 mangas from this cute like indie manga shop. It was so cheap and no taxes, and I wanted to support them, but they didn't have the further novel, so I had to buy the rest from Amazon. But volume 21 is missing.
Will go insane online if a shot isn't like 110% the greatest thing they've ever seen.
So there was one episode in JJK that was like roasted by fans. It was episode 14. Honestly, I don't remember the episode at all, but they said that the quality animation was bad. There was a lot of like still frames and stuff. I actually don't remember it.
No! 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 And I've noticed a lot of non-anime shows, specifically in the West, as that's where I reside and that's what I consume, use certain shortcuts and more simple looks to prevent certain kinds of time-consuming labor. Sort of like how anime style can get away with like a lower frame rate sometimes. It plays with 8 frames per second, 10 frames per second. A lot of shows, instead of animating tiny little details or having characters wear complex clothing, just keep it simple.
I fucking love Adventure Time. This show's such a trip.
Simple. But anime doesn't have certain luxuries that those shows have. And I don't know if y'all know this, but anime production, the majority of studios still animate using paper. Yeah. Paper. Like...
Wow.
Paper. Not toilet paper. That was messed up. That's like a flipped up comparison. Not that paper. I don't have paper on me.
Oh, he also has toilet paper roll on his desk. I did that too. No shot.
Hold on.
No way.
They animate on this paper.
How? You guys told me it was digital.
What certain anime fans consider to look bad or worse than the source material are shots that take hours, days, weeks to fully complete in a pipeline that already abuses.
The thing is, in the manga, like, some of these fights are way less fleshed out than in indie animation. Like, it's cool to see them animated in different ways. Sometimes the animation studio takes some liberties, but I'm reading JJK right now, and some of the fights, like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. I'm like, I think somebody's getting hit here. It's a bunch of blurred lines. Hey, I still enjoy it. I'm here for it. Like, I don't want people to kill themselves making an animation for me.
His time schedules and overworks their animators. Okay, let's rewind time a little bit. Let's go back to Mappa. Let's talk about Masao Maruyama. He originally worked as a producer for
Why is it a bad image in the Far East Asia? His art quality kind of dipped later in the manga? Oh shit, really? Maybe he got burnt out. Because I only am reading the manga after the show left off. So I kind of want to compare the episode 17 fight scene with like the manga panels, because I was like, when I watched it, I was like, how the hell did he draw this? Seriously, how the hell did he draw this? Like, how? I was really wondering that.
For Madhouse, who created works like Trigun, Paprika. Is it Paprika? No, it's Paprika, right? Yeah.
Paprika.
Death Note. Heck, even the first season of One Punch Man. Maruyama left Madhouse to create Mappa because of the corporate pressure and restrictions that had slowly started to grow. However, in 2016, Maruyama left again, this time Mappa. Because guess what? The same exact shit was happening to Mappa as well. And so he gave the studio to a guy called Manabu Otsuka.
Uh-oh, is he the anime villain?
Now, Manabu Otsuka is, in my opinion, a little crazy. Up until 2016, Mappa had been creating titles to pretty good success. That is, until Yuri on Ice came out. Yuri on Ice released, it was an international success, even in Japan, which was odd because the show handles LGBTQ themes pretty blatantly. That's not a factor you always see contributing to an anime success, so of course this was, revered and rightfully praised by the world, essentially. And so then Mappa became a more recognizable studio to everyone. However, Mappa quickly started to nosedive into what we know now as the standard of their conditions. And Manabu, quite frankly, decided to make some pretty whack financial choices for the studio. And now, Mappa is kind of worse than Madhouse ever was. Actually, scratch that, reverse it. That's debatable, and you'll see why in a second. Well, not a second, in a couple minutes, but keep watching the video. Manabu Otsuka made a statement recently on wanting to create works on par with KyoAni and Ufotable in both shorter time and higher quality, and that's just unrealistic with how things are running. KyoAni, Dragon...
That's a misconception in JP context. Stuff like Yuri, BL, I don't know what BL stands for, etc. aren't necessarily LGBTQ. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe we just label things. We have this, we just label things very differently, huh? Oh, boy love. Oh, okay.
Made, for example, just a show they've made, Silent Voice. That's Kyoto Animation.
I didn't like Silent Voice. I know, I'm gonna get flamed for that. I don't like the animes that make me sad or make me think too hard. I don't watch animes to cry. My life is already sad. I watch animes to escape.
It is, right? Oh my god. It is, I'm not insane. KyoAni has some of the better work-life quality in Japan for anime production.
Thank you, Blackest.
Also, KyoAni releases like one anime a year compared to 6 to 8 that Mappa pumps out, and you always hear production issues with these...
Oh, Shouzo! I love Shouzo!
Mappa anime, and you start to see a pattern emerge, a cycle. It happens almost yearly with anime fans. We hear about the terrible conditions in these studios, and then people are like, oh,
upset, and then they forget
sucks,
about
that
it.
Blows, but then they keep pumping out bangers and bangers, and then people are like, you know what, that's flipping peak, and they forget until it happens again, and it's like a cycle. Anyways, I get upset about that. I get upset about...
I mean, the thing is, retracting your support or boycotting these animes won't help the studios either. They'll have even less funds to go around.
Animators getting shit on by the company, then they post their work, and then on Twitter they get shit on by the fans. It sucks, okay? Like, you hear Attack on Titan ends, and everyone's like, thank you, Mappa, and it's like, I get it, but maybe let's say thank you to the animators instead, not this company. According to an animator who reached out on Twitter, Jujutsu Kaisen 0 took 4 months to animate.
Oh yeah.
And if that information...
See, called it! 4 months. 4 months.
is inaccurate, there's still historical proof that Mappa has been crunching their animators. Like, for example, Attack on Titan. According to CBR, which I think is Comic Book Read. Put Comic Book Read also in the website. Guys, I don't know what website I'm going to. In this article by Michael Lacerna, it says that in a now deleted...
I really like this video so far. This guy's doing a great job.
Tweet that was originally posted on February 7th, episode director and animator Teruyuki Omine stated, "I went home for the first time in 3 days."
What?
Implying that he had been at...
Dude, it's a prison. Your office is a prison. You know, I used to watch a lot of fashion documentaries. And fashion kind of has the same mentality as, you know, show business and anime, where it's like, you don't go home till the work is done. Like, it doesn't matter how you're gonna do it. You gotta do it because you got no other choice. But at least in the luxury industry, even though like these dresses, they take hundreds of hours to work on, sometimes thousands. At least they have these, like they have during the fashion week and the rush periods, they have like masseuses coming in, and they do like all these kinds of treatment because they know they're like bent down over a desk, you know, with doing very fine work, very precise work. So you're usually squinting your eyes. It's very small, and you're bending over your desk. It's very bad for the back.
At the office working for 3 days straight. 72 hours. But what's wild is that this is normalized in Japan. This is just a thing that happens.
It shouldn't
And this
be.
is where I want to shift from critiquing Mappa to just critiquing the entire anime industry because it's brutal out there. Firstly, keep in mind that animators are paid almost nothing. Scraps. Remember when I mentioned in-between animators earlier? Okay, we're bringing that back. According to Vox, in-between animators earn around 200 yen per drawing. That's less than $2.
Wow.
This wouldn't be a big deal if they could draw like 200 drawings a day, but a drawing takes like about a little more than an hour sometimes. So.
Wow. Ouch.
Hi, me again.
Jeez.
Since we're on the topic of statistics for the anime industry, I want to direct your attention to this Twitter account, @YuYuCow, who is the main writer and admin for Sakuga blog. Over on both their account and the site, they release lots of information about the industry, and more recently, the yearly report from Janitor, which I'm probably butchering the name of, which runs surveys for people currently working in anime, and has tons of info on the labor reality of the industry. I forgot to mention, they also run Sakuga Boru, which is literally the site I use to get most of the clips I show off in this video. You get the point. That's all I wanted to say,
resources.
but definitely check it out. It's incredibly informative, and their team's efforts for the blog are much appreciated. Okay, back to the video.
Is Editor Chan single? I don't know, let's ask her. Sometimes the author of these videos watch my reactions. So if you do watch it, ask Editor Chan if she's single for my chat. Alright, thank you.
Now, the Japanese Animation Creators Association created a survey of the average incomes of workers in the industry. This is from 2015, okay? But you have in-between staff getting paid less than $1,000 monthly, with around $10,000 yearly. Even an animation director with an average age of 38 years old earns an average of $35,445 yearly. And when I say dollars, I don't mean yen by accident. No, this has already been converted. They get paid that much. And an average animator's income, you will always see this online, the average is usually around $25,000 yearly. When Mappa was hiring more animators for Chainsaw Man, remember Chainsaw Man? They promised a monthly pay of $2,100 a month.
I heard this anime was like really cool in terms of animations. There was like a lot of beautiful shots.
Which by anime standards is a pretty big amount of money as a starting salary, being an even higher pay than KyoAni and Studio Ghibli. They spent all this money on a fancy office specifically for that show, but to me it feels like they did all this to entice new and excited animators to then just pump them into the machine of anime creation. Now remember this opinion I have, one that many people share. It'll come back later. And this situation affects animators in more ways than one. Animators are artists, true artists that create out of passion, and that's why even me, I would be like, okay, yeah, overtime, sure, yeah, I'll do that just to make sure that my work comes out great. I'll work one day a little extra. The issue arises when overtime is like every single day, and when these artists are just not rewarded for it. These anime animators, they are hardworking. They want to see their work pay off, but despite how much freaking work they have and how much they grind, sometimes they don't even get to see that payoff. They don't have the time to create work they're proud of, and they don't have the time nor the health to be happy when episodes are released with unfinished work. The animators for this episode in particular, despite these conditions, did such an incredible job with some of the best animation we've seen this year in anime, but you can't really celebrate it in its entirety when the people behind it really had to struggle and push through because the show is so badly managed. And work culture in Japan is
it sours your joy a little bit, makes you feel guilty about enjoying it.
It's very rough. It's something you always see, people sleeping inside.
I heard some kind of knock, but I don't know if it was in the thing or not.
Studios, they don't see their families too often. This isn't just anime. This is like work in Japan, by the way. There's an anime called Zom 100 which highlights this. It's about this worker who is just brutalized month after month in this terrible...
And I think I read about this one, and ironically enough, some of the people working on this animation for this show that's criticizing the work culture was being overworked too.
Company until finally when a zombie apocalypse happens, he's like, oh, now I'm free, which is so funny because he was actually more constricted in this work environment compared to a zombie apocalypse where everything's gone to shit. It's a brilliant story. It's great. It's ironic that show is having production issues, so it had to be delayed. The show went on hiatus in September 26th, and it'll return on December 25th. Christmas! Yeah! Oh, shit! Jingle bells,
you know what?
Jingle bells,
I think I'd rather they go on a hiatus than push through super impossible deadlines.
Sorry. And you constantly hear about animators being overworked, and sometimes they straight up just...
You know what? Sometimes I remember back in the days when I was reading like the weekly Bleach chapters and I was like up to date, you know, back when I was young. A long time ago. I'm joking. I'm not that old. Okay, I'm not that old. I'm young. I would get upset when there was like, you know, you're like, yes, it's whichever day, like Sunday, there should be a new chapter out. Then you check, you Google, you know, the chapter, and then you look and there's no chapters. And they're like, oh, the team is on a break this week. We'll see you guys back in 2 weeks. And I was like, no. But you know what? I was being spoiled. I was being greedy. I take it back. They can have their break.
Die. As reported by Anime News Network, which is a great site, by the way, a Madhouse employee, you know, the studio that produced shows like Frieren and Overlord, an employee straight up passed out in the middle of the road. He was overworked and just knocked the hell out. And dude, do you want to know how much he worked? Guess.
Don't know. It's 72 hours a week?
He worked 393 hours in 1 month.
What?
Oh my god, dude!
Even if you do 60 hours a week, that's 240 hours. So what? He did like what 70 hours? What number did he say? 393 hours per month. That's 98 hours a week. That's almost 100 a week.
Okay, hold on. Let me check that. How many hours in a month? There's 730 hours in a month.
What?
Dude spent 730. Oh my god, hold on. 730 divided by 2. He worked... More than half his month was work. He was just work... Oh, what? Dude, what? Bro. he spent more than half the month working there. He was working on a show where the storyboards were finished like a month before.
That's including the hours you sleep. That's including the hours at night where you're supposed to sleep. That's crazy.
Or it was supposed to broadcast.
Shower.
So they had to compact a 3-month production schedule into 1 month. No. How does that even happen, dude? During the time he would sleep.
Yeah, but it's like, if they want to do that, okay, sure. But they gotta pay them triple the amount. Like, if it's overtime, it needs to go up. Oh, apparently my delivery's here. 1 sec. That's what the knock was, yeah. I was freaked out because of the Camila clip we watched earlier.
Sleep at the studio for days, only going home to have showers. Bro had possibly racked up 3 million yen of unpaid overtime, but
some people, I mean, I don't know. I've talked to somebody that works in the movie industry, and they are like the person that works right under the director. They're like the director's right hand. The one that's like calling the shots with the crew. And they get paid like $1,000 per day. Per day. USD. That's a lot. But they have to do it every single day for months on end. Like every single day. Sometimes they like... So they have this rule, she told me, where you're not allowed to... They have to give you at least 10 hours of sleep between 2 production calls. That's not a lot, considering you need 8 hours to sleep. But they do it, so they have to separate the days. They have to put at least 10 hours between day 1 and day 2. So people have time to sleep. But the problem is they don't count in transportation time. So if you're called on a set that's like a 2-hour drive back and forth, you barely have time to go home, sleep. You sleep for a couple hours, you shower, then you gotta do it again and again and again and again for like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, no matter how long it is. I could never do it. That's a crazy... You have no life during those times. Sure, you rack in a lot of money. I feel like it'd be okay to do it. It'd be doable if it was small, like, spurts of time, like small amount of time. No, not spurts, sorry, burst. If it was short bursts of time, it'd be totally doable. You're like, yeah, hell yeah, this week I'm only gonna work. I'm gonna save so much money. I'm gonna make so much money. But months on end, sometimes in the middle of nowhere. The Revenant, it was filmed in Canada. Imagine filming in the snow every single day for months on end in the middle of nowhere. Oh boy.
Madhouse isn't gonna fucking pay that. They have a cap for how much they pay their people. So the guy had to commence a collective bargaining process to attempt to get the money he's owed, along with an apology from the studio. Oh my god, oh right, and the dude, he went back to work the day after he collapsed. Dead ass. They told him to stay home, but like, at that rate, like, you feel like you have a responsibility to this work that you're working on. It's like your project too. So he went back to finish it the day after. Bro. And this employee worries that he may have lost his chance to ever get promoted, but he cares more about speaking about this publicly and openly and saying, hey, I don't think this is good. I don't think studios should be doing this. The reason why he really wanted to just bring this out in the open is because in 2010, a production assistant working for A1 Pictures was overworked.
Oh yeah. About the part where he says this guy's like might be losing his job. You know, he might be losing his opportunity to get promoted. Remember that whole bit where all the Mappa animators came out on social media and spoke about the bad working conditions? I tried looking for those tweets. Besides the one that I bookmarked that I showed you guys earlier, it's probably gonna go in a different video highlight. All of them were deleted, guys. All of them were deleted later on. I tried to Wayback Machine some of it. I didn't find them. I found the transcript of it because some articles reported on it. Every single tweet was deleted. And it's been rumored that after this, Mappa Studio may have made them sign some NDAs. There has been no confirmation of that though. But I feel like it could make sense with them. They probably got in trouble or they got told to delete them.
So hard, he became depressed and committed suicide. He doesn't want that to be the norm.
No.
I don't think any sane person should want that to be the norm.
That's
the
awful.
A1 Pictures guy worked.
Hey, Whiplam, thank you so much for the Twitch resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. There's been a lot of Twitch subs today. Thank you so much.
600 hours in a month, dude? There's only 730 hours in a month. Does the
no.
600 account for sleep? If the 600 doesn't account for sleep, that's insane.
That's insane.
Hold on. If 600 doesn't account for sleep,
Make it
730 minus 600. If this is the time for sleep then, because 600 hours you're awake working. If 600 hours you're awake working, the 130 hours left is what you have to sleep. Divide that by 30, which is like the average days in a month. That's a little more than 4 hours. That's not 5 hours. That's like a few minutes more. I'm getting a headache just from freaking thinking about that, man. Holy shit, dude. The lawyer for the staff member that passed stated, harsh working conditions surrounding animation workers have been a big problem for a while now. The government encouraged—
Why do they not have more budgets for the animes? I don't get it. I'm sure some of them gross as much as movies. That can't be right. That can't be right. We're gonna watch another documentary after that I've watched before that goes into these details. And that documentary really marked me. I think about it a lot. I watched it back in April. And it's very good. I wanted to watch it with you guys. I wanted to show it to you.
Urges animation businesses to present an image of a cool Japan. It's unforgivable to export the products of sweatshops. What's indispensable to the anime industry is a decent working environment. He's correct. And to me, in my opinion, this reminds me of what Mappa did to entice new animators to jump aboard their ship. Hey, look at these pretty offices for you to work at. We've got improved pay. But those niceties don't excuse poor management, which leads to the situation we're in now. Anime director Daiki Nishimura on Twitter said that A1 Pictures is not at fault. The current state of the entire business world, that includes A1 Pictures, is at fault. And yes, that is very true. You're right that the entire business world, including A1, is at fault.
What is A1?
But yeah, it includes A1. A1 is at fault. The Madhouse employee that collapsed, from earlier, stated that people have been asking me if I'm trying to destroy Madhouse, but that's not what I want to do. I just want working conditions to improve. And that's what I think I'm trying to get at with this video. I'm critiquing Mappa because they're the ones that are causing a lot of shit recently, but I don't want to just critique Mappa, I want to critique the entire industry. Because I don't want people killing them.
Mappa's probably getting more scrutiny. I'm sure there's tons of studios that operate like Mappa. Some even worse, but because they have some very popular titles, people are becoming more aware.
Slaving away over an animated show. I want artists to be happy with their finished work. I want their finished work to look the way they want it to look. You have people that worked on JJK episodes going, oh yeah, did you like the episode? Great. Yeah, that's like partly done. It's not even our complete vision. And Manabu Otsuka, you know, the Mappa guy, casting a net with multiple popular IPs and doing them all as soon as possible, taking show after show with movies thrown in there, like, that's not gonna help. All it does is create a toxic work environment where animators are overworked, underpaid, and sometimes projects just flop. For Chainsaw Man, Mappa invested all their production costs to create it. With most anime productions, they're funded by multiple companies that are known as a production committee. So it was a bad idea to just do this out of pocket. According to Otsuka, despite that investment being a success, it didn't have the same impact as Jujutsu Kaisen, which was made right before Chainsaw Man. And Blu-ray sales for Chainsaw Man were not that great. Straight up, it's documented, some fans in Japan, they just did not like the show, which to me is crazy because that show is beautiful. So it contributes to like lower sales, and it sucks, man. And just think about all the money they spent. Like, they have different EDs. The EDs are different, but also they're all different songs. That's so much money. But now Manabu wants to make up for that slack. Like I stated earlier, he wants to surpass KyoAni and Ufotable in this race to be the best. And in the process, the workers at
they like to cast a wide net and pick up as much titles as possible. They throw a bunch of shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Mappa are just getting overworked.
Now, you might be wondering, is there a way we can support these animators? Well, even though it doesn't directly contribute to the industry itself...
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So, what do you do if you want to support these franchise, you know, or these animators? Because I was like, what if I buy a manga? Is the mangaka receiving a portion of this or no?
This account, @Animator Support, runs an organization where people can help support animators to improve their working environments. Here are some quotes from the site. Because animators, and new animators in particular, have such a hard time making ends meet, we open the Animator Dormitory, a dormitory where animators can live for less than $250 per month, including rent, utilities, and internet. At the dormitory, we also offer art workshops taught by veteran animators, where our residents can network with and gain knowledge from individuals outside of their place of work. For our first music video called Back to You, we were able to pay our animators double the industry standard on average, ranging up to quadruple the industry standard on some occasions. They also post videos on their YouTube channel, where animators themselves sometimes make appearances to sit down and chat about the happenings of the anime industry. This video here was one I found super interesting and very entertaining, and these two were so charming to watch and gave some useful insight into how animators perceive these situations and what the inner workings of anime production are really like. Go and check out these guys and chip in if you can to help animators get the support they need.
Honestly, if they do just want to get their money back so
With Blu-rays is the best way to support them, but who the fuck has a DVD? I don't even have a DVD player.
desperately, just release Ice Adolescence. You know Ice Adolescence, the Yuri on Ice movie? Yeah, so Yuri on Ice has had a movie in the works for years, and there's been zero information on it for so long. There's not even a poster on it on the website. It's like it doesn't exist. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure based on the fact that they finished JJK0 in 4 months, maybe there's a chance the whole frickin' movie's done. Just release it. But there seems to be issues going on behind the scenes that are preventing it. Maybe I'll make a video on that. I don't know. Depends on how well this video is doing, but...
This is completely off topic, but I was actually watching the trailer earlier to get the footage, and like, the composer didn't fuck around. He knew what he was doing. He did that shit so well. It sounds so good. Just, you can hear like 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Honestly, if they do release that movie, that's like waking up a sleeping giant, because the Yuri on Ice fandom is insane. They're ready to friggin' not literally anything Yuri on Ice related. Yeah, when that comes out, that's definitely gonna be huge. I mean, that being said, if they haven't actually animated Ice Adolescence at all, never mind then. Take it easy on the animators, they already have so many projects going on. And even worse, I'm worried that the anime industry is starting to focus on AI. Like, by not paying animators what they're worth and overworking them.
Yeah, about AI. Sure, AI assisted tools can help them, but the thing is, studios are gonna use this to make the employees more productive instead of increasing the pay per employee, as they should have done already.
Studios can save money, but another way they can do so is by replacing these artist roles with AI that scrapes the art of real artists. You hear the excuse of, oh, there's a labor shortage, and I say to that,
see, now that's some bullshit.
Like this article by Matthew Magnus Lundin states, the labor shortage cited as the excuse to use AI is based on the false assumption that there aren't enough people who want to work in anime. There's so many freaking animators that want to work in the industry just doesn't want to pay them anything. Which studio already used it in a short? And I've been told it's already being used in EDs. I'm concerned about how it's slowly seeping into the industry because let's be frank, we all know the majority of companies don't give a shit about the artists or the art. They just care about profit. End of story. Back to Mappa. As of right now, they haven't released Ice Adolescence. They're still overworking their animators. They have, Vinland Saga. They got One Punch Man probably coming out. They got so much more stuff coming out. And I don't see it really stopping. And it's scary. I wouldn't be upset if they treated animators and workers fairly, but they're not. How they're going about things is crazy. I don't know how it's still going on. It's been going on in the anime industry for decades. And I can't really even see it changing anytime soon. So if anything, I hope this video is able to open the eyes of people that didn't know this was happening. I hope this video was as informative for you as it was informative for me making it. So yeah, thanks for watching.
It's kind of depressing, isn't it? Video about Brown Table, Mappa, and the dire state of the anime industry. It was a really good video. Loved it. Loved watching it. Gonna give it a like. I'm gonna subscribe because I want to support videos that are well researched and well put together. And you can tell this video had a lot of effort put into it, research-wise, and they added these cuts with animation, with editor chan, and all of that. Yeah, really good. Okay, I need a 1-minute break and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. Okay, I'm pretty tilted. I just went to the bathroom and there was more water from the ceiling. And we literally just fucking fixed that. I'm gonna fucking kill them. In game. Be right back. I gotta go take a picture. Fuck. Okay.
If the anime industry is pulling in $24 billion per year, how is it possible the artists are getting paid as low as $2 an hour? Let's find out. Today we're gonna dive deep into the inner workings of the anime economy and figure out just how such disturbing figures are even possible. To understand the economics of the anime industry, first we need to look at just how and why anime are made in the first place. Other than some obvious exceptions, just about all anime start in the exact same way, with a middle-aged salaryman daydreaming about money, typically one that already works for some sort of publishing company. They look for pre-existing toy, video game, or most commonly manga properties that have potential to reach a wider audience. With dollar signs in their eyes and the secret formula in their briefcase, they set to work forming a production committee, which is essentially just a group of companies that all stand to profit from the anime's success. This could include game studios, record labels, or even a town's tourism department. A typical season of anime can run anywhere from $1 to $3 million, which might sound expensive to you, but it's actually fairly comparable to a season of American television. Although the breakdown of this budget can vary from anime to anime, we can assume the percentages are somewhere in this range. For an episode of anime costing $172,000 to produce, the script would be $3,200, directing $8,000, production $31,500, animation $45,000, finishing, background art, and sound $19,000 each, photography $11,000.
Is that for one episode or for the series?
Materials $6,000, editing $3,000, and printing $8,000. But with numbers this high, it would be far too risky for a single company to front the entire cost, in case they end up making another X-Arm. But with the risk spread between several different companies, they are all able to survive the occasional flop. So you've got your idea, you've got your funding, time to hand it over to the artists, right? Not even close. Now comes the exciting part, where a bunch of businessmen sit around a table and discuss the best way to tell the story, design the art, and cast the characters in order to make the maximum amount of profit. Since each committee member has their own different, often competing agendas, this phase of production can stretch on for ages, deciding on the most minute of details, like how long to make the girls' skirts. Technically, the original creator, usually the manga artist, has final say in how things turn out, but who in their right mind would want to sit in on these meetings when they could be at home drawing? So the majority of the time, a surrogate is chosen from the publishing company to represent the interests of the author. But once every possible revenue stream has been explored, from figures to body pillows, the important businessmen hand things over to the anime studio to do what they do best. And here's where the root of the $2 an hour problem lies. The commissioned anime studio is paid a flat fee, and it is up to them to deliver a polished final product on time, turn a profit for their own business, and pay their hundreds of employees a fair wage. And unfortunately, most of the time, they have no choice but to completely ignore that last requirement. As with most creative industries, from VFX to game design, there's virtually an infinite lineup of anime artists just waiting for their opportunity to break into their dream field. This oversaturation of potential employees strips the artists of all their bargaining power, and is the reason for the incredibly long hours and low wages. With entry-level animators making around $1.75 per frame, they often have to work over 11 hours a day just to scrape by. And even then, often require assistance from family to live in the third most expensive city on the planet. Despite every individual artist overflowing with talent and creativity, they are seen as replaceable. Over the past few years, this dichotomy has been brought center stage by the news, but so far very little has been done to rectify anything. But even if all the underpaid and overworked anime artists joined together and demanded higher pay, all that would accomplish is bankrupting the studios, who themselves are just barely scraping by. The whole system is one long race to the bottom, competing for lower and lower costs. In order to build a more sustainable...
There's a few jobs that are raced to the bottom. Video editing is one of them. Yep. I thought that the animation studio didn't make that much. I heard that they only make a lot of money if it's an original adaptation. I have a feeling the problem starts... I don't understand why there's so many different... The production committee, why do they need so many people from different companies sitting on it? That's weird a little bit. Like, I get that you can partner with other production companies to do the part that your studio is not good at. For example, you have your client, they want something done, they're gonna look for, I don't know, a marketing agency or like creatives, put the ideas together, then they'll collaborate with a production agency to make their idea come to life. And sometimes this production agency, they're gonna partner with another production agency in the country where they're filming because they need somebody that knows the area, the environment, that knows labor there. Why is there 10 people on these production companies? Because these people, they're suits. They probably don't really care about the quality of the product, they just want to turn a profit.
And fair anime economy, the entire system would have to be rebuilt from the ground up, which I think is exactly what we're going to see happen in the coming years. But before we can make predictions about the future, first we need to look at how the anime industry is currently generating that $24 billion per year. Inverse to Hollywood box office, the anime industry still makes most of its profits domestically. I guess the world just isn't ready for this. As I touched on before, anime aren't particularly designed to turn a profit in and of themselves. The meme online is that anime are just long ads made to sell manga, and that's why it's oh so common for incredible shows to never be completed. Kubikiri Cycles, Konosuba. But I never fully understood just how true that was. When watching TV in the West, if anyone actually still does that, there are these things called commercial breaks, which annoyingly get in the way of you finding out whether or not they're gonna love or list it. This is because the channel that you're watching has paid great sums of money for the rights to broadcast a show and need to recoup their investment through advertising. Well, if any of you 90s kids have ever stayed up way past your bedtime flipping channels just looking for any alternative to going to sleep, then chances are you've stumbled on the paid programming channel, which ingeniously thought to themselves, why don't we just skip the content and only run ads? And thus the ShamWow was born.
I can't live without it.
Well, with some obvious exceptions, this is exactly how anime works.
These weird ad channels are kind of fun to watch around 3 AM. I miss watching those.
Rather than the TV channel paying for the rights to air, say, Horimiya pays the TV channel to air their show. Let me repeat that.
That's crazy.
The anime producers pay the network to run their show. And it's not cheap.
What?
Anime being ads for manga isn't just an expression, it's a literal fact. And if you're wondering why the system only works in one direction, it's because compared to anime, manga is incredibly easy and inexpensive to produce. It only takes a handful of people to create a volume of manga which can then retail for $5 and potentially sell tens of
$5?
millions of copies.
I paid $12 for my manga. I'm being scammed.
So whenever you see an advertisement for an upcoming anime, you're literally watching an ad for an ad. Adception. But the financial success of an anime doesn't live or die here. It is not uncommon for an anime to take up to several years to break even, let alone turn a profit. The goal of the production committee is to turn on as many slow dripping faucets as possible to slowly fill up their bucket with a diverse stream of revenues. Rights are sold off to video game studios, merchandise companies, streaming services, and foreign distributors like Funimation or Crunchyroll, all of which have to share a percent of their profits with the production committee. And if the anime studios themselves aren't on the production committee, they aren't seeing a dime of those profits. It makes little difference to the studio's bottom line whether their work has Demon Slayer levels of success or X-Arm. The only creatives that see a cut of the profits are the director, head writer, original creator, and sometimes the OP artist, who all receive varying amounts of royalties. Surprisingly, one of the most lucrative revenue streams are DVD sales. And if you don't know what—
Oh wait, that's what you guys said, the DVD sales. Yeah, Bandai, yeah. So they make money by doing merch.
that is, ask your grandma. These relics of a bygone era are sold with 2 to 4 episodes per disc and will easily set you back somewhere between $50 and $100. Yes, you heard me right. To own the entire season of your favorite Yuri show could cost you over $500. Now you might be asking yourself, who in their right mind would spend that much money? But this is anime fans we're talking about. In fact, the prohibitively high price is the very reason why DVD sales are so important. In the past, they've tested lowering prices, but
they're also huge in idol culture. Like every idol group and K-pop groups, they sell a lot of CDs. I find that so odd. Apparently it's still very popular in Japan.
it only led to a marginal increase in sales, which makes perfect sense since their target market are hardcore collectors. The utility and price of the thing isn't what drives them. The DVD market works much like gacha games. It only takes a few dedicated fans, known as whales, to fund the entire game, so that the rest of the user base can enjoy it for free. 2,000 people buying the entire season would bring in $1 million of revenue, which to me begins to paint a better picture of how the anime industry operates the way it does. But chances are, if you're watching this video right now, you don't live in Japan and might be wondering just how you pressing play on Crunchyroll factors into all of this. Does any of your monthly subscription make its way back to Japan, or is it going straight into Papa Sony's pockets? Before the rise of Funimation, HiDive, Netflix, and of course Crunchyroll, foreign audiences depended on fan subbing and sailing the 7 seas, which isn't a result of cost, it's a result of convenience, or lack thereof. The best way to stop the Captain Jacks of the world is to make legal streaming easier and more convenient than the alternative. And you could definitely make a convincing argument as to why that's not currently the case, but let's just ignore their faults for now. Basically, any foreign profit is better than no foreign profit. So anime producers sell the rights to streaming, merch, and home video to companies like Crunchyroll for anywhere from a couple grand to tens of thousands of dollars per episode. This fee is called the minimum guarantee, which basically transfers the risk off the anime producers and onto Crunchyroll, who pay the MG up front before making a single penny. If Crunchyroll manages to recoup the MG, any further revenue they make is split with the production committee. So yes, technically the money you're spending on streaming and merch is supporting the Japanese anime industry, but of Crunchyroll's 70 million users, only about 3 million of them are paid. The rest are just streaming anime for free while sacrificing a few minutes here and there to watch an ad. Let's assume Crunchyroll makes a high CPM of $10.
I'm a premium user. I paid to have no ads.
Meaning for every 1,000 views an ad gets, Crunchyroll makes $10. With 4 ads per episode of anime, a smaller anime getting 20,000 views would only make Crunchyroll $800, which wouldn't even cover the MG, let alone the subtitling, hosting, and marketing, and don't even consider the idea of making a dubbed version.
Bye!
So if this ad-supported model is so unprofitable, Why does it even exist? Because Crunchyroll are smart enough to know that removing it wouldn't force people to pay monthly. It would just send them off to one of the countless and easily accessible, not so legal streaming sites. Ad-supported anime is only feasible for a company like Anilog, who have a huge back catalog just sitting around collecting dust that they could easily throw on YouTube at little to no cost. If you'd like to learn more about Anilog, I have a whole video on them linked in the description below. The bottom line is, 1 month of a paid subscription would equal watching like 200 episodes of anime with ads. So we've basically got another small set of whales carrying the entire industry on their shoulders. Just to be clear, I'm not making a judgment call or recommending you pay monthly, I'm just laying out the numbers. At the rate the global anime market is growing, it should overtake domestic revenue before we know it. And with such drastic shifts taking place both technologically and socially, it is clear that major change is coming. With society becoming more and more digital, the barrier to entry—
I hope so. I really hope so. There is like a change from the top down.
for creating anime is getting lower and lower. As long as you have a computer and enough time, a single person could create an entire anime themselves and release it online at next to no cost, say the way Makoto Shinkai did with Voices of a Distant Star. And if he could make that himself, imagine what an entire studio could create without any of the restrictions of a production committee. With several studios binding together to create Anilog, and Studio Trigger coming out with a Patreon, it's clear that moves are being made by the studios themselves to gain greater independence. Major studios like Ghibli and Kyoto Animation already have the luxury of forming their own production committees and being far more picky with the projects they choose to work on.
Yes.
Whether it's Netflix, Crunchyroll, or
Anilog, I don't know, we need to look into that. He's mentioned it a couple of times. I'm not aware of Anilog.
KyoAni streaming service, the future of media is obviously trending towards blending production and distribution together into a little ball and calling it an insert studio here original. And I don't see why anime would be any different. This system also has a ton of concerns and drawbacks, but overall, I think it would provide a much more stable economy where productions aren't just closing their eyes, crossing their fingers, and hoping enough people buy their DVDs. Now, I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting recommended much more Netflix animations because of I've watched some, so it's my algorithms shifting. But I don't know if these animes, I mean, they have these dubbed animes, they're made in Japan, but then they have all of these animes like Blue Eye Samurai. There's another one with a samurai, and they have this Norse mythology anime and Blood of Zeus and all of that. I think these are Western ones.
But anime has affected my life in such a meaningful way, and I want to do everything in my power to preserve this incredibly unique and artistic medium and support the artists actually responsible for creating the anime that have brought me so much joy. It feels to me like the industry is heading towards a fork in the road, and all we can do is hope that it goes down the right path. But no matter what happens, it is undeniable that anime artists deserve better. All I ask is that you continue to support the anime industry in any way possible, so that they can continue to make the breathtaking, heartwarming, and magical stories that we all know and love. Thanks for watching.
Oh man. Damn, that video only got 12k views? That's crazy. It deserves so much more. I'm finding a lot of gems video from really small channels. That's cool. Well, at least that's more hopeful. Link it? Yeah, sure. I always put the link in my description in the highlight videos. I can put it in chat too.
In other words, anime is becoming harder to sell and the amount of work is increasing.
I've seen this guy so much. This guy talks about Japan stuff.
Despite the fact that less money are being returned to the animators and production companies.
But yeah, I forgot to say, but Anime has made such a profound impact on my life. Like dude, I think I've told you guys before that I used to read, you know how people read like fairy tales to their siblings when they're young and stuff. I used to read her Naruto. I think it incites very good values. It's a very inspiring medium. I used to draw anime style in high school too, and people would make fun of me because they thought my characters looked weird.
皆さんこんにちは and welcome to Let's Ask Shogo. I believe many of you have gotten interested in Japanese culture and history through anime. I myself love anime too. And my wife and I recently finished watching Assassination Classroom and Full Metal Alchemist together. However, despite the popularity of anime across the globe, did you know that people involved in the animation industry work in a terrible environment of low pay grades and extended work hours? So today, I'll first talk about how horrible the working environment is for animators in Japan. After that,
But what
I'll
about
explain
like how much is the creator of One Piece worth, for example? He must be worth a lot. He's sold his license to Netflix. I'm sure they paid a lot for that, right? They sell merch of One Piece all around the globe.
About the structural problems in the animation industry that causes such a situation. Finally, I will share ideas on what needs to be done now to make the animation industry sustainable. So please watch this video till the end. This video will help you to better understand not just the Japanese animation industry, but the Japanese business world itself, which would be useful for all those who are willing to work in Japan in the future. However, please note that I'm not involved in the anime industry in any way, and
Thank you, Neon. Before the live action, Oda was worth like 20 million in the States, in USD. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I remember when Crunchyroll were going to use their money to help animators, and they ended up making some Western slop. What? They ended up making a VTuber.
I have only studied through books and articles written by journalists. If there is anything you'd like to add to the story, please let me know in the comments. In this channel, you can take a closer look.
I guess it depends on his contract. He might be earning 1%.
Look at Japanese traditional culture, tips on traveling Kyoto, and social problems in Japan. So learners and lovers of Japanese language and culture, be sure to subscribe to enjoy more content. それでは本日も参りましょう。Then first, let's talk about how horrible the working environment in the anime industry is. The average annual salary for animators in Japan is 4.4 million yen. The average annual income for Japan as a whole is 4.33 million yen. So it may appear somewhat higher. However, 30% of the respondents have an annual income of 2.5 million yen or less, and 33.1% of them are 29 years old or younger. In other words, the average annual income is extremely low for the younger age groups, with a large gap between those earning higher salaries. For example, compared to the US, the average annual salary of an animator is $75,000 which is said to be about 8.25 million yen. This is about as—
Wait, that's good. 75k a year? I'd take that salary. That's a lot of money.
Twice as high as in Japan. Also, more than half of all animators are freelancers, and even those who work in a company are usually paid at a piece rate basis. In other words, to increase your salary, you need to show good enough results. There is, however, a limit to how much work you can do, so it is easy to fall into a vicious cycle where earning income requires more time commitment. So long working hours can also become a major problem. Some studies point out that the animator's average working hours is 12.4 hours a day, with over 80 hours of overtime per month and less than 5 days off. per month. 80 times of overtime work per month is above the karoshi line and is very dangerous for one's health. Because countless numbers of people are suffering from physical or mental illnesses, it is becoming common sense in Japan that the animation industry is a terrible working environment.
The cost of living is different. Well, if you know like the median salary in the US, that's above the median salary. But yeah, they probably get more because it's harder to find specialized people. And the problem with the US, well, it's not really a problem for the, it's not a problem for the US, it's a problem for all the other countries, is that when there's good talent, they go to the US because they know they'll be able to find work there. And paid decently well.
Then, let's talk about why anime is so popular, yet the people who work there are forced to work in such a terrible environment. The reason is said to lie in the structural problem of the animation
And you know,
industry.
we see this in the VTuber industry a lot, like, I ask quotes from artists all the time, and the Western artists, they charge a lot more for the same quality of work as a Japanese artist. It's completely different, and sometimes even Japanese artists, you know, commercial right is included in the price. Sometimes they're better, more talented, but that's the difference with having an English expertise as well.
The Japanese
Hololive
animation
is a good
industry
example. How
is
so?
often operated and financed by the production committee system. A production committee is the name of the group of sponsors and related companies that financed the production of the work. This method became the mainstream business model in Japan after the huge success of Neon Genesis Evangelion that was broadcast from 1995. The production committee system has the following advantages. 1. Multiple companies investing together allows to spread the risk on one company. 2. Participation of a wide variety of...
So you guys were right, it is about funding. Okay. This is giving up some additional information onto the last video.
companies facilitates media mix and advertising. 3. Production companies and animators can concentrate on production. If a publishing company participates, it can create a novel or manga. If a recording company participates, it can create original character songs and live performances. If a game company participates, it can produce and sell games and so on, creating a wide variety of revenue streams. Even if one part of the project fails, if some other part can cover for it, the project as a whole has a better chance of success. The current success of the Japanese animation industry is greatly due to this production committee system. Today, however, about 40% of Japanese animation production companies operate at a loss, and they are going bankrupt one after another. This is because the production committee system has the following disadvantages too. 1. No matter how successful the anime is, the profit is not paid back to the production company or the animators. Various companies interfere with the content of the work, making it difficult to create a unique product. The advantages used to exceed the disadvantages in the past, but now the disadvantages have become more significant due
too many cooks in the kitchen. They won't let them cook.
To these two problems. 1. The increase in the number of genres and works has made it harder to create hits. 2. Increased workload due to improved drawing quality. In other words, anime is becoming harder to sell and the amount of work is increasing, despite the fact that less money are being returned to the animators and production companies. And with the increase in the number of unsuccessful productions, the risk of the funding companies increases, and they begin to meddle more into production, making it even more difficult to create unique creations. But because the number of productions is increasing today, a negative cycle is taking place in which non-unique productions end up not selling well. What's even worse is that even though the working environment is so poor, there is hardly any shortage of human resources. even though they know how low the wages are and how long the working hours are. There constantly are young people who want to work in the animation industry. Because the industry has no shortage of human resources, the urgency to make improvements is reduced. But of course, the environment does not improve the technical skills of the younger generations, and it is said that the overall quality of Japanese animators have been declining. Then lastly, I will introduce some measures taking place on how the animation industry can survive and thrive further. 1. Sole investment. 2. The partnership method. 3. Running schools for animators. 4. Crowdfunding. The disadvantages of the production committee method explained earlier can be resolved if one company solely invests, or the production company invests itself. This was actually done with some anime works such as Pop Team Epic, the new Evangelion movies, and Demon Slayer. No one will question the big success that these animations have accomplished, right? Of course, sole investment carries a high risk on one company if it fails, but without that level of creativity, it may not be possible to succeed in today's world of anime. Another approach is the partnership method. It is a system in which a production company owns the rights to the production and takes royalties or sells them to companies that wants to produce, sell, and distribute products related to the animation. This is exactly how Kemono Friends was created. This way, if the animation becomes a hit, the money will be properly returned to the production company in which the animators belong. Thirdly, running schools to train future talented animators
Don't they have
is a perfect
schools?
business for production companies too. This is because they know the field of anime the best and have the actual technology and experience.
It's kind of like doing idol trainee academies, you know?
This, of course, will be a great source of income for the production companies. If you're interested in actually going to train to become an animator in the future, I think it would be best to search for such schools. Lastly, it is said that anime production and crowdfunding go very well together. This is because there are many materials in anime production that can be given back to fans in form of merchandise, such as setting materials, copyrighted original drawings, pilot films, and key visual illustrations, making it easy to set up crowdfunding returns.
That'd be way more interesting than buying DVDs.
Belief was that production costs should be collected from companies, but now there's a system to receive funding directly from the viewers. A representative example of an animation film that was very successful using crowdfunding is この世界の片隅に. The film far exceeded its 20 million yen goal, with 3,374 supporters contributing 39.12 million yen. The film earned over 2.7 billion yen at its final box office, with a production cost
I thought he was going to say final form.
50 million yen. It is not easy to develop an organization that can take the lead in producing animation, have its own financial strength, and hold the ability to negotiate with others in and out of the industry to secure the maximum profit for itself. But because anime
I wouldn't negotiate with somebody that shakes my hand like that. That's weird.
is one of the most popular cultures that Japan can offer to the world, I hope that the industry will gradually develop in the future. If you're interested in working in the Japanese...
Dude, if you give like 3 or 4 shakes and more and a handshake, that is weird. Isn't it just like one brief handshake? Like a strong, brief handshake. That's normal. And then you unlock the hands.
Animation industry, please try to find a
firm
company
and
that
fast,
is making
yeah.
efforts to confront and solve the current problems.
Like you give it a good squeeze, you know?
Then lastly, today's conclusion. Despite the global popularity of anime, people involved in the animation industry work in a terrible environment of low pay and overtime work. Most young animators are paid far below the average annual income in Japan. And because they're basically paid on a piece rate basis, many work long hours under the risk of karoshi. This is because the Japanese animation industry is still often operated and financed by the production committees.
Ether, your DI argument doesn't work. They've already said in the previous videos that the biggest, even though it's popular in the West, most of the funding comes from like domestic viewers, so there wouldn't be DEI. It's whatever. Like, the thing is with animes is they get popular first in Japan, then they get exported. But they need to have success in Japan first. And people that are familiar with the culture said that there's no such things there yet, at least.
System, which is the name of the group of sponsors and related companies that finance the production of the work. Although the current success of the anime industry is largely due to this system and its benefits of lowering risk on one company, today with the increasing number of genres, works of anime, and workload due to improved drawing quality, it is starting to do more harm than good. In order to change this terrible situation, many companies are taking measures such as sole investment, using the partnership method, running schools for animators, and crowdfunding. So that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching. If this video helped you to deepen
Who's
your
gonna fund
understanding
the
towards
school for animators though?
the anime industry in Japan, please hit the like button to help me boost this video to more viewers. And our goal is to achieve 2 million subscribers by January 2023, so your help would mean a lot. And please check out our sub-channel and membership through the link inside the description box. Thanks again, and I'll see you in my next video. 皆さんどうもありがとうございました。
Okay. I think this was the video I was looking for. That I was telling you guys about. I added way too many videos to my list, and I don't know which one was good. Which one's good and what's not. So, has Trash Taste talked about this ever? Because I keep seeing this video from Joey always pops up on my timeline. It says I've watched it, but I haven't. Same with this one. I don't know why. This red bar thing has been buggy lately. They had an animator. That's so cool. Yeah, they're lucky to... For some things, they are lucky to live in Japan. For some others, less.
In 2008, a slice of life anime called Kaneki came out.
That's so cute!
2 years later, a man who worked on it was found dead.
What?
And for a while, this incident was a mystery. The
wow,
big question...
the mood went from 100 to 0 real fast, went dark real fast. It was some French guy. Oh, was it Vincent? The guy that worked on JJK and One Piece that we talked about earlier? Yeah, I think it was the Vincent guy that spoke out against Mappa Studio. Yeah, I remember now chat mentioned that he went on Trash Taste.
Being whether he did it himself or whether it was staged. It would take the government 4 years to finish their investigation. That after he'd worked 600 hours with no paid overtime in a week where he couldn't even go home.
The problem is, and I've noticed that while doing research on VTuber agencies, it's kind of the same problem as in China. The government has very little, and they don't really want to regulate it. They've added some regulations, but not very strict ones. Like, every time there's been an investigation into black companies, they found to be within the legal boundaries of the law. So they're like, oh, well, there's been no illegal activities. You can pay your VTubers a 0.5 commission fee and it's perfectly legal. There's been no abuse. It's not because something is not illegal that it's morally correct and that there hasn't been exploitation. It's just that the laws are very lax, and they said that we're tackling down 996, but not really, because at the end of the day, like these countries are also power nations, and they want to surpass each other. Imagine you're a leader of the country and you want your country to advance. Of course you want the people in it to work even more. It's gonna make your country richer. They have no incentive to make them work less.
home, the man had ended his life, working for one of the most famous anime studios in Japan, which got off completely scot-free.
In order to know what's even worse, how much coverage do you think this got, given how popular anime is?
The lines are like 5 hours.
I mean, I assume a lot.
None. It was like it never happened.
And in my quest to find out the answer to one simple question, I unearthed the dark truth that anime would rather you not know. That behind the—
Yeah, the same with whole for each stage had a nation of driving black companies. Yeah, exactly, Ailey. Like, that whole video that we watched on Chaeballs, I mean, those companies, they run the country. So it's either that or the government, you know, they're very interested in making these companies work well, or they're just not interested in making their population work less because they want to drive the economy through the roof, they want to surpass the United States, or they have multitude of reasons not to fix those issues. Like, think of it when you're playing a simulation game where you're running a country. Are you thinking, oh, but my citizens, they're lacking sleep, they're like, oh, whatever, so what if a couple of them dies? I'm talking about a game, you know. What if my sim dies? I feel like that's how they probably view them at a certain point when you're operating on such a large scale. They're like, no, but we need this by this day. We need this done by this day. We need to reach those targets by that day.
The cute girls running around on your screen is a war that has
Ryan Crawley, thank you so much. Welcome to the Precious Squad.
been raging since before World War II, entangling in it some of the most famous Japanese people in history, from the seats of power in the Japanese government all the way across the ocean to the—
Frostpunk. You know what? I was exactly thinking of Frostpunk. I just couldn't put my finger on it. That's exactly what happened. It's like, guys, we need to finish building the generator before the first day of winter. I don't care if you run out of food or if you die of exhaustion. You are building that generator. We need this heater or thousands will die. Put the kids to work. Send them to the mines. Holy shit. Sneaky cats. Dropping the fat Akasupa. Yo, what's up, buddy? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the support of the stream, guys.
the doorsteps of Walt Disney. A war that has consumed countless numbers of innocent lives and dreams as people fight to just be treated like human beings. Hijacked by companies exploiting the fallout of anime's god, dooming it all to slowly fall apart at the seams. But the worst part is, you've been staring at the truth for years. It's just been one click away. In January 2019, a new horror anime was released, featuring a group of orphans being raised to slaughter.
Whoa.
The Promised Neverland quickly became the most popular of the season. Every man, woman, and child was talking about it. The story, the characters, the atmosphere, everything was phenomenal. So when The Promised Neverland Season 2 was announced in early 2021, anime fans expected nothing less than an epic sequel to the story that shook the winter of 2019. But that's not what they got.
I just finished watching episode 6 of Promised Neverland Season.
Okay, you know how Moist Critical does those moist, how does he call it, the moist meter reviews? I want to do that on my channel too. I kind of did something similar for the JJK movie, and I guess I'll build that up slowly. I don't know, I don't think people are interested in my television movie takes yet, but I will force it upon them. I watch so much TV shows, I watch so much shit, there's no reason for me not to talk about it. So I'm gonna start doing the Rima version of the moist meters.
Season 2, and it is
the
most
horse meter.
Abominable, putrid pile of dog shit I've ever seen.
The second season of The Promised Neverland was
the yay or nay scale. The clopometer.
bad.
We need to find a good name for it, guys.
Bad. And what happened to that second season quickly became one of the biggest mysteries of 2021. How
was it so bad if all they have to do is follow a pre-established story, like a manga?
Stable series suddenly turned into such a dumpster fire? Was the animation studio just inept? Was it higher up corporate pressure? Was the manga artist pulling the strings? Nobody knew, and virtually nothing was said about it. Overshadowed by the other two series Studio Cloverworks made in 2021, The Promised Neverland Season 2 was seemingly thrown out the window as if the entire series was a failure. As if the first season wasn't a mega popular success. As if the studio was in debt or something. As fans were finishing up Demon Slayer...
One thing about Mappa Studio is that like they've been really good with fast turnarounds and people go to them with like emergency animes that they need out like in just a couple months, and Mappa is like, yeah, we can do it. We have the resources to do it. And then they squeeze them.
Attack on Titan Season 3, Cloverworks will reveal something odd. After having produced not only The Promised Neverland, but also Darling in the Franxx and Bunny Girl Senpai in the same fiscal year, the studio had made no profit. In fact, they were 7 million yen in the hole. And they were lucky, because as the anime industry reported that it grew to a market cap of 2 trillion yen, industry surveys reported that the back end of the anime industry was actually...
The girls on OnlyFans cosplaying as that Darling in the Franxx girl probably make more money than that studio then if they made zero profit. That's crazy.
In a crisis. 40% of all studios in debt, the industry shrinking by 5%, anime numbers collapsing for 4 years straight, and what seemed like an endless stream of employee horror stories. It was so bad that some reports even predicted the industry's imminent collapse, something that anime had actually done to itself. In the 1960s, the manga and anime industry got into a civil war. Specifically, this man, godfather of manga Osamu Tezuka,
that's the guy that made
animation studio.
That's the guy that made Astro Boy.
Was a load of shit. Toei thought Tezuka was a massive bitch. Feeling like he had no control over his story and the production process, Tezuka decided to build his own anime studio from the fortune.
Darling in the Franxx wasn't so bad. Just the last few episodes, it was like, too much. It became too much.
He made and take the direction of anime into his own hands, eventually arriving at his crown jewel, an
and
anime
he was a
adaptation
doctor?
of his manga masterpiece, Astro Boy. Now with an anime on his hands, all you had to do was bid for a slot in the air, which unbeknownst to Tezuka meant that he had to outbid the one and only
Disney. Did you check with the government and see if they needed any money lately?
Faced with the challenge of having to financially outbid Disney in order to air his anime to the public, Tezuka realized something important. He might not have been as rich as Disney, but he had bigger balls.
That's kind of cool. He put his dick on the table.
And so he decided to take the age-old financial advice of, if you can't buy it, then go into debt for it. A lot of debt for it.
Cred Maxon.
Oh, don't worry about her. Luckily, since Astro Boy was already popular in Japan and Tezuka decided to push for the unheard of rate of an episode a week, Tezuka managed to turn his smart financial decision into billions of dollars of profit through the power of marketing and merchandise. Faced with that amount of money, other animation studios quickly conformed to this weekly schedule, using Tezuka's refined techniques to kind of cheat the animation process and make it easier to upload every week, and sending Tezuka to the god of anime, as well as manga. It's a spicy title. There's only one problem though. Astro Boy looks like this.
That night, at the Institute of Science,
modern anime looks like this. And that weekly upload schedule has not changed. In addition, not every animation studio could just go into hilarious amounts of debt. And while TV stations and the government could initially make up that shortfall, by the time Neon Genesis Evangelion rolled around, anime was just getting way too expensive. And with Japan's economic miracle about to explode in the country's face,
what about the woman that made Sailor Moon? Is she rich? She's gotta be, right? Right, chat? That's crazy if she isn't. That's sad if she isn't.
Decision was made to implement a relatively unknown funding strategy that had in it a slow, creeping death. That explains how animators can barely afford food while their creations go on to rake in billions of dollars of profit and being nearly impossible to escape from. But the worst part is, you already know what it is. K-On! Is a slice of life anime involving a group of high school girls who make a band called the Sakura ko K-On! Bu. It's a pretty cute show, but when I watched it for the first time, I found something really odd.
She was rich before Sailor Moon? She's married to the creator of Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day in my members channel in voice call. We do Discord hangouts from time to time, by the way. Join Discord if you haven't already. She became even richer after Sailor Moon? Was she married? Was she rich because she married the author of Hunter x Hunter? Or it's kind of cute that they're two mangakas and they're married together. And apparently, he refuses. She's starting to help him. She helped him a little bit with Hunter x Hunter, but he's very controlling about his art. So he wants to do everything himself. They have a funny dynamic, I guess.
Besides the fact that Mio overrated Ritsu Best Girl, in the opening of every episode, an inexplicable blurb of text would appear on screen without fail that made me question my sanity. Here, see if you can spot it. There. The show about the fictional Sakurako Keionbu was produced by the Sakurako Keionbu. And once I saw that, it was like the floodgates had opened. Nier Automata, Land of the Lustrous, Anohana, even The Promised Neverland. Nearly every single anime had this weird little text at the end, and then some just didn't include it. And with how anime credits are structured, the most important people came at the end. So what was more important than the animation studio, the anime director, and even the original author? Remember when I brought up Astro Boy and Chainsaw Man? Well, let me ask you something. What's the actual difference between these two anyways? More colors? More
details? More
good
frames?
Stuff? I mean, okay, this picture probably took longer to draw.
A lot more
animation
frames.
studios made up of artists? Just throw a few on there and it would take like an hour, right? It can't be that hard. Oh my god. That's where the problem is. Not only is there like a million frames in a single anime episode, there's 2D art, 3D art, special effects, voice actors, music, people who plan, stage, direct, script write, edit, manage the
Honestly,
whole operation.
I thought the 2D art scenes and stuff like that were there because they took shorter amount of time to make. But maybe not. Maybe it's just more complex.
Whether it's so employees know what's going on or keeping character models consistent so a character doesn't suddenly become a different race the next time you see them, the anime production process is ginormous. So with all these people running around and busting their asses to make your favorite anime, let me ask you a question. Who's gonna pay all of it?
7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered.
Making anime is like entering the stock market.
Freaked out, waiting to see how low.
This is the part that I didn't totally understand the first time around I watched this documentary, and he's gonna explain here why it's not profitable.
When you buy a company's stock, you're technically buying an ownership in the company, which means that you technically have power over what the company does. But come on, what are you gonna do with your 0.1 shares of Apple? And we all know due diligence is a myth. Now, okay, forget about all that bullshit. What's the real reason you invest in the stock market? Money. And that, my friends, is what Neon Genesis Evangelion did to anime. It turned the
I demand a direct phone call from Yago himself with my 1% share.
The stock market. Which means that, yeah, a few girls and a guy with mental health issues have made it so that you could own a portion of your favorite anime and even make money off of it if it does well. Isn't that great? I lied. You can't. Because the only people allowed to enter the anime market are people who can pull a Tezuka and spin an anime into $1 billion of profit, which nowadays means you have to be a corporation. And with each anime being infinitely more complicated than the last, and production values skyrocketing with little to stop them, more and more bigger and bigger corporations are being called on to invest in the anime that you watch. Which means all these companies are fighting over how they want the anime to go, making the entire process an expensive bureaucratic nightmare. Wait, hold up a second. If production values are going up, then why are 40% of all anime studios in debt? Shouldn't the production committee raise enough money to cover the wages and the production? Well, let me introduce you to one man.
Just this once.
PewDiePie.
PewDiePie?
You remember that time Felix was waging a sub battle against T-Series? Well, number-wise, he lost. Spoiler alert. But does anyone actually care? It wasn't like after the dust settled, everyone thought he was a massive loser and unsubscribed.
This, incidentally, is how Japanese companies work. Replace a few labels on the graph, and suddenly you have Japanese inter-corporate culture, or something like that.
Since production committees are made up of companies coming from various industries, if two companies come from the same industry, say body pillows, there will inevitably be one company that outsells the other, aka a winner and a loser. Actually, it should be the other way around. And Japanese companies really don't like being the loser. So much to the point that there will only be one company per industry on the production committee, severely limiting the amount of money that can go into anime production, because companies have budgets. And okay, you know what, let's just get someone in the industry to explain it instead.
Say they want to invest $200,000, but they absolutely want 10% of the rights. In that case, it set the maximum budget for the anime at $2 million.
Okay, Japanese companies suck, but what about foreign ones? Surely some big international company has looked at this and realized it might make them some money, right?
Well, no, not really, because anime is a stock, and in stocks, money is control.
So to prevent some random-ass company from essentially buying out their anime, the production committee will take that foreign investment meant for one anime and instead of put it into 100, screwing literally every party over just to maintain their majority control. And what can the people who draw the anime do about this? Nothing. Because most of the time, they're not even on the committee. And even if they are, they don't have enough ownership to force the committee to raise more money. So they're put into a very pleasant position of having to make anime with pretty much no money. And they do make an anime because they signed a contract that says they have to. And once that anemically funded anime goes out, the production committee turns around and says, oh wow, you made this anime with no money? Clearly you're capable, so why don't we do it again?
Yeah, it's always like that.
Actually is.
the production committee, who doesn't value anime for your petty little reasons like laughs, tears, or childhood memories, but as a means to one single end, to make as much money as possible. But hold on a minute, let's not jump to conclusions here. Production committees are kind of scummy, but it's not like they're all evil mustache trolling villains.
これはまあ良し悪しなんだけど、今日はあえていいもの悪者っていうのを設定して話してみる。
And unfortunately, the service they provide is kind of necessary. I mean, how many studios can you think of that can cough up the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars that it costs to just produce one episode of anime, let alone the millions it takes to produce an entire season? And don't.
I mean, Hollywood studios do it all the time, though. They're not made of multiple comedies. They've accumulated that wealth so they can do these investments, can't they?
Forget these anime that you watch, they're all a product of survivorship bias. These actually survived the process. Imagine the 90% of anime that get all this funding just to never be released, which would put studios into multiple millions of dollars of debt. These anime studios need money to survive, and the production committee does that for them, even if it's really shittily. They raise the money and allocate it to revenue stream. The anime, the merch, the t-shirts, the body pillows. It's just ironic that out of all of these streams of income, the least profitable part
Honestly,
of it is
I'm surprised that the body pillows revenue go through. I always thought body pillows and all that were derivative merch from like third-party companies that are probably not paying licensing fees.
Anime itself.
Hello everybody,
There's
my name is
definitely, there has to be a lot of bootleg merch made from every popular anime.
I think YouTubers make money, discounting all the merch, sponsorships, and all the other stuff. The main way any YouTuber makes money off YouTube itself is ads. Sorry about that. Advertisers want to make a lot of money by sending a lot of stuff to a lot of people, which means they'll pay more for ads to either reach a lot of people, or the really rich people, or both. Which is anime's issue. Because the time anime is aired on TV in Japan is not really conducive to advertisers. With the waking hours being taken up by shows that are aimed at an audience that usually doesn't have any money, and the shows that are actually aimed at people who have money are aired at a time when most of them are asleep, which means advertisers won't pay that much unless it's an uber popular anime like Demon Slayer. So if anime doesn't make that much money, then what does?
So I'm waiting in line to get the figures. They've gone to get the figures. This man in front of me literally just spent about $6 grand.
What?
$10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000. Just like how Tezuka put his bets on the power of otaku, so
$10,000 in anime figures. Yeah, I was looking at some Jujutsu Kaisen anime figures, and they're really cool ones. Like one of them that I wanted to add to my, it was $1,000 for one figurine. Like holy shit! I mean, it was beautiful, but god damn. And talking about goddamn, Dart074 offered a sub to Ayo Kawami and subbed themselves. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you, guys. Well, I'm telling you right now, not all YouTubers are filthy rich, Adam. The guys from Trash Taste are very successful.
So do modern production committees, who invest the majority of
if they're spending 10k on anime figurines for a video, they're probably making a lot more than that in return. Imagine 10k in Rima merch, I could fill up my whole room. Every single inch of it.
their money not into making the anime, but getting the word out about the anime and making all the merch that anime fans gobble up, which through a strange turn of events has resulted in this. Do you notice something wrong? Why is this DVD so expensive? The price of anime DVDs have always looked kind of ridiculous to me. You want me to pay almost $50 for a part of a season of an anime that I can just watch
it's $50 for the idle ones too. It's crazy. It's crazy. And everybody's just used to watching these for free now with streaming services. But it's a collector's item. I think I'd rather have a figurine than a DVD box set though.
For free? I mean, through verified online streaming sites? And beyond that, people don't buy DVDs anymore. Right?
Sweet, because I have a lot. I have a few hundred.
Well, as it turns out, people still do. And in fact, anime DVDs are like this MacBook Pro stand, a luxury item, overpriced because the profit made from the people buying is enough to outweigh all the lost profit from the people who don't. In fact, in the good old days, anime DVDs used to make so much profit that it's propped up entire studios before. Spoiler alert, those good old days are over. Because nowadays, most anime is watched through streaming services like Crunchyroll and Netflix, so the committee requires pay a few $1,000s minimum per anime episode in an attempt to recoup production costs. An attempt that's usually completely hopeless. Because did I mention that anime is getting so expensive that entire production committees are going into debt? Which lends itself to the unfortunate realization that, yeah, your life is probably worth less than Orimo or El Manga Sensei is worth to the production committee. Because just like the money raised for anime came through them first, the money profited from anime goes through the committee first as well, because they are the ones that technically own the anime. Because anime is a stock, and only the owners of that stock.
Yeah, they're the one who put up the money, so they put up the risks, so all the profits go to them first.
Stock get to reap the profit of it. Besides, the creators involved in the project already got paid up front, not our problem if they went over budget. Which means even if an anime is a big hit, sometimes the anime studio doesn't get a single penny. Knowing all this would explain why, even though the anime production industry has been collapsing inwards for a few years, anime and the anime distribution industry have reached all-time highs, because they're either paid on their own terms or through being on the production committee, not starved of money and also getting the profits last, which makes anime studios mass outsourcing work to lower wage countries like China or the Philippines seem a lot more reasonable. Well,
yeah, honestly, I was surprised that a lot of the people working on these animations weren't necessarily Japanese locals. They were outsourced. Like when I did my research about Mappa, there was people with Italian flags, there was people from all over the world working on it.
Would be more reasonable if it made everyone's life easier, but it doesn't, because now with workers spread out
and
all over the
that's another issue too, and that's an issue we encountered while doing my lore video. Freelance artists are not usually very reliable. They're just not very reliable. They don't really follow the deadlines and stuff. It's very hard to coordinate all of them.
World. It becomes increasingly more difficult to coordinate this ginormous border-transcending system to match the week-on-week deadlines that someone decided the anime industry should move at. Because at the end of the day, give a studio all the money they want, but it's never gonna matter if the anime just never comes out.
Bro, Attack on Season was a fucking meme. The fact that they had the final ending. But then we learned it was because of those issues.
Season of Attack on Titan is kind of a joke. Delays on top of delays have turned the finale of Isayama's story into perhaps the only real-life example of an infinite fractal. And for a series where the final season was handed off from the incumbent Wit Studios to Mappa.
Yeah. Final part 2, part 5, part 6. Like, I was like, am I reading this properly? Wit Studios' intention for Season 3 was to release the 22 episodes in one run. Just like in Season 1, they hired the extra talent to avoid falling behind, but still wasn't enough. They had a lot of ongoing projects at the time. And the Attack on Season 2 recap movie. In addition, after the huge gap between the first and second season, no one wanted to wait for long, so they agreed to do a 2018 release date. To sum it up, inevitable production problems forced them to an unexpected split of Season 3 into 2 parts, one in 2008 and the other in 2019. Wit Studio earned themselves fame for complicated productions, delays, and losing the series to Mappa. Mappa's just there to pick up the failures of the other studios. They're like, don't worry guys, we've got an army of slaves. Animators. To make your series come alive in the deadlines, in those impossible deadlines you're asking us of. I get wanting to release a series, strike while the iron is hot, while the hype is out. I get that. Especially if you think you're gonna be able to sell more products out of it. But why do we need like a movie and outsource a movie to somebody else? Make them work on another project, have 2 different studios working on 2 different projects instead of piling up work for one.
Solely because Wit was having some behind-the-scenes chaos. It's just, how? No, I'm serious, how? How do anime studios who outsource work in these massive amounts have these kinds of production issues? Especially when the employees are working so many hours that it's being compared to literal slavery. Well, let me ask you a question. If you were a freelance animator working on some no-name anime, would you keep working at these amazing wage rates?
No.
What about twice over? thrice over? How about 10 times over? No, I'm being completely serious. Not only is VA and sound work done before the animation is completed, meaning
See, I said the VA was done before. You guys said it was after. Marek, thank you. Thank you for the affiliate anniversary wishes.
have to rush out a rough draft for the VAs before then going back and then remaking everything for real. If you look closer at the production system chart that was somehow legibly translated from a 240p picture, you'll realize that the vast majority of the blocks here are literally just checking if things are done right and then redoing them over and over again, which, even though it works, pisses off literally everyone involved in making an anime. Whether it's the higher-ups, the entry-level workers, the production committee, or even the audience, forced to watch as the system hemorrhages time away as it's stuck looping the same track over and over and over again, creating an uncontrollable crisis that forces more and more employees to work longer and longer hours to make up for all the time wasted away.
Okay, their system just seems inefficient. We need a German to come in, like somebody really Cartesian, and figure this shit out. Yo, I thought Japanese people would have had this on lock, you know? I thought they'd have found the most effective system to min-max it. But redoing the work a million times doesn't seem like it's it. This sounds like shit. Sounds like ass. Oh, I'm not the one to do it. I am very bad with organizing stuff. But I'm sure there's somebody out there that can do it.
Inevitably, someone, somewhere, reaches their breaking point.
Oh.
In 2019, a Madhouse employee sued the company after working nearly 400 hours of unpaid overtime in 1 month, doing the very important job of coordinating this ginormous
unpaid overtime, 400 hours.
This mess. After having to drive around all night and day in a company car delivering materials to studio employees, the consequences of this broken system finally caused him to collapse on the street as he returned home at 7 a.m. But come on, is it really that surprising? I mean, the most obvious consequence of having such a huge production system is that there are so many points of failure. One delay, anywhere, whether it's because the director overslept, the animator got an injury, or some outsourced person is late on delivery, one delay cascades down the entire system, causing everything behind it to get even further behind. The worst part is, the anime industry kind of brought this one on themselves too. With nearly every studio being in Tokyo and pay rates being not so great, many employees are forced to work on multiple jobs, in multiple projects, sometimes in multiple companies. This set of circumstances.
That's another huge issue, especially with freelancers. It's like if you work for the same company for over 40 hours, you can maybe demand or negotiate overpay. But the problem is, especially with the gig economy that we live in, is that a lot of people take different gigs everywhere. And that, like, let's say you work from 9 to 5 and then you deliver with Uber Eats, and then you got a counseling meeting, you're doing consulting for a company from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Well, obviously, like, you've done more than 14 hours of work. Okay, I haven't really calculated, but you know, you can easily do 12-14 hours of work in a day, and that's not going to be paid overtime. But that's the problem with the economy we live in. A lot of people are resulting to working multiple jobs at the same time. On the flip side of that, I heard about this new trend, okay, that people that do remote work, they're like scamming their employers by working multiple jobs at the same time. Like, you do like the minimum amount of work in all jobs, and they can't really check on you because it's remote. So they're just stacking up the jobs. They're min-maxing the work.
This means that every single time an anime upload deadline rolls around, that there's an ungodly crunch hour where employees are trying to make up for so much lost time that they can't eat or sleep or even go home. Because it's not like episodes are worked on one by one, they're worked on in batches of 3 or 4, which means if a delay happens, it's not just merely one episode off schedule, it's a third of the season. With all this pressure and chaos coming down on employees who are most of the time just blameless victims, some people will stay up nights to make those deadlines, while others, understandably, are done with this bullshit and decide to just disappear in the middle of the production process, making every
I thought about it, but meeting risk crossing over. Just say you're stuck on the toilet. You ate something bad. I don't know. Find an excuse.
thing worse. And almost all of them will wish that this system was different. that they, the government, or something will come in and fix this abomination of a system that exploits their passions and dreams to basically voluntarily enslave them. But at the end of the day, all of that is merely just a pipe dream, because the struggle to make anime a good place to work has been fought for decades upon decades by some of the most venerable names in Japanese history, and near nothing has changed. Because while our story may have started with The Promised Neverland, the true story stretches far into the past, almost 100 years back to modern anime's birth, when one war ended and another began. When America occupied Japan at the end of the Second World War, they restructured everything about the country. And that included a concept that most Japanese had never heard of before: collective bargaining. And I mean, it's not too hard to see why labor unions were kind of foreign to the Japanese. In a country where harmony and the respect to hierarchy was the norm for like...
Doesn't seem like they have a lot of unions.
Lot of years. A ragtag group of subordinate employees getting together and demanding something from their boss was something people just would not do. Inevitably though, the concept began—
Lol, what the fuck, go back to work. That's what I tell my mods when— oh shit, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud.
And to see adoption. And in 1961, anime's first labor union was formed, the Toei Animation Labor Union. Remember Toei? And to be fair to the union, they actually did quite a lot. Founded by people involved in the production of Lupin III, and eventually coming to involve a very impassioned chief secretary by the name of Hayao Miyazaki, the union fought tooth and nail, winning concession after concession after concession, but they were on borrowed time. Toei had already started hiring out domestic freelancers in place of permanent employees, making unionization more difficult. 2 years later, Tezuka propped up this weekly upload norm, and then anime started to get really expensive, to the point where, by the time the 70s rolled around, Toei, along with some other anime studios, were hundreds of millions of yen in debt, and Toei decided to conveniently solve the problem by just nuking half of its workforce. As you'd expect, people were pissed. And while the union would fight a 2-year court battle that would recapture 18 of 170 layoffs, 150 of those people, whether laid off or not, permanently left, including 2 friends who went on to establish a studio called Ghibli. After this, the situation only got worse. With anime expenses getting higher and higher, a studio called Sunrise would pioneer the concept of international outsourcing when it produced Mobile Suit Gundam. And as more and more of the industry turned into independent contractors now scattered all across the world, union organization became more and more untenable. And as production committees and the horrible working conditions of the modern—
That, I'm telling you, that's the problem with freelancing. And freelancing, it's become a bigger and bigger workforce, but there's like very little regulations for it. There's little subsidies from government. It's kind of like, well, you want it to be your own boss, so good luck out there.
anime industry began to solidify, the first generation of animators decided to try one more time to save what they loved so dearly, aimed at appealing the one actor that had more power than the companies did: the government. And to be clear, Janitor, a union founded by old people like Toyo Ashida and Satoshi Kon, was initially just aiming for guaranteeing retirement benefits, nothing more. But as the years rolled on and the working conditions of the anime industry were leaked to the Japanese public, the union gathered more and more members that weren't as old, and eventually became the spearhead of the anime unionization effort, winning a number of things it set out to do, including getting the support of the government of Japan. Unfortunately, that government didn't stay in power for long, and Janica's proposals were cancelled, being cited as a waste of taxpayers' money. And while Janica would continue its efforts valiantly, it had reached its peak. Infighting and an unsupportive government doomed any future efforts. The union's last stand would come with a project that translates to anime's future. Proposed to the Department of Cultural Affairs, the entire project's premise was that if you paid people more people would want to come and work. Come on, guys. Really? But for one reason or another, Anime Mirai didn't prove to be successful enough to continue, and the entire program was given to the Japanese Animation Association, a group of 38 of the biggest animation companies in Japan, who coincidentally decided to switch the premise of the program. The anime industry now reaching 90 years old, and Janica's original founder now dead, most of the old guard took their leave. With nothing to show but blood and defeat in a war that lasted nearly a century, the men and women that had built and fought for anime, their love, their life, their legacy, finally gave
Dude, he looks so good. He looks like a gentleman.
up.
He's a legend. Miyazaki.
映画の本当に素晴らしいのかどうかわからないじゃない。
Is it even worthwhile anymore?
全部私だけじゃない。あーやこれ好き。
呪われた夢なんです。本当にきちんと考えたら映画が好きだってのはただのそういう趣味でしょうっていう。金を稼ぎたいとかそういうのは全部論外。有名になりたいっても論外。そんなのクソくらいでそういうことじゃない。
ヒューズ、ショーさん、サメリー、
かつてそういう映画を作られたことがあったかもしれない。
Dude, this is so sad. One of the, you know, the big, like one of the industry giant is saying that it's doomed. It's so sad.
今も映画の価値があるわけではない。多くはくだらないんです、僕らのこの世界は。
What a shit world.
難しい。
Gonna be honest with you, this next part of the video is kind of dangerous. Dangerous because, well, the anime we know and love is gone. Because it's not just some girls running around on a screen anymore. It's a $28 billion system that controls hundreds of thousands of real lives and whose influence has reached hundreds of millions more. So when we talk about fixing it, we're talking about fighting politics, multi-billion-dollar companies, and centuries-old traditions, which, I mean, at the end of the day, that just sounds like we're gonna need a lot more people. Luckily for us, it's not like this hasn't happened before. 4 years before Tezuka would make his debut, his role model Walt Disney was experiencing a similar fallout, as a giant portion of his workforce went on strike for, quote, unfair and disorganized pay practices, after the man himself told them that they should essentially shut the fuck up and go focus on making good work instead. Which kind of begs the question, how did Japan go so wrong? I mean, the unions caught up pretty quickly to Disney after what he did, but Miyazaki couldn't? I mean, Miyazaki and his 98 other friends? Surely they could have fought on for a few more years and avoided this entire shit show, and history would forever know the name of the Toei Animation Labor Union. No. Shit. If you take a look at all the anime released nowadays and trace them back to what studio made them, you'll realize that, well, there's not a lot of Toei here. So what exactly would the Toei Union do for anyone who works outside of Toei? Yeah. Nothing. Which is exactly why, even though on paper they accomplished a lot, in reality the Toei Union didn't really do much at all, because they worked to better the conditions at Toei, not anime. And well, aside from Janica, there was never an anime union, and given that everyone's outsourcing everyone now, it's kind of not possible to make one, which makes anime the only instance I know of where the companies are better at organizing themselves than the workers. But at the end of the day, unions, politics, power, it all precipitates the actual problem. Money. God, the show is fucking weird. Because regardless of how many other things people want to try and solve first, from how inefficient making anime is to the looming aging crisis it'll soon face, it all stems from the fact that no matter which way you put it, no one's gonna work 7-day, 100-hour work weeks for months on end, getting paid anywhere from less than $3 an hour to $5 a fucking day. Because it's just not right. And if you speak in business better than morals, it's not operationally sustainable. And unless people are content with letting Japanese anime.
That's the thing, you know, recently there was this big discussion online about how YouTubers, you know, they used to do it for the passion, and now they want to monetize it. Well, that's something I think my mother-in-law always said, to do what you love. It's good to do what you love, but to do what you love, you also need money. And that's why I don't shame people for monetizing their passion. And I actually encourage them to do so they can keep going. And that's why I know a lot of people don't like ads and things like that, but it does help creators a lot. And you know, just like in anime, if the ads were worth more, they could probably sustain the anime industry, except it doesn't, so
anime with all of its history.
Yeah,
It's
you gotta fund your hobbies, and monetizing like your hobbies and stuff like that, it is much more frowned upon in certain industries than others. I've noticed it seems very frowned upon in VTubing. I watch sometimes some like fashion creators on the side of YouTube, and the culture there is completely different. You know, people are proud when the creators that they watch get that bag. Meanwhile, people just groan. Like, they're like, ugh, a sponsor here. And it's like, dude, I followed this girl, this one YouTuber. She has 2 sponsors per YouTube video. 2 back to back. And I look at the comments and no one ever says anything. Actually, they're just happy for her. So, you know, there's a change in mentality, and I've spoken to a lot of content creators in VTubing, and it's like a lot of them are ashamed of even putting like ad rolls in their videos, which is insane to me. They're like, oh, but I don't want, like, there's this, people are so used to getting free content, but it's like, if you don't understand what's funding your hobby, clearly. If you don't even want to watch an ad, like a 90-second ad is all that's required for you to watch the free, like, after you've watched the ad, it's basically paid for, right? Like this ad that you're watching a YouTube video, people don't want to watch that. And then they also, but then you're like, okay, that's fine, you don't want to watch the ad. Do you want to pay a subscription fee then? No, they don't want to pay a subscription fee either. Well, nothing is free in this world. Nothing. Hobby fun! Thank you, Sneaky Cats. And that's, I get it. You know, ads are annoying. It sucks, there's ad everywhere now. But at the same time, between, you know, paying $10, $12 for a subscription fee or watching an ad, you gotta choose. For me, I'd rather pay a subscription fee because I don't want to watch the ad, but it's one or the other. There's no none of the two. Or it's unsustainable. And there's a reason why, it's what I was telling in my Discord, there's a reason why YouTube has one of the highest quality videos and highest quality content creators in all the social media platforms, because YouTube invested millions in their ads algorithm and in their ad system. So advertisers pay good money to have the right ads shown in the right video to a certain extent, but their ads are not worth dog shit money like Twitch or TikTok. So on TikTok you can have millions of followers and it doesn't even matter because you won't turn a profit on your video and you can't really make this a career. When you can live off your hobby, when you can live off your passion, you can reinvest that in your craft. And that's why we have animation and music, original music videos made and created by VTubers like Hosho Marine, and she gets to reinvest that money from her VTuber activities. You know, people reinvest it into their craft. Of course, some people just do whatever. Maybe not everybody invested, you know, to the same quality as others, but I think there's a lot of very, very talented creators on the platform. And just like I enjoy spending money on a manga to encourage the artist, I'll enjoy spending a few dollars on membership on a YouTuber. And if it's not a YouTuber, I'll enjoy, if it's a game that I like, or like even an indie game that I wanted to succeed, I'll buy like a skin or two. Like I want to support them. But that's just me. Make ads funny again. You guys remember the Super Bowl? I was never into sports, but I always enjoyed watching which ads they would play during the Super Bowl, because everybody said that they were like $1 million ad segments. Yeah. I feel like, I mean, there's some ads that are more interesting than others. A lot of ads sometimes are very scripted. It shows that they're done by marketing agencies. There's a whole discussion about the ads themselves that need to be done, but yeah. Yes, exactly, Kawasa. Adding what I can to the hobby fun. I'm really new. I'm a really new sub, and you're the first VTuber I've gotten. What? Really? That's a huge compliment, Kiri. Wait, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. Have you seen the freeze frames from the anime as memes? No, I haven't seen it. Send it over my Discord. I love Angry Knees and ad from Clash of Clans. The ads that I hate, this is a little bit of a tangent, is when it's like they pay YouTubers to promote. Fuck, how can I explain it? It's like this TikTok ad format. Let's say it's an ad for a restaurant, and then they'll pay an influencer to be like, hey, me and my friend went to this restaurant, they served this drink, it was really good, blah, blah, blah. I hated that. Ads are fine. I should make 1 minute ad segments with multiple ads, maybe 2 or 3 ads per segment, and have several segments per video. I think they do. I think they limit the amount of ads one can get in a video, but it is a vague algorithm. The only thing worse than YouTube ads are Twitch ads. Dude, the Prime Video ads are really AIDS. The thing is, I don't know what's worst. The new subscription service cable, well, not cable, like TV that we have, or the old one where we used to watch ads and watch whatever was on TV. But now with Prime, like now we're used to not watching ads anymore, and now they're bringing them back and they're upping the fees if you don't want to watch the ads. And I still haven't changed my plan for Prime Video. And they keep playing the same fucking ads, man. It drives me fucking nuts. The Nespresso ad. There's always a Nespresso ad in my Prime Video. And I watch my shows at night. I really don't want to hear about a coffee ad. It's like, you know, joyful and loud and stuff, and I'm trying to calm down. No. I am not. This is in the morning. I'm not waking up. I don't want to see an Nespresso ad, please. Like, at least change the ads. Cycle them. Do something. Having ad in the middle of a stream is torture. Thank you for the 1 month, CrowGen. Yeah, you said that in my Discord. I try to keep the ads in the stream to a minimum. I always press on the... YouTube asks me how many ads I want to put. And I could do aggressive, but I put the minimum right now.
People, it's product.
But then again, I also assume that people have ad blockers if they don't want to get ads and whatever. That's fine too. I don't care that much. Personally, it doesn't affect me that much.
And its influences burn straight into the ground and become another part of history where we wonder what could have been. Nothing's going to change, which means that, well, the fate of anime is really up to the people that watch it, us, to decide whether or not we're okay with the way history is going. Not knowing that behind every opening we skip, every filler episode we see, and every cancel...
I got like 7 already, but I've been live for 5 hours. It'd be cool if... I'm horny! Hobby fun! Thank you, Dart! Thank you so much! When does this birthday merch end? I think it's written on the website. I don't remember the dates. It states for hours. I've been live for 4 hours and 54 minutes, so in 6 minutes it's gonna say 5 hours. You got 4 ads. How did you get 4 ads and he got 7 ads? Anime has done some pretty dark things. Yeah, we've been watching anime videos for these for... Dude, it's dark.
It's a season we lament. The people who made what changed so many of our lives continue to fight, to share their dreams with us, to share their stories with us, to share their anime with us. And I think it's about time we give something back.
So every day is Rima's birthday? Listen. These VTuber merch companies, not Otakubon, they're great. That's Kenny's company, but the other one, a lot of them have been reaching out to me and they want me to launch more merch, and I was like, no, I don't want. They wanted me to do another line for Black Friday, and I was like, dude, I don't want to keep pushing. Like, it's enough, dude, it's enough. I'm okay with monetizing stuff, but I don't want to exaggerate, you know, the bells and whistle and all of that. Like, I get it. If you're a YouTuber with 1 million subs, okay. But I was like, I'm too small to just keep on pushing products on people. Like, I want a little bit of break between this drop and the next one. So I am preparing the next one. It's going to be great, but I'm putting a lot of work on it. I spent like a lot of hours putting the concept together, and I asked some members in member chat their opinion on some design ideas that I had, and luckily I'm gonna be working with Uwu Market for the next one, and they were down to put these ideas and make them come to life. I'm making them work a lot. I don't know if every creator is like that. I don't know if most creators are like, oh yeah, just do whatever, do your thing, but I'm micromanaging every fucking thing. Yeah. I second any JoJo content. Should I watch JoJo? Alright. You know what? I know some people react to anime episodes. I know you guys really want me to watch Frieren, and I feel like that would be something that'd be cool to watch with you guys, because I feel like you'd want to know my reaction. I don't know how people do the anime react. I think you have to make the episode nearly transparent, which shouldn't matter too much since most people already watched the show. They're just mostly there to see like how I'm gonna react to it. So we could do that maybe at one point. Don't watch JoJo Remade Smith. Oh, careful, Winter, careful! There's a lot of JoJo fans in the chat. You gotta watch. I am not responsible for what happens next if you state this. Anonymous just offered 5 subs to the community. Oh my god. Anon, thank you so much. I'm going to ban Winter. Violante, don't give up. Don't listen to what other people say. Your dreams are the most beautiful personal thing you have, so please don't let go. And happy birthday, Rima. Thank you, Violante. Thank you so much. It's not my birthday anymore. It's just my birthday merch line is still up. But thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind messages. I do think dreams are beautiful as well. That is something I want to promote. But I always said, guys, be careful with the amount of money that you spend, even if it's money on the stream. I don't want somebody to spend money that they don't have. Okay? That is a big stress of mine too.
Dude, let's not fucking use this thing for anything outside. Okay, I mean, I messed with the final one, so it's fine. Still got some time.
That is literally what a key animator has said. Work on a project. Like, I want to sleep and eat properly. I want 1 day off, just one. My hand hurts. Dude, they need like one person to deliver sandwich that they can eat while drawing or something. There's no reason to have your employees not eat.
It's cold. It's cold.
Honestly, everything is so fucked up. There's so many problems with anime that I honestly just feel it'd be best if it went and died.
Wow. No. No, dude, I don't want the anime industry to die. At least I console myself, because in the other video they said that mangas were actually like way more profitable than anime. So even if anime dies, I think we're still gonna have mangas.
もうね今日聞いたらこれ1回でバッチリわかるという説明でございます。
経済対策として今の不景気というものに対応する。
もしもし。もしもし。こんばんは。こんばんは。
宇宙人。それで友人から借りた
The former Secretary General of the Toei Labor Union left after Toei's mass layoff incident and from his position in the union as well. Since then, he has rarely, if ever, personally talked or recounted his time as Toei Labor Union, except for one instance, which I'm about to show.
俺が高畑勲ことパクさんに出会った瞬間だった。その初めて言葉を交わした日のことを今でもよく覚えています。黄昏時の発生で僕は練馬
So he died and Miyazaki did a eulogy for him.
駅のバスを待っていた。雨上がりの水たまりの残る通りを一人の青年が近づいてきた。次にパクさんに出会ったのは東映動画労働組合の役員に押し出されてしまった時だった。パクさんは副委員長、僕は職長にされてしまっていた。緊張で発見に苦しむような日々が始まった。パクさん、僕らは精一杯あの時生きたんだ。膝を折らなかったパクさんの姿勢は僕らのものだったんだ。ありがとうパクさん。55年前にあの雨上がりのバス停で声をかけてくれたパクさんのことを忘れない。
Bro, I'm crying.
非常に頭を使いました。で、まず先ほどちょっと申し上げたようにサイコサスペンス。クラク君の
さて、ここまで長々とこの文章にお伝えしてくれた皆さん、どうもありがとう。世界中に存する呼び物の全てに感謝したい気持ちとともに筆を置くことにしよう。じゃあ、お先に。
What? The wedding record
Fun fact about me.
that made Jujutsu Kaisen. Ah, stop! No! I keep clicking on things! Oh my god! Okay, I'm stopping. I stopped clicking on things. Yeah, that was a really good video. I was very emotional. It was very sad. Yeah, shit, man. Damn, I'm sorry for your loss, Zen. Perfect Blue is a masterpiece? I mean, you guys know so much about anime. You've seen a lot of them. Yeah, this is a sad stream so far. There's so many videos. Despite the state of animation, the animation industry is collapsing. Sad truth of being a Japanese animator. Why does Miyazaki hate America? You know what? I'm not gonna watch more things about Miyazaki. Even hackers couldn't crush Faker. Oh, or we could watch a food review.
It's no exaggeration to say that Hayao Miyazaki is one of the most influential filmmakers of all time.
There's something about Men in a Suit and Bow Tie that I found like very stylish, very... It's like old school, you know? Miyazaki grew up in Japan after war.
The Studio Ghibli co-founder is behind some of the most well-known and beloved anime movies ever made, from early hits like My Neighbor Totoro and Princess Mononoke, to widely acclaimed classics like Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle. Miyazaki is known all
Why do you dislike Miyazaki?
across Japan for his signature blend of fantasy and slice-of-life storytelling, though he's also famous outside of his home country. He has plenty of fans in America, including several big Hollywood filmmakers, but it's no secret that he isn't exactly fond of old Uncle Sam. In fact, Miyazaki has said some pretty scathing things about the United States over the years. Back in 2015, this image began circulating on the Japanese website 2 channel. It comes from the book Hayao Miyazaki Image Board Collection, which was published more than 3 decades earlier, back in 1983. It's hard to find these.
Oh, I like the Ghibli stuff. I think they're very emotional masterpieces.
But if you ever manage to get your hands on a physical copy, then
they appeal to people that aren't even in anime, like that aren't even anime watchers.
you're in for a real treat. It contains some of Miyazaki's earliest image boards, giving readers a glimpse into his initial ideas for the likes of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Laputa, Castle in the Sky, and Princess Mononoke, among others. It's beautiful to look at, but it's more than just a collection of images. This book also includes a bunch of doodles that Miyazaki annotated with his thoughts on various topics, including America. In this note, Miyazaki discusses the trouble he had when his wife became pregnant, and he decided it was time that he learned how to drive. He states that because he was against the Americanization of Japan, he had no interest in riding in an automobile. He drew a little angry version of himself in the top right hand corner of this page, along with a bunch of anti-American statements like anti-jeans, anti-bourbon, anti-burgers, anti-fried chicken, anti-cola, anti-American coffee, anti-New York, anti-West Coast, and Disneyland, go back to America. He even wrote, "Hooray for suited takeoff, fuck briefs."
Wait, but he lived after the war, so that's probably why. If you guys are saying he lived after the war, then I understand the sentence, he is a man of his time.
Expressing his distaste for the tighty whities worn by Americans.
To be perfectly honest, Americans don't have the best reputation outside of America.
Understand why
I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Why he was so full of hate for all things America back then. You have to go back even further. Miyazaki was born in Tokyo on the 5th of January 1941, just 4 months after Japan entered World War II. His father was the director of Miyazaki Airplane, a company that built rudders for fighter jets. Business was obviously booming in the run-up to the Second World War.
How can you feel attacked? It's not... It's literally... Yeah, it's an observation. It's not me saying I don't like Americans. I've been to America a couple times. And I think there's some very interesting place in America. That's why, you know, the greatest minds of our time, they're moving to America because there's job opportunity there. Well, I don't know. Maybe things are changing after the pandemic, but I'm talking at least pre-pandemic. But yeah, the rest of the world, not sure they love them. Especially not the Middle East. At least. Europe either. I don't think they like them. And now with people like Johnny Somali going in and causing havoc in Asia, the sentiment of the, you know, they have a word for foreigners, for like white people, that is like the gaijin. And they're pretty frowned upon. I think Joey from Trash Taste has this video on what it's like to live as an American in Japan that I want to watch. I think the coolest thing about America and what attracted a lot of them there is the American dream. So I think Italians and, you know, like cultures that are really into like the merchant culture, they are ambitious people, they like the idea of the American dream, and that's why a lot of them have immigrated to America. I think these cultures are probably more open-minded towards America. But I don't know, I'm just kind of... I might be wrong about that. Maybe they don't like it there either. That's just what I thought Or maybe I'm just taking that from The Godfather. I don't know anymore.
War, and the Miyazakis weren't exactly short of cash, but they also weren't immune to the effects that the war had on regular Japanese people. In 1944, the family became increasingly concerned that Tokyo would be attacked by the Americans, and they decided to move north to Utsunomiya, over 100 kilometers away. Sadly, that city was bombed in 1945 and they were forced to evacuate. While he was still just a child at the time, the shadow of the war loomed large over Miyazaki's life, even after the fighting ended. In an interview published in the Studio Ghibli magazine Neppu, Miyazaki said that he grew up feeling like Japan had fought a truly stupid war, and that he heard adults speak boastfully of the horrible things they had done on the Chinese continent. He also said, "I heard many stories and I started to think that I had been born in a country that had done stupid things, and I truly started to hate Japan." The business Miyazaki's dad was in is evidently what led to the future filmmaker's obsession with aviation.
America sees themselves as Superman, but they're more like Homelander. And the Middle East sees them as Omni-Man. I don't know who Omni-Man is. Well, I think sometimes America has meddled with other countries' politics and it didn't quite work out, but then sometimes their interests have aligned with some weaker countries and it did help them out. So, you know, at the end of the day, a government is in charge of advancing its own countries and putting his, like, you know, citizens' interest first above other countries, so I don't blame them for doing whatever it takes to advance their own interests, because I think we would all do the same in a position of leadership. Oh, Omni-Man is from Invincible. He's another evil Superman. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, superhuman, fuck, I can't speak anymore. It's getting too late. Vigilante lore.
Which often shines through in his work. From Nausicaa's glider to Porco Rosso's seaplane to Jiro's Mitsubishi fighters, there are a bunch of memorable flying scenes in Miyazaki's films. His father was clearly an influential figure in his life, but Miyazaki has admitted that he clashed with him on.
That's why Ghibli has all these 1940s inspiration with the top hats and the suit mixed with some like Japanese aesthetic. I get it now. I'm learning so much from these documentaries.
On a regular basis during his teenage years, while trying to get him to acknowledge his war responsibility, as he put it. His unreflective attitude was apparently common among Japanese adults at the time, and that only made Miyazaki fall out of love with Japan all the more. However, Japan isn't the only country Miyazaki began hating at this point, and there are no prizes for guessing who the other one is. Like everyone else his age, Miyazaki grew up hearing about the deadly air raids and the horrors of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He once wrote, "I dislike the United States that dropped the nuclear bombs and does not regret it." And he didn't stop with America's actions in the Second World War, adding, "I look at people who wear badges of the US Army and US Air Force that filled Vietnam with dioxins as enemies." While Miyazaki's dad was quick to make friends with the American soldiers after World War II ended, even opening an American blues and jazz bar, his son seems to have harbored a resentment that flares up every time the United States goes to war. In fact, it was for this very reason that Miyazaki refused to attend the Oscars when Spirited Away won Best Animated Feature in 2003.
Snubbed Cameron Diaz. Yeah, I don't think they're airing Oppenheimer in Japan. I mean, yeah, well, that's what happens when you lose a war, though. It's like, then you have this other culture that beat you, that starts settling, influencing you, and the people that live there, they don't see them as saviors, they see them as invaders. So yeah, of course there's resentment that builds. Oh, they did show it in Japan? after a year, how did people receive it? I mean, the whole thing about Oppenheimer is that they do feel guilty about dropping the bomb. Like, it's that whole dilemma of should we do it, should we not do it? This is, you know, gonna cause mass destruction. Right?
He later told the Los Angeles Times, "The reason I wasn't here for the Academy Award was because I didn't want to visit a country that was bombing Iraq. At the time, my producers shut me up and did not allow me to say that, but I don't see him around today." What Miyazaki did...
The US really controlled Japan after the war too. Godzilla was only the second movie that talked about the A-bomb. Oh, interesting. Yo, Godzilla's so old. Do not talk about Godzilla to Nuzagi. He will not stop. He's such a Godzilla fanboy.
Do is openly chastise America's actions in the Middle East with the film that he was working on at the time, Howl's Moving Castle. There's no war in the book that the film is based on, but Miyazaki introduced a pointless conflict between the kingdoms as a way of expressing how fruitless war is. In the film, the supposed justification...
But I agree, like... There is no victor in war, only widows.
For the war is proven to be false, and lots of people die for nothing. There's no right and wrong side, only victims. No. It's a very different kind of war movie, one that, according to Miyazaki, America...
Yeah, and it's always waged by the people at the top, and they sell you this dream that, you know, you're going to fight for your country, you're doing something very patriotic, it's very brave, it's very courageous, it's like heroic. Once you get there and you experience the horror of wars and the death and the destruction, you realize it's completely different than you imagined it, and there's really nothing that prepares you for that. And at the end of the day, it's always the small people that suffer. It's always the small people that suffer to the whims of you know, world leaders, and it used to be king and queens, and now it's the people controlling everything.
Americans just aren't used to seeing. One aspect of American culture that Miyazaki has been highly critical of on several...
I used to watch War Fund and I watched Saving Private Ryan. Watch All Quiet on the Western Front. That movie is horrifying.
Occasions is the Hollywood war movie. Speaking to Studio Ghibli co-founder Toshio Suzuki in 2002,
are we the baddies? Hell no! We're the protagonists! We're the main anime characters!
Miyazaki compared them to video...
Yeah, that's true, Sneaky Cats.
...games and took aim at the likes of Pearl Harbor and Saving Private Ryan. He said,
oh, there you
the
go.
aerial forces do their bombing and then it ends. But the one war the Americans couldn't win that way was Vietnam. Because the Americans made films about Vietnam, they had to make films about not understanding things. Films about not understanding Asians, like Apocalypse Now. I really can't understand why Coppola made a film like that. Miyazaki's hatred for Hollywood blockbusters actually extends beyond the realm of war movies, and he's never been afraid to call out the biggest names in Tinseltown. Despite the fact that Jaws is actually...
Yeah, there was a show on HBO about that takes place in the 70s, and it's like about Vietnamese people during the war, and how some of them left. It's like a spy, you know, double agent kind of story, but it's also very funny. And Robert J. Jr., what is his name? Like the guy that plays Iron Man, he plays all of the characters. He plays all of the white people in the movie. He plays like 7 different roles, and they all look totally different. And it's kind of like Robert Downey Jr. Thank you. Robert Downey Jr., yeah. And it's very funny because in the show, the Vietnamese guy gets hired by this Hollywood director to be the Vietnamese consultant, and the director is like, you know, he wants to make this war movie about the war on Vietnam, and he's like, I am hiring you for it to be really realistic. And then when he's like trying to make changes to the movie so it is realistic, and they don't say like bullshit, like the Vietnamese people don't say bullshit stuff. He's like, no, that's not gonna work, dude. We need this to be dramatic. Like he's taking all of these creative decisions that override his consultant stuff, and it just ends up being kind of a caricature of what, you know, Americans think the Vietnam War was, because this guy never fought a single day in the war, but he doesn't know that the guy he hired to be a consultant is a double agent and has fought in the war.
In one of his favourite films, the Ghibli veteran went to town on Steven Spielberg's all-American whip-wielding archaeologist Indiana Jones, criticising his treatment of the people and places he comes across on his globe-trotting adventures. He said, "Americans shoot things and they blow up and the like, so as you'd expect, they make movies like that. In the Indiana Jones movies, there is a white guy who, bang, shoots people, right? Japanese people who go along with and enjoy that are unbelievably embarrassing. You are the ones that, bang, get shot. Watching those movies without any self-awareness is unbelievable. There's no pride, no historical perspective. You don't know how you are viewed by a country like America." Now, Spielberg actually got the chance to meet Miyazaki when he travelled to Tokyo with his daughter, and they apparently had a deep conversation about filmmaking. Martin Scorsese, however, wasn't so lucky. According to Steve Alpert, who led Ghibli's international division between 1996 and 2011, Scorsese invited Miyazaki to his apartment for a drink and a chat when the anime icon was...
The show's called The Sympathizer. It's a dark, funny story of a Vietnamese double agent during and after the Vietnam War. And it also talks about all the people that wanted the communist movement, and then all of the people that were fighting with America, and that, you know, they wanted this capitalist society, and then once they get pushed out by the communists, they fled to America, and then they try to follow the American dream, etc., etc. It's very good. It's funny. It's really funny.
Was in New York, but he turned down the offer. Alpert was the one who had to tell Scorsese's horrified press agent that Miyazaki just was not interested in meeting him. This trip to New York wasn't Miyazaki's first time in America. After he finished work on his debut feature film, 1979's Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro, Miyazaki flew to Los Angeles to take part in a co-production with an American company. He was around 40 years old at the time, and it was apparently an awful experience.
公園に止まってたんです。間違いないですか。悪夢のような記憶だから。
Well, you know what, Miyazaki, at least they have unions for the entertainment industry in the United States. I know Ghibli Studio apparently has some good working conditions, but I mean, that's something I wouldn't trade with Japan, I think. I think I prefer the way things are done here, even though sometimes a bit too regulated.
覚えてないですね。
毎晩ホテルの近くのバーで飲んだくれ、結局そのプロジェクトから抜けることを決意します。
なんか同じ。なんか昔のまんま。昔のまんまでした。とても春気になれない。
Despite the collaboration turning into a nightmare, one good thing did come out of the months that Miyazaki spent in LA. It was during this time that he came up with the idea
They don't say why it turned into a nightmare. Now I'm curious.
for the manga series Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Nausicaa was turned into a feature film in 1984, and it became the first Miyazaki movie to receive an English dub, which was released in the States by a company called New World Pictures. The near 2-hour film was hacked down to around 95 minutes, and everything from the character names to the title of the movie were changed. Nausicaa became Princess Sandra, and the film became Warriors of the Wind. On top of that, the dub actors were reportedly told absolutely nothing about the plot or their characters, which led to some hilariously bad performances.
Look at that. Hey!
And that's why dubs suck. Okay, I do want to support Western VAs, okay. There are some dubs that are decent, but I don't know if it's because I don't understand Japanese, but there's something about Japanese VAs listening to it sounds so freaking cool, man. Sounds so fucking cool. It sounds so good.
Oh no!
Oh, they redubbed it? Oh, okay.
Can you
Thank God.
take off from here? I can take off from anywhere. Except under fire.
Now, you have to remember that Nausicaa is based on a manga that Miyazaki wrote and illustrated himself, so when he saw what those darn Americans had done to his baby, he was absolutely horrified. The experience made him adopt a very strict no-cuts policy for overseas releases, and this is what led to his infamous showdown with the now disgraced producer Harvey Weinstein. In 1996, Disney struck a landmark deal with Ghibli and became—
Wait, what did he do with Harvey Weinstein? When Miyazaki sent Harvey Weinstein a threatening samurai sword, I defeated him. Professionally, Weinstein was also known to make excessive demands of the directors whose film he produced, particularly when it came to making runtime cuts. Bong Joon-ho had to lie to Weinstein about his father in order to keep a scene from Snowpiercer, while Quentin Tarantino had to argue at great length to keep the famous Mr. Blonde torture scene in Reservoir Dogs. However, one of the very few times that Weinstein didn't get his way, both professionally and personally, was when he asked Studio Ghibli's Miyazaki to cut down his 1997 animated movie Princess Mononoke from 135 minutes to 90 minutes. Miyazaki refused and sent Weinstein a present to indicate his stance. In 1996, Disney struck a deal with Ghibli to release English dubbed version of the iconic anime films, and Weinstein's Miramax was tasked with taking on Princess Mononoke. Miyazaki was already aware of Weinstein's insistence on cutting films, even if it made them worse, so he anticipated Weinstein's request and got ahead of him. Miyazaki sent Weinstein a samurai sword with a note that read "no cuts." However, it's fair to say that the producer did not take the director's suggestion kindly and set about attacking the Ghibli team. Steve Alpert, a former executive for Ghibli, once revealed that Weinstein said that after learning that Miyazaki was against the proposed cut, if you don't get me, apparently Weinstein said, if you don't get Miyazaki to cut the fucking film, you will never work in this fucking industry again. Do you fucking understand me? Never. However, Miyazaki retained the rights to the film, so Weinstein couldn't make the cuts without the animator's permission. Weinstein reportedly bombarded Miyazaki with threats, but the Japanese cinema icon stood his ground. I defeated him, he told The Guardian in 2010. Kinda base, not gonna lie. He is somebody that seems to be... He's kind of like has this honor mentality. He's a very principled man, and he stands very strong with his principles. He's not somebody that's going to negotiate on these things that are important for him. Yeah, for all his faults, he stands his ground proudly, and honestly, that's pretty impressive. Talking about Weinstein, Tarantino watched Hero and loved, but Harvey didn't want to release it. Tarantino had to put his name over it, so they agreed. Is that why I thought Hero was made by Tarantino? But then I think you told me that it wasn't made by him.
Became the new official distributor of
Thank
their
you,
movies
Ultimate
in
Cell.
America. The relationship got off to a rocky start when some of the Japanese songs in Kiki's delivery service were replaced with American ones, and things got a lot worse when it came time for Disney to release its dub of Princess Mononoke. If you've seen Princess Mononoke, then you'll know that it's way more violent than your average Ghibli movie. There's gunshots, explosions, severed arms, severed heads, animals on fire, exploding forest spirits. I mean, it's absolute carnage. It's not the type of film that execs in
Weinstein does not like being told no. No, yeah, we heard that, yeah. Apparently, I think he made an advance to Gwyneth Paltrow, but she was going out with Brad Pitt back then, and he was fairly popular, and he got really fucking mad when he heard that. He called Weinstein, told him to lay off. I mean, Miyazaki was already established then, so it's a little bit easier to stand your ground when you're already very successful and you're in demand. They want you. They're asking you for your product, so you have more negotiation power. Although even if that's the case, there's huge directors like Quentin Tarantino that had to say yes to him. And that's crazy, because you would think that these creative geniuses, you would give them carte blanche, because you'd think, oh, they know what works best, you know, they've created multiple box office hits, so I should just trust them. But no, Harvey Weinstein is such a controlling little bitch.
California wanted to release under the Disney banner, so Princess Mononoke was shifted to Weinstein's Miramax, which belonged to Disney at the time. Now, for Ghibli to even consider signing this distribution deal, Disney had to agree to Miyazaki's no-cuts policy. For years there was a rumour that Miyazaki gave Weinstein a samurai sword along with a note reading no cuts as a gentle reminder not to fuck with his film, but this is only half true. Weinstein got the blade and the message, but they were given to him by longtime Ghibli producer Toshio Suzuki, not Miyazaki himself. Being the arrogant prick that he is, Weinstein decided that he was going to ignore the terms of the agreement with Ghibli and cut Princess Mononoke down from 135 minutes to just 90 minutes. When Steve Alpert told Weinstein
and this is why people pirate stuff.
Miyazaki would never agree to this, he flew into a rage. Alpert recounted the conversation in his memoir, revealing that Weinstein told him, "If you don't get him to cut the fucking film, you will never work in this fucking industry again. Do you fucking understand me? Never." Weinstein eventually got the chance to plead his case to the man himself when Miyazaki came to America, but the answer remained the same. Speaking in 2005, Miyazaki said, "I did go to New York to meet this man, this Harvey Weinstein, and I was bombarded with this aggressive attack, all these demands for cuts. I defeated him." Princess Mononoke was released in its entirety just as Miyazaki wanted, and his relationship with Disney became pretty smooth for a while. He even visited the studio's headquarters in California at one stage, though he wasn't exactly impressed with what he saw. Disney was busy working on Fantasia 2000 at the time, and they decided to give Miyazaki a sneak peek. According to Steve Alpert, who was acting translator on the day, when Miyazaki was asked what he thought, he said, "Hidoi, totemo hidoi," meaning terrible. Really terrible. Alpert translated this as, "Mr. Miyazaki finds the animation very unusual and very interesting. Nowadays, Miyazaki's deal with Disney has long since expired, but his feelings towards the United States haven't really changed. So, what's the real reason?"
I mean, Fantasia, like, I've heard of that title. I don't remember it at all. Wasn't it a flop? I don't know. I don't remember Fantasia at all. That means it probably wasn't that good.
And that Miyazaki hates America? Well, it breaks down into three parts. Number one, man hates war. A staunch pacifist, Miyazaki has made his views on war crystal clear over the years, particularly when it comes to America. I think the fact that he chose to set the boy and the heron during World War II and show the lives of ordinary Japanese people really says a lot. This is very likely to be his last film, and while it's not strictly autobiographical, it's clearly a deeply personal story. Like Mahito, the film's protagonist, Miyazaki's family...
Miyazaki walked out on his own son's film? That's sad. Why did he do that? Oh, it's a remake. Fantasia's a remake, I see.
Fled to the countryside to escape the firebombing of Tokyo, and the main character's father owns an air munitions factory. This period in Miyazaki's life obviously shaped the person that
He seems like a tough man, like the stern father that tells you you're a failure and you disappointed him, and doesn't tell you how you can get better, just walks out.
he became and his swan song movie makes it clear that it's still a big influence on him to this day. It's no coincidence that Miyazaki made a point of mentioning war when he accepted his honorary award at the
You dishonored the family.
Academy in 2014.
He sounds like a prick, yeah.
私の50年間に私たちの国は一度も戦争をしませんでした。戦争で儲けたりはしましたけれど、でも戦争をしなかった。そのおかげが僕らの仕事にとってはとても力になったと思います。
Number 2, Man Hates Mickey. When Miyazaki doodled Disneyland Go Back to America on a sketch back in the early 80s, he could have had no idea just how closely he would work with the Mouse House in the years to come. For 15 years, Disney was responsible for releasing Ghibli movies in the United States, and I think it's fair to say that they did a really shitty job. In fact, they almost arsed up Spirited Away somehow, despite it being an absolute masterpiece. After the whole Princess Mononoke battle, Disney executives were wary of all things Ghibli and weren't really interested in promoting Spirited Away. Pixar's John Lasseter loved the film and he did what he could to drum up interest, but Spirited Away came out to little fanfare and was practically hidden away on Disney's website, a dead giveaway that they were far from enthusiastic about the film that ultimately won an Oscar, no thanks to them. Number 3, Man is Grumpy. Miyazaki's movies are what got me into anime to begin with, and I think he's an absolute god among men, but there's no denying that the bloke loves a good moan. We've established by now that he hates
a lot of these really talented artists have, you know, not the most accommodating personality. Let's just say that.
America. However, America is far from the only thing that he hates. Speaking to the now defunct magazine An America back in 1993, Miyazaki said, "I'm not an agnostic or anything, but I don't like a society that parades its righteousness. The righteousness of the US, the righteousness of Islam, the righteousness of China, the righteousness of this or that ethnic group, the righteousness of Greenpeace. They all claim to be righteous, but they all try to coerce others into complying with their own standards. They restrain others through huge military power, economic power, political power, or
Wait, isn't that based? Is it just me or is that based? I mean, he's kind of right. Not gonna lie, he's kind of right.
Public opinions. I myself have a number of things that I believe are right, and some things make me angry. Actually, I'm a person who gets angry a lot more easily than most people, but I always try.
Dude is a League player before it even was a thing.
To start from the assumption that human beings are foolish. I'm disgusted by the notion that man is the ultimate being chosen by God, but I believe there are things in this world that are beautiful, that are important, that are worth striving for. In the years since, Miyazaki has only become more jaded with society. One thing he cannot stand is modern technology. At one point he compared using an iPad to masturbation, and don't get him started on the use of AI in animation.
Oh no! Oh my god, he's gonna have a heart attack when he learns about AI. Oh my god, imagine you show him an iPad and he just like starts raging and throws the iPad on the wall.
これ頭を使って移動してるんですけど、基本通学とかないし、頭が大事とかいう概念がないと、頭をもう普通の足のように使って移動してるっていう。この動きがとにかく気持ち悪いので、ゾンビゲームの動きに使えるんじゃないかっていう。
これを作る人たちは痛みとかそういうものについてね、何も考えないでやってるでしょ。極めて不愉快ですよね。そんなに気持ち悪いものをやりたいなら勝手にやってればいいだけで、僕はこれを自分たちの仕事をつなげたいと全然思いません。極めて何か生命に対する侮辱を感じます。
Look at the look on their face! Bro, what can I say? He's an artist. He's an artist. Yeah. I don't know, there's something about these type of personalities that I kind of like. I just don't want to, you don't want to be working under them, but you can enjoy them from a distance, a safe distance. He said it's an insult to life and I want nothing to do with it. Damn! Shit!
At the end of the day, Miyazaki is someone who never shies away from sharing his opinion on a topic, and it just so happens that his personal and professional lives have been impacted by America in a negative way. Yes, he dislikes the United States with a passion, but after everything he went through in his childhood and given his interactions with Hollywood, can you really blame him? That being said,
dude, he's totally Pai Mei. He'd rip your eye out if you piss him off. Do not talk back to him.
He's a smart guy, and he no doubt realizes that the regular people of a country are not to blame for the bad decisions made by those in power.
Yeah.
I'm sure he appreciates all the fans he has in the States, so try not to take it too personally if you're American. And if you can't help but feel a little offended, think about Donald Curtis from Porco Rosso, the only American character to ever appear in a Miyazaki film. Yes, Curtis is the main antagonist of the film, and he's an arrogant, entitled prick who thinks he's better than everyone else. But in the end, he's the one who helps Porco break his curse. When they're slugging it out during the big finale, Curtis tells Porco that Gina's in love with him and makes him realize that he's worthy of affection, that he doesn't need to view himself as a pig. If you've spent any time in Japan, then you'll know that the Japanese don't tend to say what they're actually thinking. But as an American, it's in Donald's nature to be blunt, and that was exactly what the hero of the film needed in order to snap out of the slump. For me, this tells us that while Miyazaki may hate America the superpower, he also begrudgingly recognizes that there's some value in the American way. The acclaimed American scholar and philosopher Will Herberg once said, "Americans tend to be moralistic. They are inclined to see issues as plain and simple, black and white." As anti-American as Miyazaki is, this description could easily be applied to him. He calls it how he sees it, and while he might not like to admit it, that's a trait that he shares with all those jeans-wearing, cola-drinking, burger-munching people on the other side of the Pacific. Just don't expect to see him tearing through the streets of Tokyo in a Tesla anytime soon.
Bro, all these suggestions at the end, like, I want to watch all of them. Zoro is based on a real-life French pirate? What? Dude, clickbait works so well on me. It works so well. I mean, I'm very easily baited, yes. Okay, I'm gonna watch one final video. So... okay, maybe not this one, it's 40 minutes long. There's one video on how bad Canada's economy has become that I wanted to watch. We can also watch one of these guys, the report of the week. It's like a food review. Massive disappointment from McDonald's, Burger King's new Adam's Family menu review. Dude, I almost ordered that trio the other day. Or Taco Bell's new decade menu review. Or... what else do I have that I feel like watching? Report of the week? Which one? I also had a leak video in there, but I can't find it now. Report of the week, Taco Bell, Burger King, or McDonald's? I fell asleep during episode 2 of Arcane. I was so tired yesterday. I don't have a JoJo thing right now. I don't have a JoJo video on my list. The Krabby Patty from which place? McD?
Hello everyone! This is Running on Empty.
No, I love
Food
League.
Review. Well, hello, ladies.
I like League. I let my rage flow through League. That's how I'm calm on stream, okay?
Gentlemen, and everyone watching. Welcome one and all to this newest edition of the Running on Empty food review series. I'm your host, the Report of the Week. Thank you for checking in.
He does have something other, like, a little strange about him, but I think it adds to his channel uniqueness.
So, the reviews continue. Here I am, still alive and well. For all those of you wondering, as far as Hurricane Milton was concerned, I did get a full impact of it. It was definitely the strongest hurricane I've ever been in, but everything is still alright in the end, I'm happy to say, and of course life goes on, the show goes on, the channel goes on, the reviews go on, and here I am to continue that streak. So, today's review is for another item that I have had many requests for. Let's get right into it. This review is something that a lot of people have been wondering about as far as McDonald's is concerned. It's a concept so simple that a lot of people have just been asking the question, well, when are they actually going to go ahead and formally release it? Now that day has finally arrived. McDonald's, for a limited time, is premiering the Chicken Big Mac. And what that is, because I know that name is so confusing that no one could obviously even come close to figuring that out. It's a Big Mac with chicken on it instead of beef. And I'm just going to give you a second to just fully digest and comprehend that, because again, I know this is mind-blowing stuff here. So instead of 2 all-beef patties, it has 2 chicken patties,
okay,
special sauce,
hold
lettuce,
up.
cheese.
Got a new sub from FX Reina. Yeah, we got 9 new subs on the Twitch side today. Thanks, guys. I'm being spoiled. Tiny audio desync for him. Dude, I think the scuff is part of his channel aesthetic, not gonna lie. A Chicken Big Mac. I don't know if I can get behind that. I like the Big Mac the way it is. I don't want it to change.
Cheese, pickles, onions, and on a sesame seed bun. Essentially, it is a Big Mac with chicken on it instead of beef.
Okay.
And it'll be very interesting to see how this works, how the flavor profile of it, of course, is.
McDonald's, they were pumping out like all these new items, and then I think at one point they were doing really bad, so they decided to go back to their roots and focus on the classic items. And then they're starting, and now they're like, oh, the Big Mac is really popular, so let's do this new rendition of the Big Mac. But I don't know if it worked that well.
It's different, and you know, if it's better or worse or the same.
Big Mac is my favorite sandwich out of the menu, so you know, if I would eat a new type of Big Mac, it would have to be exceptional and no size jokes,
etc. The price for this, again, limited time
the
item.
shrimp burger is really good.
$6 for the
JP.
Chicken Big Mac by itself, so it is a bit pricey. I was actually even watching an old review of mine from a good number of years ago, and
every time I've been eating a Big Mac lately, it has been disappointing. It's like cold and bland. You know what I was really impressed by lately? I ordered a trio from Burger King's, and my god, the burger I received looked beautiful. It looked like a burger from an advertisement. Legit. It was huge. Huge.
the Big Mac at that point was only $3, so you know, now for $6 with some chicken patties on it, yeah, it's a shame the way things are. No surprise, but still overpriced for the sandwich by itself. Anyway, this is going to be a pretty straightforward review.
That's crazy.
You can
like,
see the box.
I bought a tuna and egg sandwich from this little bistro, and they have like the homemade mayonnaise and all that. Like, it's all homemade, and it also costs $6. It's like, a $6 fast food sandwich versus a $6 artisanal sandwich. I wonder which one I'll pick.
It's right there. No special branding here, it just comes in a Big Mac box.
Yeah.
You can see it's got a little bit of like an illustration on the front, like those are some mountains right there. And that's like some sand. It's a little bit of a scenic illustration. Golden arches.
It's like the classic box. I do like eating in the box though, because it's kind of serves as a plate. I like it better than the wrapping. $5 for a medium fry? Jesus!
That's how you can immediately tell it is indeed the chicken Big Mac.
It doesn't look like that bad, actually. I don't know. It looks alright, actually. I take it back.
Look at it. You can see the 2 chicken fillets, the lettuce, the cheese, the secret sauce. Heavily guarded secret, mind you. So don't even think about what that sauce actually is.
Dude, for the trio, like, I actually just want to look how much it costs right now. Do they still have it available? The chicken thing? The chicken Big Mac? Alright, so... Okay, for the Big Mac, the trio is $15. But Canadian. It's probably equivalent for you guys. And then just for the sandwich... Just the sandwich is $8. $8.19
is. It's not worth it. Just believe me, I say that from experience.
Mm.
I guess. There is a pickle buried right there.
I like the pickles.
It looks like a Big Mac, except for the fact that it has chicken on it instead of beef. So let's try it out. I think this is going to be an interesting one, and yeah, let's just see if it's any good or not, what it tastes like. The chicken Big Mac from McDonald's, heavily requested. Let's see how this is. It's going in.
You just remove one big chunk of bread. Taking small bites is part of his thing, really? These are some small bites. I eat my food like Kirby. Bro, I eat my food like Pac-Man. There's that piece of cheese sticking out.
One more bite.
There's a piece of cheese sticking out from the... I would have ate that first. What I hate the most is when the patty slides out of the bread. Or like, you know, in the back of the burger, all the condiments come out. Oh, it's the worst. The worst. Like there. See? It's happening. Bread is sticking out. Hate that. Hate that. Worst thing about burgers. How do we submit vids for you to watch? Well, right now I have a lot of videos queued up, but Yuriko made us a really cool subreddit, and I'm gonna announce it's opening soon. And in the subreddit, we're moving all the reaction, suggestion, and all of that to the subreddit. And in the subreddit, you guys will be able to upvote for the videos that you want me to watch. And you can submit all kinds of things that you want me to go over on stream. Reddit threads, TikToks, videos, VTube stuff, VTuber news. So, I'm gonna be... It's going to be almost like where I grab all the content from. Reddit? I don't Reddit? Well, you're gonna have to make an account. This is the only way we can upvote, because people send me a lot of videos, but it's impossible through Discord to know which videos are gonna be good or not. And through the upvote system in Reddit, we can see at a glance which videos, you know, are going to be really good, because people are going to be like, oh, I've seen this, upvote this, yes, watch this, etc, etc. I gotta Reddit to figure out some technical stuff. Not drinking a fountain drink from McDonald's with your burger? What the fuck? Drinking water with a burger?
You know,
Hello?
there were some items. I was sitting here trying this out, and I was a bit surprised, to be honest. You think to yourself, all the ingredients, with this one exception.
Well, I only go on Reddit to get period movie suggestions and, you know, some technical advice on stuff. But, you know, the Rima subreddit's gonna be cool, guys. It's going to be cool, okay? So you'll add that to your list.
Substituted, of course, for the chicken, are identical. And the Big Mac, of course, is an iconic sandwich.
Reddit can be good. Yeah, no, for real. If you have ever any problem with your computer, type the question in the Google bar and add Reddit at the end. Reddit always has the answer. Like, they're the only place that's ever had, like, decent answers for me.
The signature item from McDonald's.
Yeah.
So you would think, alright, they've obviously got a good thing going. So, substituting it just from beef to chicken shouldn't be that big of a deal. The thing that struck me the most, and I sort of came to this realization, how flavorless the chicken essentially was.
Wow!
And I came to that conclusion even on the first bite.
Oh my god, I fucking hate Quora. I hate that you mentioned it, because Quora, dude, you just check one question, you happen to answer on stumble on Quora, and then you get fucking bombarded with emails from them all the time. Not emails, I don't even know. It's just they keep showing up, and your search bar is so annoying.
And I think you could see in the cross-section, the thickness of the chicken patties was actually pretty decent. I would be willing to surmise that the thickness of the chicken patties exceeds that of the beef patties when you're ordering a standard Big Mac.
Yeah, it's very thin, the beef patty.
There's more chicken on this by volume than there is beef.
I don't like it. Yeah.
However, first bite, mouthful of chicken, and instead I mostly taste
like
Big
bread.
Mac sauce, and that's really it.
Their chicken tastes like cardboard. Dude, the beef is so thin, yeah.
It's like the chicken is just sort of there. I mean, it's sort of, yeah, it tastes like chicken.
I have a Blue
right?
Sky, I haven't
but
used
it's
it
not
yet,
necessarily exceedingly flavorful either. And I thought to myself, maybe that's just an anomaly, right? Maybe I just
An
bit into
anomaly?
this huge concentrated glob of the Big Mac sauce. Took another bite, and then another, and then another. No, every single bite was the same. Every other ingredient, with the exception of the chicken, was more flavorful than the chicken. There was even an instance where I took a bite, and even the lettuce was a little more flavorful than the chicken was.
That's impossible. The lettuce from the Big Mac tastes nothing. Nothing. I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't even like any vitamins in the McDonald's vegetables. Or at least the lettuce. The lettuce.
The chicken is just sort of there. It's like fried and oily.
That's crazy.
And maybe a little salty. And that's really it. It's
Oh, hold up. You know what else is crazy? Reclipter with the 10 gifted subs. Hello. Thank you so much. Enjoy the gifts, everybody. Thank you so much, Reclipter. Thank you. That's crazy. I appreciate it, homie. Thank you.
I'm shocked that they could have so much of an ingredient on this
really,
sandwich and have it be so flavorless at the same time, where again, every other ingredient on this is more potent than the chicken, which again by volume exceeds that of the beef that's usually on this.
I completely believe it.
I'm quite surprised. That's not to say that this is bad. By bad, I mean disgusting, right? Something that's going to make me all of a sudden, you know, crawl into the sink here in the fetal position and just have like a nervous breakdown or something because it's just that bad. You know, I'm not talking about that. You could see I was eating this without incident. I would hope anyway. I mean, you know, if it looks like I was eating it with incident, then, you know, it is what it is. But I feel anyway I was eating it without incident. And if need be, I could, of course, eat the entire thing here. But what I will say is that, was it particularly enjoyable?
No, but the spicy chicken version that they're all these fast food places, they make the spicy chicken rendition of their burgers. And I ordered them, and the only thing that's remotely spicy from the burgers is the sauce. And it barely tastes anything. Make the chicken actually spicy as well. And put some real jalapenos in there. I hate that they're doing all of these jalapeno things, and then there's no real jalapeno in it. It's a jalapeno smoked sauce or some shit.
Necessarily say so. If I was given the choice, if I had a chicken Big Mac here, and then right here I had a Big Mac with the beef patties, I would choose, without hesitation, 100% of the time, the Big Mac with the beef patties.
Yes! Yes!
This is one of those items, and this is what I was getting at the beginning of my assessment, where I think that singular ingredient ties everything together, and that is the beef patty. I think that the combination of all the flavors here works best.
He looked distraught. Yeah, he really didn't like it.
It does not work with the chicken. Like I said, it's bland. Lack of a better word here. It's bland. It's underwhelming.
I think this is the harshest review I've seen him do. I haven't seen that many, but this is the harshest he's been so far in the videos that I've seen.
And it's a bit disappointing. And I don't know, I just had my hopes a little higher. I was thinking, you know, for a chicken Big Mac, because I like the Big Mac, it's one of my favorite items from McDonald's, I thought it was going to be better than this.
Yeah, My Day is Ruined is the best one.
Down. And McDonald's, they can do certain chicken sandwiches quite well, as a matter of fact. So, there's really no excuses for this. There have been plenty of chicken sandwiches from McDonald's that have been quite good.
Well, it doesn't matter that it's McDonald's food, because he reviews fast food all the time. So it's like, you know, he's not reviewing Michelin star food and then reviewing fast food in the next video. It's always about fast food, and there's some fast foods that he really likes. Like, he's done some very positive reviews.
And yet they use these chicken patties that are just like bottom of the barrel.
Don't patter, McDonald's!
Flavorless and oily, and that's about it. And every other ingredient on the Big Mac, except for the chicken, is more flavorful than the chicken. So, I don't know. I wouldn't really recommend getting this. I understand it's a novelty, but I think you're going to be wasting your time and your money, and maybe your appetite, too, by getting this. I think if you want to go to McDonald's, just understand that the chicken Big Mac is not it. And if you want a Big Mac, get it as intended, in its original form, with the 2 all-beef patties,
Canon!
Instead of these 2 chicken patties. Because
get the canon Big Mac. McD's chicken has always been subpar, not bad, but bland? Well, that's why you need the sauce for the nuggets. That's why you need the sauce.
The beef works. In this instance, the chicken unfortunately doesn't, and that's a big disappointment. Very bland, flavorless. Doesn't taste gross or anything, but there's not much to taste. It's just that underwhelming. So for an idea that I think was so hyped up and had so much potential, a big letdown in that regard. And I think they really could have done so much better than what they ended up doing with this. And as I said, that's disappointing. And also it's overpriced too, so that's another thing. So I think this was a big missed opportunity from McDonald's, and they really could have done a much better job on this. And I was expecting better, I was hoping for better, and was let down there. Like I said, don't even waste your time or your money with the chicken Big Mac. Just if you want a Big Mac, get it with the beef patties, because at least that'll be good, and at least you know you'll have a decent item there. So therefore, out of 10, what am I going to rate the chicken Big Mac from McDonald's? Yeah, disappointing, very flavorless, not much to really say otherwise. I don't think it had to be this way. I think there's so much that they could have done with it.
There was so much potential.
And factoring in the price too, I'm gonna have to give the chicken Big Mac a 4.2 out of 10. That's a 4.2. Not the worst thing in the world, but far from the best. There was so much potential here that was missed, and I hope they learn from their mistakes.
That's more than I expected.
Maybe a day will come where they will revise the chicken Big Mac concept, and this time do it right and make it actually flavorful. Disappointing, but really that's all that there is to it.
Disappointing.
So, with that, that's all that I have for you today. Thank you for watching, and until next time, I'm your host, The Report.
He has a full video where he just reads comments flaming him, and I think it's pretty funny. I don't know why it reminded me of this clip.
Crunchyroll is receiving record-breaking.
Stop. Oh yeah. This is the clip I'm thinking about. It's a clip from XQC. McDonald's stocks are going down after this.
Sorry, I gotta interrupt this broadcast for another message to McDonald's. Hi, I'm McDonald's. This is my McChicken. Okay, now watch this. This. This.
What is this?
It doesn't bend. It's hard.
And what is this sauce?
Do you hear this?
It's so stale.
Look at that. Ah! I'm pressing as hard as I can. I'm pressing as hard as I can. Brother, this is a fucking puck. Brother. Did you see it? Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Oh wait, he had another rant about McDonald's.
That was actually heroin.
Yo, listen, no.
He's really funny, oh my god. I forgot how funny he was.
Listen. This is a message to fucking McDonald's executives, brother. If I order, some chicken nuggets, the sauce is 90% of the taste.
Yes. This is what I was saying about the sauce. That is true. See? The other guy's right about the chicken being tasteless. Thank you, Miker.
They're more about the sauce than the fucking nuggets themselves. If I order a fucking what's it called again, chat? Chat.
Oh god. Why does he sound like me right now? I hate this. I don't do this, right, chat? I don't do. I'm less bad than that.
Like sweet and sour. 27X. If I order sweet and sour or honey, I want a honey packet and a sweet and sour, not too tangy. I don't want tangy. Holy shit, man! Every fucking time I order Big Pac-Man, I know for a fact if I get honey, they're gonna give me honey mustard, right? So what I order one honey packet, which never happens, and I order one sweet and sour. And
every time I order an add-on on Uber Eats, they never put it. They never put it. It's so annoying.
More than half the time, they say, fuck all of this. Here's too tangy. I don't like tangy, man. It makes it. I'm that dude. I fucking hate McDonald's, man. Yo. Oh, guys, I worked at McDonald's. This guy orders sauces. Like, holy fuck. Rub your
What
brains
does that
together
even
and
mean?
give me the correct sauce, man. Holy shit.
All right, I mean, we've talked to a lot.
That's so funny. And I think it was Kai Cenat that got sponsored by McDonald's or something. I don't remember. But he got a big sponsor by McDonald's. Don't worry, we already knew you are exclusive voice changer. It just reminded me of me because he was looking for this word. He was looking for this word and he was like, chat, what is it called? He's still gonna order McDonald's. We know he will. We know he will. There's more videos. What? McDonald's forgot to put meat in the excuses. Wait, what?
Westbrook fires it up.
That has never happened to me. What is this, McDonald? Look at his face.
On this right wing.
What the fuck was that? Yo, what the? Wait, no. Guys, this only happened because look. Oh my god! There's nothing on the bun. Well, of course it's gonna slip.
Wait!
There's nothing on the fucking bun. So, of course it slips. Look at the rest, not slipping. There's something on it.
There's
Did they just
nothing.
Stand me out of a fucking patty.
Not even sauce, no nothing.
Oh my god,
no cheese.
dude. It's like I got a poutine anyway.
No pickle.
Yum.
Dude, that's gotta be bad press for McDonald's. That's gotta be bad press. Rima speaks juicer? Yeah, juice me. Ah, that's so funny. I feel like they're doing it on purpose at this point. I've never had such bad luck with McDonald's. Poutine's pretty good. It's pretty good. What did you do with the autocorrect, Allegraza? I didn't see it. Bad press? I think you mean good press, is it? I don't know. There was no patty. But yeah, Burger King, much better. A mix of XQC and Phillian. Holy shit. Yeah, and you know what? I wouldn't care if I was them either. True. McDonald's doesn't pay well, so the employees don't care. Fuck it. Dude, what is this unhinged? Asmongold is an effing R word. What the? Asmongold clips? What? What
Destiny's
is this thumbnail? It's so funny.
At me? What's Destiny mad about? What did I do?
Musk also bought Twitter for $44 billion and drove its value into the ground. I mean, essentially setting half that money on fire, like $22 billion worth of value.
I love how the quote of Elon Musk is such a stupid asshole. He bought Twitter for $44 billion and now he only controls all three branches of government. You know, he used this as a weapon to effectively change the outcome of an election.
Yo, there's so much reacception in here. Oh my god. There's me. Okay, whose stream is this? Is this Destiny or Asmongold? I think it's... Oh, no, it's Asmongold because it's Asmongold clip. So there's me reacting to Asmongold, who's reacting to Destiny, reacting to Asmongold.
The most powerful media tool probably in the world right now. And somehow the way that you're grading its viability is about how much somebody would buy it for.
Yeah. Oh god, he's actually so fucking stupid. Holy shit, he's a fucking retard. When people are valuing the business that you buy, they're not typically thinking of it as, well, you could use it as a subversive tool of propaganda to gain, like, illegitimate control over the state. That is correct, yes. That's how it goes. When you buy a firm, you're usually thinking in terms of valuation.
I respect Destiny a lot.
I like the zoom there on his face. Okay, I like Asmongold's reaction here. He doesn't seem to take it personally.
You look at the reason why he did it, and if you look at it in the context of his other companies and his other goals, I think it makes a lot of sense. He just called you an R.
Dude, that's one thing I like about guys. They really don't take things serious, like personally. Like if it was me, I would throw it. Oh yeah, you call me stupid, bitch? Like I'd go to war. But yeah, I think it's cool that people are more laid back and chill, you know.
Word. And are now apparently going to be running America.
Now, nobody had a problem when all the billionaires were doing that for the Democrat politicians. Nobody.
Who, when, where, how?
And you may say, and you would be right, that corporate titans have always had a lot of political power, from the little guy in America. But really, this is completely different from anything we've seen before.
I'm sorry, but like, how? What about super PACs and all these other things? This has been going.
Do you even know he doesn't know what a super PAC is.
No, Asmongold is farming this. He likes it. He likes it. Just like Tectone farms all of this shit. Bro, it's an infinite money glitch for them. It's like, oh, somebody said something about me. Even if they wouldn't care, they would still address it because they know, man, it's gonna pay rent. It's like, you start, you flame me, and I flame you back, then you respond, then I respond, then you respond. Infinite money glitch, Ben. The next 3 months of rents are probably paid.
You're not going to gaslight people into thinking this is the, oh wow, now it's rigged. It's been rigged and you were defending it, but now you're not because it's not rigged in your favor. That's it.
Or you just don't know anything. You just have no history understanding. You have no concept of what goes on in the media. You don't even know what a super PAC is. You don't know what any of this is.
Destiny for the love of Christ. 1 week ago, you were telling XQC that Camila was the favorite, and he bet 700K on her.
Did you see XQC put 700K on it?
Dude, yeah, he asked me yesterday. He's like, who do you think's going to win? I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's Camila. He's like, you really feel it? I was like, yeah, I think so. And then he sent me a picture of the bet.
That's
like,
so funny.
Then, on the same stream, you showed Harris' campaign has spent more than double Trump's.
Listen to what he just said.
Harris got 3 times the money Trump did? Yeah, exactly.
Harris just got 3 times the money Trump did.
It's pay to win?
Yeah, who wants to beef with me?
Yeah, those two statements directly contradict each other.
Destiny for the love of Anubis. You can claim Elon's wealth was instrumental in getting Trump's elected, while also seeing how Harris was pushed so much that she turned from being one of the most disliked vice presidents in history to be seen as the second coming of Obama. Meanwhile, this is what her own people were saying behind closed doors.
And I'm gonna say what a lot of these folks aren't saying. I'm just gonna say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Kamala, Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken. And I'm gonna say that because if they're gonna come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not gonna be fully honest, I'm gonna be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
Should there have been an open primary, though?
Well, see, we thought that there would be. The anticipation...
No, I actually disagree with that, Lord Umbra. I think he has pretty good arguments and he expresses himself well. I think he does the... I like the insults and all of that. That's just because it's a blood sport, and I think it's funny when they get triggered. I actually think it's funny. I think this wouldn't be as interesting if they didn't start calling each other names, not gonna lie.
...was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary.
So you have an historically disliked vice president.
I like when people get triggered. I think it's too funny.
Her. Internal polling showing Biden would have lost catastrophically.
They were privately telling reporters at the time that Kamala Harris couldn't win. Biden campaign's own internal polling at the time when they were telling us he was the strongest candidate showed that Donald Trump was going to win 400 electoral votes.
And now you want to tell me it's not pay to win when the media was praising her as the next Obama. And
dude, this is all like Asmongold's editor AI voice, or because I see a lot of this voice lately in the videos. I think it's Asmongold's editor adding those.
Was so convinced she would win that XQC bet 700K on her. Come on now, my man. Back to you, Baldy.
You know, he used this as a weapon to effectively change the outcome of an election, and somehow the way that you're grading its viability is about how much somebody
It's his editor? Okay.
I think that if you look at the reason
Dude, his editor's really good. Yeah, no, he's really good. He knows what's work. Same with, dude, this XQC clip channel that I showed you guys earlier, dude, They clickbait the shit out of him. Like, it doesn't matter if he looks bad, if he looks good, it doesn't fucking matter. If it's gonna get views, they're putting it there. They're framing the titles in a certain way and shit. Like, it doesn't matter if XQC looks bad in those videos as long as it gets views. And I think he's sort of adopting the same concept, and it's working.
And if you look at it in the context of his other companies and his other goals, I think this proves it. 1 trillion. Okay, so it's $1 trillion. It's gone up by 20%. So that means
That's
it's
a
$200
lot.
billion. Twitter was bought for $40 billion.
Oh, that's too much numbers. I lost
That's how
track.
I see it, right? That's how I see it.
Oh, Tecton's also, Tecton's editors also try to be like that, really? But yeah, their editors have this turnaround that is so fast. XQC's editor, he puts out the clips of the stream while he is still streaming, and I'm not sure how he does that, because, well, maybe Azahara can answer this, but I don't think you can download a VOD from a stream that is ongoing. Like right now, my editor has to wait till I finish streaming to start editing the videos. You can? What? How? Wait, what? We've been doing it wrong the whole time? You record from OBS while streaming? No, that wouldn't work. How do you download live? Which website do you use? And I can stop a recording early and use that footage if I want to clip something before you even end. Oh my god, that's how he does it. Dude, we cracked the code. Oh my god, we can unlock the infinite money glitch hack. Unleash it! Unleash the secret weapon! No shot. Thank you guys. We were looking for that. Shit. YouTube DLP, okay. I just thought he was clipping stuff from Twitch, but this is even better. The third video in the top row looks interesting. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I see. Okay. It must be how Hololive Clippers are releasing clips as the stream is still going. I thought they weren't allowed to do that. I think they have to wait till their streams are done. I thought that topless video was... Yeah, she kind of looks like me, right? Our mouth are a little different, though. I have the ooh mouth, and she's got, like, a canine? No. She got fangs, okay? She got fangs, which is cute. Very cute. I like her model a lot, obviously. Gothroka. Yeah. I really like her model. For obvious reasons. Clippers are not allowed to clip an ongoing HoloMem stream. Okay. The VTuber clips thumbnails are really clickbait, and there is something about my channel that I was trying to see. I don't really want to rewatch my... I never ever watch the videos on my channel, by the way, because I cringe too hard. I never remember what I said. I have like this out-of-body experience. But I was wondering how I can improve my thumbnails. and make them more colorful or more, I don't know, just because I feel like there's a lot going on sometimes and it feels not always clean, like you don't really know what's going on in the thumbnail. And I can't really tell why some thumbnails just work better than others. Hey, Douglas Diaz! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh my god, thank you so much! So now I think we're gonna try a new strategy where I love this thumbnail, by the way. It looks like I'm part of the thumbnail. I think these are great. I think maybe focusing on 2 or 3 elements max in one thumbnail might be the winning formula, but I'm not sure. I'm really happy people like the bro code video, guys. Dude, it's like, I really enjoyed reading the comments on the bro code video. I laughed a lot. And a lot of the more divisive video or the more like politically charged videos, I tend to avoid the comment section because it's usually there's not a lot of like civil discussions. There's usually going to be people that are like, they'll either insult the other side needlessly or villainize them, or you know, sometimes they even disparage me, and I just try not to read the comments on those videos. And this is why I started doing videos on animes like these ones and the Bleach one, because I thought the comment section would be more enjoyable to read and it'd be more chillax. But then they ended up being some of my most disliked videos because the anime fans, like, it hit the algorithm and it started getting people that like don't usually watch my stream, I guess, so they didn't get my humor and my ranting, and they got really mad because I said Orihime was boring and Yamamoto was useless in his fight against Hiwak. And dude, some of them wrote like 4 comments, like walls of text, one after the other, called me a dirty Rukia Ichigo shipper. They were so mad, guys. They were my most downvoted videos. I was like, fuck, I wanted these to be the chill videos, like the laid back one. I was so disappointed. Dislikes still count as engagement. Yes. I think, you know what, this whole channel is just... I'm just gonna end up going to Tectone, Asmongold, XQC, all of these guys, even the Destiny route of just being like... rage bait, profit. Say opinion, piss off people. Get engagement from their rage, make another video addressing the situation, profit, do it all over again. Because people get mad anyway. People get mad even when you're, you know, sometimes I don't want to talk politics, or I don't want to, like, I try to avoid the controversial topics with humor, so I'll make jokes and stuff, and then people still get upset. So it's like, well, if people get upset, even when I'm not trying to be upsetting or controversial, then what's the point of even trying anymore? You know, I'm starting my villain arc, legit. I'm starting my this is how villains are made. This is how villains are made. I think there was one comment that was like, I was like, oh, you know, I'm so tired of hearing about politics. It's reached a culminating point. That was before the election. And a lot of people in the chat said similar stuff, had similar feelings. And then one guy was like, well, if you're so, this keyboard warrior, if you're so tired about hearing about politics, then tell your country to stop asking money from my country and stand on their own 2 feet. Excuse me, but it doesn't work like that, Mr. Economic Expert, good for nothing, doesn't know anything, bitch. Canada and the United States are a business partner, and we do stand on our own 2 feet. The United States isn't ever gonna give Canada money for free for nothing in return. Are you dumb? Be careful, they'll start arguing that you might be a grifter. They already called me that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think Kershaw had a similar tweet one day. And I still think about it. Yeah, how can this guy argue that Canada's taking money from America when we're basically the same country? I'm joking. I'm getting ahead of you guys because I know you guys will make that joke. I think she had a tweet of like, what's the point of being, something along the line of, what's the point of being like your reasonable like self, like holding back when people are always going to paint you as the most extreme bad faith version of yourself. Annex when? We can be the same country truly then. We'll see. You probably shouldn't try going into power scaling fandom. Is power scaling like a thing? Like, I didn't know it was such a big discussion. When they want to bring up Goku? What do you mean Goku beats everyone, that's the bar? Wait, that was a discussion? Alright, really? Yeah, but Goku should win against everyone, no? Hey, Penny. Superman wins against Goku? Yeah, but even Goku's Super Saiyan form? I don't think so. I don't know about that, Power 900. Dude, Goku is him, okay? Goku's him. Wait, Superman's immortal? There's a kryptonite. Goku only wins because he has Dragon Balls, but does he have a bad Dragon D? Arcast? I'm supposed to go on Arcast. They want me as a regular once a month, but I'm supposed to go next week, but next week I have a sponsor engagement, so I can't go, so it's gonna be the week after. Well, Homelanders are, I think I don't want to spoil, but I think he did get beat, no? Close? I don't remember. I kind of go into power scaling in my Jujutsu Kaisen movie theory. By the way, we watched every single video today with my background music on. Oh man, we fucked up. Welp, that sucks. Shit. Yeah, you guys, you have some responsibility in this. What do you mean? It's us. When I do something good, it's I. And when I fucked up, it's we. I thought people liked it, so I didn't mention. Oh my god. You can separate audio streams so it doesn't mess with Twitch, but I don't have it set up like that right now. No, the Reddit isn't live yet. So, villain of the year, yeah. Okay, well, next time remind me about the background audio. That's not the kind of things that I take personally. But, I guess I'll take some responsibility. I guess, guys. I really like that new purple-haired girl from Hololive, by the way. Vivi? I keep doing little baby burps because I drank like half a Diet Coke. The new blue thing? Who's your favorite new member of Hololive chat? Cloppers? Clopperinos? Gigi? No, but Gigi is from the gen before. Rara Rokora is live, so I think I'm gonna raid her. And then on Twitch, Ollie is on the top though. Ah, talking about Ollie, I was just having this discussion with my mod Washu yesterday, and he's a huge fan of Ollie. And since I don't have an EN Oshi yet, I only have a Japanese Oshi, and it's Marine. He was like, can I convince you to have Ollie as your EN Oshi? And I was like, maybe. Should I? Should I, chat? Who should I have as my EN Oshi? Ollie's ID. Yeah, but she speaks English. Oh, so if she's ID, then she can be my ID Oshi and I can have another EN Oshi, so I can have even more Oshis. I've been liking Raora a lot. I'll think about it. In the next VTuber Oshi challenge that we do, the VTuber clip react. Oshi is your favorite VTuber. I think, oh my god, yesterday I was trying to make an argument with somebody about Naruto. Oh no, I was arguing with Yuriko. We were arguing about power scaling in Naruto again, and he said, and I said that Naruto was balanced. And I didn't feel like any character was overpowered. And he said that he thought Pain was overpowered. And that he beat Kakashi. And I was like, no, Kakashi, because Kakashi spammed his ability. The Kami, and I was like trying to find a name for it. I was like, what is it called? The Kamiyoshi ability. I'm VTuber brained. I called it the Kamiyoshi ability. I think it's called Kamui or something. Anyway, yeah, he spammed his strongest VTuber. Of course he won. Fried but based. Yeah, true. Yeah, your Oshi's your favorite idol. It's a VTuber term. I'm gonna make a shirt about it soon. Anyway, that was a really good stream. I enjoyed it. I'm down to do another one similar to that soon. Thank you guys for all the support today. Thank you for coming to my affiliate anniversary. And onwards to partner. I love you guys. And I'll see you